Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Blood That Drives Us by M.N. Forgy. Narrated by Nelson Hobbs and Gillian Macy. Prologue. Zane. A splintered stick holds tight in the heel of my palm as I poke at the dead carcass, laid out across the cracked street, of a bloated bird to the point of exploding. Flies buzz around like hawks circling a prey, the smell of putrid death, rancid. The smell reminds me of that time our power went out from fires, and all the meat in the refrigerator went bad. It's a smell of its own. I'm supposed to be getting ready for the family barbecue, but I was tired of waiting for my mom and sister to get ready. How did this bird die? What was so forceful and strong it took the life from this crow? I shove it a little harder with the end of the stick. It's stiff, and beak half open. I'm strong. I bet I could have killed it if I wanted to. The sound of something snarling catches my attention, and my eyes flick away from the bird. A dog sitting a stone's throw away snarls at me, its fur dull-looking and covered in ticks. He must be a stray. Growling, teeth baring, it crouches down as if it's ready to fight me over the dead bird. I grasp the stick in my palm, pieces of wood splintering into my palm. The pain feels good, actually, so I squeeze harder. I should run from the dog, be scared or scream, but I'm not. I'm not like other kids, this I know. I've been told how weird I am from kids in my class. Just as the dog leaps toward me, I jab it in the head with the stick. It doesn't back down, and neither do I. I keep hitting it and hitting it. I feel mighty. I feel strong. I feel like I'm in control of something. Zane! My father yells my name, and my spine straightens. The tone in his voice demands attention. Stepping up behind me, he sighs, rubbing his chin as he looks over the scene in front of us. Shit, son. I can't tell if that's disappointment or shock in his voice. He hunches down and takes the splintered stick from my hand, throwing it to the side of the road. What happened here, son? I shrug, chewing on my lip. I don't know what happened to the bird, but I do the dog. Dad sighs, rubbing his chin. The wrinkles around his eyes deeper than I've seen them before. Does this have anything to do with the neighbor's hamster? He asks, almost in a whisper. I don't answer him. I was at the neighbor's house and was holding his hamster. It was cute and fuzzy, but fucking mean. It bit me to drawing blood, and the next thing I know, I killed it. My parents were not happy with me when they got the call. I can't help who I am. If I am angry, scared, or hurt, I lose control of myself. Kind of like that movie we watched as a family, The Hulk. I am the Hulk. Just like the green monster, I can't be around fragile things or loved ones, because I am not even sure what I am capable of. I have no way of controlling what is inside of me. Look, I know you feel bad. I don't feel bad. I cut him off, and he takes his attention from the dog and bird to me, his blue eyes widening. Recognition flashing across his face, as if he sees something very familiar while looking at me. Does he see someone he knows? You can't control it, can you? His tone unreadable. It's almost like he has been waiting for this to come, a speech he has prepared and readied for me. I don't answer him because I don't want him to get mad or look at me different. I know there's something wrong with me, that I'm not normal. I don't see a puppy and get stupid happy. I think about how I'm on top of the food chain, how I need to be the stronger one. Just when I think my dad might get angry or discipline me, he cracks a smile and rubs my chin with his calloused thumb. I am confused. You're just like your old man, aren't you? I smile, this moment feeling like a bonding between father and me. I've always wanted to be like my dad, strong, serious, a biker. Our family is all about the motorcycle club, but my mother doesn't want me around it much because she feels it will make me more violent than I am. She's seen the signs, see how angry and numb I can get. So she tries to protect me. I admire her for it, but it's useless. I am this way, and nothing can change it. I'm the blood of my father's motorcycle club. Violence is sewn into my soul, and I get excited at the cost of another's heartbeat. I'm an outcast. Look, son, I don't want you to tell your mother anything about this, understand? He holds his pinky out, and being 10 years old, I want to say, how lame. But I don't. I pinky promise him. How come? I ask out of curiosity. Just, not everyone is like you and me. It's best if we just keep this between you and me. I nod, knowing what he means. I keep to myself a lot because kids my age don't understand me. Come, I'll teach you the ways of cat and mouse, Dad states, taking my hand and leading me away from the dead animals. They call my father Shadow, and that day, I learned how to live in the shadows of the normal and not get caught.
Addie. Swinging on the metal swing set that the club recently had placed on the beach, I watch as everyone I know gathers for the monthly BBQ. Bikers, old ladies, and even kids. My mother used to hate me being around the club, but when she met Bobby, she finally came around. This is our family, she says. She still gets nervous with the outlaws' ways of the club, but she just tells me to keep my eyes open and nose clean. Which I do. I am not like a lot of the kids growing up in the club. I am focused on school, love reading, and could care less about wearing some leather jacket. A warm breeze slides over the ocean, brushing my blonde hair from my face. The sun reddening my cheeks as my sundress blows with every descent backwards in the swing. Hey. Zane grins at me, his dark hair flopping in his eyes as his untied boots pound in the sand. He is 6 years younger than me, but he tends to grow on you the more you hang out with him. He acts older than he is, and to be honest, I don't mind having him around. As long as he's not in one of his asshole moods. His temper goes from hot to cold in less than 1 minute. 1 second, he's putting slime in my lip gloss, and the next, he's helping me put a Band-Aid on my skinned knee. Hey, Zane. I smile, happy to see a familiar face. He takes the empty swing next to me and starts to slowly push himself. I look at him like I always do when we get together. He never smiles. Maybe a grin, but never a full smile. It's like there's a certain darkness that imprisons him to the point it takes over his ability to be happy. Looking at his dad, Shadow, the king of darkness, I'm sure Zane has no control over his own demons, much like his dad. A burst of color has me lifting my head to our family friend Piper, sashaying across the beach, her eyes on us as she nears. Really? You wore a dress to a beach BBQ? How lame! Piper insults me, chuckling as she marches through the sands with bare feet. Her yellow bikini top and torn white shorts, the only thing on her slim, freckled body. You'd think she was a bitch if you didn't know her, but we grew up together, and I know her sassy attitude is just who she is. It's when she doesn't talk to you that she doesn't like you. Hey, Zane! She smiles with bright red lipstick on. I'm surprised her mom lets her wear makeup. My mom would have a stroke if she saw me with makeup, especially that color. Piper is Zane's age, and I think with them being so close in age, it makes them resent each other more than anything. Like 2 Leos being together. Sup? Zane lifts his chin to her, his aloof tone in place. I remember when Piper and Zane used to be inseparable when Piper came to the MC. She showed up at an older age, when her dad went missing. I am not too sure on the story, to be honest. I don't even think Piper really knows. However, one night of spin the bottle between Zane and Piper, things got weird for them. Piper wanted more, and Zane was the ass he usually is and didn't. As for me, I've had a couple of boyfriends, but my stepdad, Bobby, does a pretty good job at making them cower and run. Biker dad, criminal record, it tends to make guys walk around you. I don't remember my real dad. He died when I was young. A low laughter has me lifting my head, and I find Bull grinning and walking toward us kids. He's the club's president. "Hey, kids." He grins at everyone, a beer in his hand. His dark hair is peppered with gray, but his face still looks menacing. His leather cut barely covering his tattoos and chest. Not all the bikers are friendly like him, but Bull is always nice to me. He's like my real grandpa or something. He always has something wise to say, and always has your back. "Hey, Grandpa." Zane squints up at his grandfather, the sun near blinding today. He's proud of Bull, which he should be. Bull is the president of the Devil's Dust MC, after all. He gains a lot of respect around these parts, which is passed down to Zane and his family. The sound of a grill falling over steals our attention, and we find Danny yelling at Zane's barefooted sister Delilah, who has run off across the beach without any pants on. Danny starts chasing her, dropping hot dog buns she was carrying to a table in the process. "Delilah, get back here!" Danny rushes after her before Delilah runs under a table full of chips, causing Bull to chuckle before taking a long swig of his beer. Zane looks just like his mom, the greenest eyes you've ever seen, linking them together. Delilah and Zane are so different, it's scary. "You guys be good, yeah?" Bull hollers over his shoulder before walking away to control his daughter and granddaughter. We all nod, but don't really respond. Give it 2 hours, and all of us kids will be the adults. Our parents will be hammered, and the old ladies will get loud and crazy. It happens at every get-together. "We should go get a burger before Bobby eats them all," I suggest, my feet skidding in the hot, grainy sand. Bobby is a pig. He eats everything at home. When Mom is home and cooks, Bobby is always the first in the kitchen, and the last. I don't know how he's not 300 pounds. Probably because my mom is a doctor and makes him exercise. She makes sure all of us are being healthy when she's around. Getting off my swing, the wind suddenly cools, the ocean becoming still and silent. Chills run up my spine, causing goosebumps to splinter across my arms. Something is off. Zane must sense it too, because he freezes his eyes slowly, finding mine in the midst of silence. The other members of the club slowly stop doing what they're doing, the slow rumble of unfamiliar motorcycles echoing through the evening air. The sudden sound of fireworks popping make me shake to a standstill. I look around the beach to see the vibrant art shooting into the sky, but see nothing. People begin to scream, bodies dropping, and the popping gets louder. It's not fireworks. Someone is shooting. A dozen men on motorcycles roar by the beach, their faces covered with menacing-looking bandanas, and leather cuts unrecognizable to our club. It's a drive-by. Fear strikes through my body like a bad omen. I want to run, but I can't move. This can't be happening. A man with hollow eyes slowly cascades by on his iron motorcycle, a long gun pointed right at me, and I scream. I push my feet to move, but I don't budge. The beach, once a moment of solace, now my hell. My jaw unhinged and heart beating in my ears, everything goes by in slow motion. A spit of fire shoots from the end of his barrel at the same time I'm thrown to the sand by someone. Fire slices through the side of my arm, just before my chest hits the unforgiving ground, nearly knocking the wind from my lungs. Arms wrap around my head in an attempt to protect me, and everything resumes into real time. Gunshots and people screaming. I can only cry and scream. I cry so hard the sand sticks to the tears running down my face. I could be wailing, but it's so chaotic I can't hear myself. "Mom!" I sob into the beach sand, scared to death she might be dead. This is why she kept me from the club for so long when I was a kid. She was afraid of us getting wrapped up in the club's affairs. I used to think she was overprotective, worried about everything, but it looks like she was right. "Don't get up," Zane whispers into my ear, his body pressing me into the unforgiving ground. His force was so powerful, I didn't even realize he was the one that knocked me to the ground. I nod, sobbing. The searing pain in my arm not letting up, I don't risk taking a glance at what is causing it, as I'm afraid I'll be shot. Weight is suddenly lifted from my back, and I force myself to turn my head to see where Zane's going. He can't leave me. What if someone comes after me? My body shakes with fear, and my stomach churns in knots, watching him get farther and farther away from me. "Zane, come back!" I cry, but only I can hear myself from the fear choking me. Zane walks toward a tall man, wearing a skull mask, standing above Bull, who is now laying on the ground, holding his chest. The same biker that just rode by us and shot at me, the guy aiming his large gun down at Bull, and the biker begins to yell at him, but I can't hear what he's saying, though. The severe tension rushing across the biker's body tells me it's nothing good. The man is the scariest man I've ever seen. He's tall and big, his shoulders holding a vendetta, a dark hatred toward Bull. Before Zane can reach them, the man fires, and Bull's body jumps as the bullet plows into his body, blood splattering everywhere. "No!" I cry, my fingers strangling the loose sand. Just as I'm about to get up and try and fight the guy, my eyes find Zane picking up a gun from one of the dead members of our club. I don't recognize the member, as it must be a friend of a member's. The biker, wearing the skull mask, turns around. The darkest eyes I've ever seen sway across the beach for his next victim. He's every villain in every scary movie my mother has ever watched. His haunting eyes making me shake. What kind of a person guns down a family at a beach dinner? That's when I finally see the patch that holds the killer's name. Bender. A name that I will never forget, no matter how much I want to. Zane roars with anger, his face redder than I've ever seen it as he points the gun at Bender. I want to get up and protect Zane, but I'm terrified. I've never seen Zane so undone, out of control. He's usually so quiet and weird. Bender's shoulders rise as he laughs at a 10-year-old pointing a gun at him. I'm paralyzed. Zane may act tough, but he's just a kid. How is he not terrified? He will regret this, surely. "Zane, no!" Zane's father yells from the other side of the beach, blood splattered across his face, as if he's run through the beach slaying enemies left and right. Zane ignores him and pulls the trigger with both hands. His arms dance as the gun fires in his hands. Zane roars like a feral beast, and my eyes widen from the scene before me. Zane is not just any kid. He's his own person. Bender's arms fly out on each side of him, and he drops to the ground, screaming, holding his head. Blood drips between his fingers and down his arms like slick oil. Zane's shoulders rise and fall as he breathes heavy, the gun still in his hands and pointed at Bender. He doesn't seem fazed. Not that there was a drive-by, and not that he just shot a man. The vessel popping from his temple slowly subsides as he stares down at the man he gunned down. The look on his face, one I've never seen before. "Zane!" I scurry to my feet and run to him. My knees wobble, and I want so desperately to hide, but I can't. I'm terrified for Zane. He is younger than me, but obviously not in his eyes. He turns, his eyes softening as he sees me. "Zane!" I call his name again, fear cracking my voice. He runs to me, and I to him, until we fall into each other, both of us breathing hard. His hands grip my elbows, mine on his as we stare at each other. His green eyes dancing with shadows and excitement. Blood pours trickles down his arm, onto my fingers, and my mouth parts. He's hurt. I wiggle my fingers, hypnotized by the sight of blood on my own skin. "Oh my God, you're bleeding!" He's been shot. Zane seems unfazed as his eyes fall down the length of his arm until the sight of dark blood stains his own fingertips. Is that his, or did that come from... Oh my God, I've been shot too. Same arm as Zane's and same spot. Seeing it now, I feel it. It burns like lava, and I want to cry even harder. I bite my lip, trying to stay strong. Zane isn't crying. I need to get it together. His eyes flick to mine, his grip tightening. "I'll never let anyone hurt you again," he promises me. His voice holding a truth to it that I've never heard before. He seems so grown up to me all of a sudden, like one of the men at the motorcycle club. "Danny, the kids are hurt." My mother's voice echoes around me, but Zane and I never break eye contact. We don't need anyone. We have each other. "My mother is a doctor. She'll know what to do," I whisper to Zane. However, he seems more concerned with my wound than his own. Something about us holding on to one another and bleeding onto each other bonds us. This hostile moment turning into something memorable. His green eyes flecked with danger, bored into my own, and I can't look away. The tide suddenly washes up and around Zane and me on the beach, the warm water soaking our lower half. It takes the red-stained sand beneath us and takes it out to sea, mixing a little bit of both of us into the world. The sound of sirens just up the road catches everyone's attention. We grew up with the motto of, "Don't talk to the cops," beat into our heads. So the idea the cops are coming doesn't make us feel at ease. Zane's mother rushes over to us, her familiar green eyes worried as she spots the blood on us both. "Oh my God," she mutters, pulling Zane's arm up and then my own. Zane's sister Delilah cries feet away, and Piper cusses loudly, trying to get past her dad, Lip, to get to us. She's worried and mad nobody will let her to us. But we're okay. We have each other. Don't they see? "Bull is shot," Shadow informs the group. "I got them. Go to him," my mother encourages Danny. Danny is standing within seconds, running to her dad and husband. "We are going to get you cleaned up, okay?" my mom says slowly, looking at me and Zane. Getting cleaned up is the last thing on my mind, though. Who were the men so angry they wanted to prove a point and hurt women and children? Why me? That's stupid. I know why. This is our reality, our sin. Living with sinners, no matter how innocent you may be, you will pay the price for laughing with thy neighbor at supper. Just as the ambulance shows up, they separate me and Zane to put us on life boards. Zane freaks out to the point they have to restrain him, making him bleed out more. "Zane, it's okay," I yell, trying to get him to calm down. "She's right there, son." Shadow holds his son's arms down as they strap Zane down like an animal. An EMT sticks a needle in Zane's thigh, and Zane tries to headbutt him. Laying on my back, an EMT cleans my wound and asks me questions I won't answer. I can barely feel it, though, as I glance over at Zane, who is staring right at me, strangely calm now. "You okay?" I mouth. His lips slowly curve into a malicious smile. His arms and legs bound, bleeding from his arm dripping everywhere, and he's actually smiling. "Why are you smiling?" I whisper to him. Why now, out of everything we've been through, this is his moment of glory? This is what makes him happy? "Lust like a saint, trust like a sinner," he rasps, his eyes looking heavy. My face pales. That very line is one our parents have preached to us time and time again growing up, and for the first time ever, one of us kids finally got it. Of course, it was Zane.
Zane. Sitting in my hospital bed, watching the popsicle melt down my knuckles, I listen to my mom and Addie's mom outside my room. This stupid gown, covered in little tigers, is annoying me. It's itchy and does nothing to cover my bare ass. I want to see my grandpa. I want to know he's okay. When I saw Bender about to shoot my grandpa, something came over me. It was like I blacked out and couldn't breathe until I did something about it. Until I sought revenge.
That was too close, Danny. This is exactly what I feared would happen to my daughter, and it has. Addie is older now, and she's not going to just forget what happened.
Doc says heatedly, Addie's mother. She is a doctor and helps the club when one of the men are hurt. However, she worries a lot about Addie's safety, always putting Addie before the club and Bobby. Dad says she's a pain in the ass. I understand, Doc. Seeing Zane shoot that guy today, I think it's best if I keep him away from the club for a while as well. My mom sighs. My eyes shoot to the door. There is no way she is keeping me from my father's club. My grandfather and my dad run it, and I will one day too. Even if it means breaking her heart.
You can't do that, Danny.
My dad's dominant voice cuts in, and relief floods my limbs. If anyone understands what I need, it's him. He doesn't look at me like I'm a child, and doesn't give that sad look when I do something that would concern a normal parent. No, he respects me.
What else am I supposed to do, Shadow? My dad, your president, is in a fucking wheelchair right now. I'm telling you, Danny, if you try and cut out what Zane is born to do, you will have a monster on your hands.
Dad tries to explain to my mother how I'm not like other kids, without telling her she gave birth to a monster. It's comical, really. He should just tell her. She loves him and his demons. Surely she will still love me, right? Lying back on my bed, it occurs to me that the monster my parents keep checking for under Delilah's bed is actually in the room next to her all these years. Me. I am my sister's bedtime monster. The one they talk about in the news, and my mother tries to keep me from.
Sir, can we have a moment to discuss today's events?
A deep voice asks. It sounds like a cop. He must be talking to my dad. Hairs on the back of my neck stand. Cops don't like us. We are trouble in their eyes. And whether or not we had anything to do with the shit that happens in this city, the cops are always pointing at the club for a way out to the public. That's what Dad says anyway.
I told you, we don't know anything.
Dad snaps hatefully. I can see it in my head, Dad's hard face, and turned toward the cop.
Shadow,
my mother hisses.
So you're saying you've never seen the man that we have in custody?
The cop continues. Silence thickens, and I know better than anyone that my dad won't say a word to anyone. He doesn't believe the cops will deliver justice like the club can. The cops will more likely tell the community it was a war between two clubs and nobody is speaking. that is it.
You okay?
Addie's sweet voice breaks me from eavesdropping. She stands in the adjoining bathroom between our rooms, looking rough. She has a pink bandage wrapping around her arm, and her cheeks are swollen from crying so hard. She's older than me, but is so much more naive. Her mother has sheltered her to the point of stunting her growth, if you ask me. I sit up, excited to see her. I didn't want to leave her side, afraid that something would happen to her. Yeah, I'm fine. You? To be honest, I can't even feel the flesh ripped from my arm. All I can think about is how the trigger felt against the pad of my finger when I pulled it. Seeing the surprise in Bender's eyes. I ate it up like a hungry wolf. Kind of like that dog on the street this morning. It just conveys that I was the monster I knew I always was. She doesn't respond as she sits on an empty bed next to me. Her blonde hair is braided down her back now, probably from her mom pampering her, and she's wearing a hospital gown with blue polka dots that is 3 sizes too big.
Were you scared at all, Zane?
She doesn't make eye contact. She just stares at her blood-stained fingers. The tone in her voice drawn and soft. I want to tell her yes because I feel that's what I'm supposed to say. But the idea that the very man that tried to kill us, and my grandpa, is in this hospital alive, makes me itchy to go find him and stab him until he dies. Even I know that no girl wants to hear that. It's not romantic, but neither am I. Surely she knows that about me. No, I'm not scared of anything, I tell her matter of fact. She nods, sucking in her bottom lip, before a small tear slides down her cheek. It makes me feel sad, seeing her upset. She was expecting me to feel something, to be ashamed or scared, but I'm not, and that scares her. That's when I knew that the only joy I would endure would be in the dark. Normal people have no idea how majestic the darkness can be, as they fear the unknown. I like the challenge of what lurks in the shadows.
Chapter 1. Addie. 6 years later. Zane, 17. Addie, 23. Sitting in a booth with Piper, Delilah, and Zane, we scour the menu for something to eat. Why Piper picked Hooters, I'll never know. The TVs are loud from the games playing, and the smell of burgers and cheap perfume linger heavily in the air. Still, I'm starving and will eat just about anything, anywhere, right now. It's not that I think ill of the girls working here. It just makes me question my own body when I'm at places like this. They have tight hips, a perfect ass, and don't get me started on their hair. How is it that long and shiny? Is it fake? Ugh, I hate feeling sorry for myself. It just makes me eat more. However, it was Piper's turn to pick where we ate, so what choice do we have? Us brats? That's what the parents called us growing up. So that's what we call ourselves. Always try to get together once a week. With us getting older, we get busy in our own affairs, but we don't want to be out of each other's lives completely, so that is why we make it a must to meet up. Hell, we grew up together and been through some shit with our parents in a biker club, and we need to stick together. I think I'll get some cheese fries. I bite my nail in thought, but a burger sounds really good too. Setting my menu down, my eyes connect with Zane's. His hostile green irises locking me in place. Things have been different between Zane and me ever since the shooting those years ago. We're not normal around each other. I know he's 6 years younger than me, but I can't help but feel some kind of pull toward him. Maybe it's because he saved my life. Maybe it's because a bullet sliced through us both, mixing our blood into one. Like fate has it out for us or something. Who knows? Maybe it's this darkness that surrounds him, like a vast of the unknown you can't help but be intrigued, that draws me toward him. Growing up, kids whispered about Zane, how he didn't talk much, and was sure to be the kid that would snap and start a mass shooting at the school any minute. And that scared a lot of people. Not me. If anything, I was the butterfly brought to the flame by temptation, wanting to risk my life to see what made the forbidden fire burn so bright. Zane is different, and I want to know why and how. My mother wanted me to stay away from the club after the drive-by, but I couldn't. I went to every function I knew Zane would be at. "Fuck that! I'm getting hot wings, lots of wings," Piper cackles, slapping her menu down. Ripping my gaze from Zane's, I mask a smile toward her. She's such a free spirit. I admire her for it. I doubt she gives a shit about the half-naked girls walking around. In fact, I think she even worked at a Hooters before. "Addie, order us some beer or something," Delilah scoffs, twisting her hat backward. She is such a tomboy and always up for a good time. We knew she would be the wild child of the brats. Younger, but definitely in more trouble. She's not dark-minded like Shadow, but something in her is broken. I'm just not sure what. "D," Zane warns, his tone deep and gravelly. He's always chasing after his sister, trying to keep her on the right track. If you ask me, he's chasing a ghost. She does what she wants. I love it about her. She's unpredictable. Delilah gives Zane an irritated look, her green eyes growing bored of him constantly parenting her. "I'm going for a smoke." I'd lecture her like my mother does about smoking, but she shoves the menu away and stomps off before I can say anything. "I'll go with her." Piper rolls her eyes and scurries out of the booth, her ripped-up shorts showing the cheeks of her ass as she climbs out. I'm surprised Zane hasn't gotten onto her for wearing them so short. He's protective of us all. Even if he can be an ass about it, I know he still cares underneath it all. Zane sits back in his seat, and a warmth runs over my skin, knowing we're alone. Nibbling my bottom lip, I risk a glance at him. Our eyes lock, and I can't help but sigh deeply. He's so masculine, so mature. He already has tattoos, and I find them so stunning. I want to stare at them and really see what they are, but it makes me hot, and I begin to sweat nervously he will catch me. Resting my hand on the table, I let whatever this feeling is I have for Zane rush over me like a sunburn. He sits forward, his dark hair falling into his eyes. His hands resting not even an inch from mine. You can practically feel the magnetism between our bodies. He extends his finger and brushes my knuckles in the softest way possible. The simple touch zaps me to parts unknown. He smirks, knowing he's affecting me. This is wrong on so many levels. Bobby and Shadow have preached to us brats how we are not to lay with one another, that we are family. Yet, here I am, barely able to contain my heart rate at the thought of me and Zane being more than friends. He's been with girls. I've heard them talk around town about how amazing he is in bed. I haven't gone that far with a guy, though. Still, my mind wonders what it would be like with Zane. I open my mouth to ask him what we're doing, what's going on between us. But then a waitress shows up, and Zane and I split like the Red Sea. All the little hairs on the back of my neck lay back to normal, and I feel cold. "You guys ready?" The waitress beams, looking right at Zane. Her dark hair is pulled up into a messy bun, and her attire leaves little to the imagination. She looks older than Zane, maybe 20. Zane smiles and sits back, throwing his arm across the back of the booth like he's a king. Your name tag just says Hooters, he points out, not answering her question. She looks down at her left tit, where her name tag hangs sideways, and her cheeks redden. Nobody believes my real name. She rests her hand on her orange-clad hip, her tan stockings not fooling anyone that her skin is flawless. Zane sits forward, his leather jacket claiming him in an ominous tone. He wants to wear the leather cut of his father's club one day. Until then, he wears that leather jacket as if it were the club's. Maybe I'll believe you, he flirts, and my stomach twists. Gross. He's just like the guys at the motorcycle club, always fishing for a woman by his side. They don't know the meaning of a relationship. I kind of hope his dick falls off. Baby. The girl puckers her lips. My name is Baby. My face scrunches. Who names their kid Baby? She giggles, and I've decided I'm done with conversation. I want cheese fries, I interrupt, not giving a shit I'm cock-blocking Zane. Baby glares at me, and Piper and Delilah show up just in time to place their orders. Baby stands there, taking our orders, eye-fucking Zane and biting her bottom lip like a twat. What is she waiting for? I slap the table, gaining Zane's heated eyes. Order, I insist. I'm starving here. Burger. He tosses the menu across the table, and Delilah and Piper order next. Baby sways on her feet, biting her lip. Is that all? Her voice sounds lustful. Oh my God, this witch is thirsty. That's it, thank you. I answer for us all. I can't help but be irritated. I hate to say I'm jealous, but this ugly feeling inside of me can't be anything else. Piper gives me an awkward look, and Delilah laughs at my rudeness. I'm never rude. Zane just sits back, enjoying the show that I'm clearly giving him. The asshole. Baby leaves, eyeing me heavily, and Piper turns in her seat and shakes her head at Zane, her eyes narrowed in on him. Do you have mommy issues or something? Her face scrunches up like she ate something sour, her elbow on the table as she points her thumb toward Baby. Zane raises a brow. He either doesn't get it or isn't amused. I find it funny, though. She's saying you're into older women, dipshit. Delilah fills in the gap as she twirls the straw in her soda, probably upset it's not a beer. Zane's eyes pop to mine, and I stiffen. The look in his eyes silently telling me he does like older women, like me. But I'm forbidden. After we eat, we small talk about our parents and what we're up to. We decide to leave. On our way out, it wasn't lost on me that Baby gave Zane her number in passing. I'm angry. I want to demand he give it to me. I swear, I'm never going to talk to him again. In the parking lot, Piper hugs me goodbye, and I try to ease my tense shoulders to hug her back. Just over her shoulder, I catch Zane crumpling up the paper and toss it across the parking lot. That makes me feel special for some odd reason. Like maybe he's holding out for me one day.
Zane. 6 years later. Hands on the dresser, I lean onto it as I glare at my reflection in the cracked mirror, sitting on the back of the dresser. Shamrock green eyes haunt me, morning stubble lining my jaw, and messy dark hair in my face. I could use a fucking haircut for sure. Running my hand over my smooth chest, I yawn. Fuck, it's too early for this shit. Does the club wake up this early every day? Doesn't matter. Today is the day. The fucking day I've trained my whole life for. I'm getting my shot at being in the devil's dust. This town thought my father was the Antichrist. They ain't seen shit yet. This is the day I've been waiting for since I was a kid. Moaning sounds come from my bed, and my eyes pop over to baby's bare ass. She's mine as far as mine goes, I guess. We aren't a thing, but I fuck her when I'm horny. I'm too messed up to do the relationship thing. I don't love her, could care less if she left yesterday. The way I live, trigger to trigger, it's all I care about. Besides, I'm not up for conversation or romantic antics, so I'm not really the guy to take home. Girls don't really like that, and it works for keeping them at an arm's length.
Good luck today,
Baby groans, half asleep, her head under a pillow with her hands sprawled out on the bed. I fucked her good last night. I'm sure my sheets smell like rancid pussy. I'm going to have to get one of the club girls to clean my sheets today. I may be a vile bastard, but I like my sheets to smell fucking clean. Clean clothes, clean sheets, and clean pussy. It's about time I trade baby in. Grabbing my new leather cut from the back of the door, I slide it over my white shirt and inhale the majestic feeling draining into my veins. The cut feels better than I ever could have imagined. Even when I would sneak my father's on when I was a kid, it felt nothing like this. I feel powerful, a part of something bigger than anyone who doesn't wear this cut would know. I'm in a brotherhood. Loyalty and respect, my mission. Jerking my boots on, laced untied, I run my hand through my hair and glance at baby one more time. Just lying there, sleeping, probably till past noon. She doesn't work anymore, so she's always clinging to me.
Get up and do something, I growl.
Her head pops up, curls everywhere as she tries to glare at me. She flips me off, and I slam the door. Lazy bitch. Heading down the hallway, the original members gather around the bar and eat hash browns with eggs. Anahi, my grandpa's old lady, made breakfast again this morning. I'm sure it's spicy as fuck. She's Mexican, so everything she makes has a kick to it. Your asshole learns to take a beating when you eat her food. My dad's shadow shovels in spoonful after spoonful. He must have hit the gym before Mom got up to make breakfast at home today. Even for his age, he keeps in shape. A lot of people say I look just like him, besides the eyes. I got those from my mom. Dad glances at me before doing a double take. What the fuck is that? His eyes widen, and everyone turns from staring at the TV to look at me. You're not prospecting, son, Dad demands, standing so fast the stool he was sitting on falls to the ground. That tone, one he takes with Mom a lot, pisses me off. I am, I declare. I've put a lot of thought into this, and this is what I wanted. You're the fucking prodigy of this club. You know it better than anyone. You are not doing grunt work. Yeah, man, it's kinda weird. Bobby agrees with him with a mouthful of food. Just because I have the blood of the devil's dust in me, doesn't mean I should have more privilege than others. Exactly. If I'm going to be in this club, I'm going to earn my place just like every other bastard, I tell him. You can tell I'm starting to lose my temper. Dad shuts up, his face still red. The boy has a point, Shadow. Let him earn his keep. It's the devil's way. Grandpa Bull grunts from his place at the other end of the bar, not taking his eyes off his breakfast. It was him who gave me the patch. He agreed with my reasoning, but apparently he didn't tell my father about it. He probably knew my dad would lose his shit. Dad turns, slamming his hand on the front door of the club to leave. He's not happy I'm the club's bitch until I earn my keep, and that humiliates him. Sup, brother? Saint and Rad blast through the doors just as my dad storms out, goofy-ass grins on their faces. We went to school together. Well, when we actually attended, and none of us are conventional. I recommended them to the club for prospecting, and the brothers ate them up. The men are getting older, and the club needs the numbers. Saint looks my cut over, rubbing his chin with his index finger and thumb. Saint is mixed and tattooed up and down his arms, his hair short and brown irises so light you can't help but look him in the eyes. Don't let his caramel-colored skin and bitch eyes fool you, though. He's had a rough life. the color of his skin made thicker because of it. "Shit, you're a prospect? I thought all you white boys had your heads up your daddy's ass," Zane says, laughs, punching me in the arm. "Wait, isn't your dad white?" I point out. "Yeah, but my mother is black, and she made sure my head didn't stick up my dad's ass," Saint informs. Rad chuckles and lifts his chin at me arrogantly. "I just fucked your mom, and she let me in." Rad laughs at himself. He's the other dipshit I grew up with. His comment causes my shoulders to tense. He's trying to be funny, but it isn't funny. He's obviously been hitting the bong a little early. Fucking surfers. Rad basically lives on the beach. He talks surfer slang half the time, which pisses me off. He's got a temper, though, and is constantly in trouble with the law. He's the best person I know escaping from the cops. Us three together made perfect sense to the Devil's men, but they don't know what they're asking for. "All right, boys, the first job of the day." Bobby turns on the stool he's sitting on and rubs his hands together. Rad and Saint get excited. Dumb shits. You can tell they didn't grow up around the club. They are prospects just like me. Nothing we are about to do is going to be fun. "Wash all the bikes." He grins, and the rest of the brothers standing around the bar. Saint and Rad look at me confused, and I lift a brow. What did they expect? "You bitches can soap? I'll rinse," I state. "Oh, mommy fucker." Bull points to Rad. He must have heard his shot at fucking my mom. "I got a job for you. Old guy, can't handle my woman's cooking and the toilet overflowed upstairs." Rad gives me a look. "Who the fuck is old guy?" he asks with a look of disgust. Old guy is one of the brothers. He hangs out in the garage a lot. I fill in the gap for him. Old guy is getting old, and even more an asshole than he was when I was a kid. He tends to keep to himself. Anahi, in a tight little leather dress, suddenly appears from the kitchen, tossing Rad a plunger that has seen better days. I have to keep from laughing. "What the?" Rad looks over the nasty plunger, a wrinkle of disgust flashing across his face. "Better get to work." I shrug my left shoulder. An agonizing female groan from down the hall has me and Saint stop laughing and look in the direction of the noise. Piper stumbles out of a room, looking a fucking mess. Red hair sticking up everywhere, makeup running down her face, and her white dress barely covers her black lace underwear. She's been partying a little too hard lately, and gets a taxi to the club and passes out for the night. I'm surprised her dad, Lip, hasn't been in her face for acting so fast. Saint whistles, and Piper stills, leaning against the wall, her eyes landing on Saint. She stands up tall and brushes her hair from her face. I raise my hand to slap Saint in the head, but Lip beats me to it and backhands him in the head. "You better be fucking whistling at Zane." Lip raises a brow, his eyes narrowing in on Saint like a dead man. Lip is one of the patch holders and has a dark temper. I've seen him get pissed. "That's off limits, brother," I inform. Saint nods, his Adam's apple bobbing, but I get the sense he ain't gonna listen. Piper's like a sister to me. If he breaks club law and goes for her, I'll break his fucking neck. Piper isn't ready for a relationship, and if someone inside the club breaks her heart, I'll be digging a grave for them. Stepping outside to do the fucking grunt work, old guy brings out a bunch of old motorcycles that look like they went mudding. Old guy has a gray ponytail, wrinkles, and nothing but black on. "How many fucking bikes do we have to wash?" Saint complains. My phone rings from my pocket, and I answer it. "Hey, Addie left some graded papers on her counter at her place. Can you run and get them and bring them by the high school? I gotta roll out with Bull in a few," Bobby asks me. Rubbing my chin, I turn away from Saint. Addie, I haven't seen her in years. She went off to college, and I was ordered by Bobby and Bull to stay away if I wanted my leather cut. I did as I was told. Everyone thought it was cute that we all hung out as kids, But when we hit puberty, our parents did everything they could to keep us from dating each other. Piper and I became like brother and sister, but Addie and I got closer, until I fucked it up. Is that going to be a problem? Bobby asks, breaking me from thought. No, not at all. When did she get back? I can't help but ask. Every devil needs an angel to help him rule his kingdom, and I knew Addie was something angelic the day we both got shot. Even as a kid, I knew I wasn't right. I thought dark shit and felt things I shouldn't. I didn't know what to do with myself, until the day our family was shot up, and the sun only shined on Addie. I needed that sun to show me where to point my vengeance, and Addie was that light. A while ago? I can hear the hesitation in Bobby's voice. He doesn't want me around his daughter any more today than he did years ago. I bet he knows my dark secret. My father and him are best friends, so he has to know. She works at the high school now. I'd get them myself, but I can't. My arms tingle where I was shot, saving Addie, thinking about her. To see her again, it'll bring back so much emotion I tried to bury. No, I got it. Where does she live? Bobby gives me the address and informs me of a spare key under the garden gnome before hanging up. I'll be back, I tell Saint. He pops an eyebrow at me, and I grin. Don't miss a spot. I point at the area he's rinsing. They both groan and cuss at me as I find my motorcycle. Climbing on, I start it and rev it up, the vibration helping my running thoughts a little. Riding my bike in the sun sends a sense of relief through my bones, but not one I can fully respond to. Sure, the silence and time to think helps with the chaotic thoughts that get too loud, but I long for something more. The psychologic relief of pulling the trigger of my 9mm. It's the only thing strong enough to outdo my demons. Pulling up to the address Bobby gave me, a small duplex sits off amongst some palm trees. I spot the gnome almost instantly, by a pile of rocks outside the door on the right. Unlocking Addie's door, her apartment smells like her. Everything is so fresh and clean. White couch with modern decorations, but it has a small country feel to it. There is no sign of a man anywhere to be found, so I can't help but wonder if she's single. Not that it matters. We can't be together. Not that I want to be together. She was too good for me back then, and by the looks of it, she definitely is now. I find the papers on a marbled counter next to a black candle and get out of there. I need to get these to her and get the fuck back to the club where I belong. Maybe being a devil can place me somewhere in this world where I might belong and be accepted. Pulling up to the high school, the pipes on my Harley echo through the small area. I park in front of the entrance and turn my bike off. Jesus, this place looks just like I remember. That was before dropping out. My mom nearly killed me when she found out. Dad wasn't surprised. The old one-story building with stained windows sits low in a valley, filled with control-fueled assholes, I'm sure. I don't like being told what to do, especially from some old fuck wearing a cheap suit. A bunch of teen girls crowd together giggling and smiling flirtatiously next to a cracked concrete bench. Jailbait. Taking my helmet off, I run my hands through my sweaty hair before putting my bike on its stand. I throw my leg over the seat and straighten my back. Hi! One of the older girls wearing a cheerleader uniform blushes, her red hair matching the freckles on her chubby cheeks. Narrowing my brows at her, I think about saying something about how she shouldn't flirt with strange men. But the air suddenly thickens, and I close my mouth. Okay, girls, that'll be enough. Get back to class. A familiar silky voice has my head flicking to the left. Addie. My body always knows when she's around, before I was fully aware of it. Her blonde hair is down in ringlets just above her breasts, her long lashes sweeping across her lagoon blue eyes. My chest begins to pound, blood rushing in my own ears as I take her in. A cute, black, striped dress hiding most of her creamy legs, with a jean jacket barely covering her full chest. A waft of honey spirals around me, and I can't inhale it long enough. She's got this innocent finish to her, but looking into her sultry eyes, you can't help but wonder what they'd look like, gazing up at me while her full lips sucked my cock. Fuck. She is all grown up, and a ray of fucking sunshine. I've missed her. I see Bobby sent you. She crosses her arms, tension thick between us. When she left for Texas, we were starting to cross a line of friends to something else. She was offered a killer internship in Texas, and I felt I was getting in the way of that. I didn't want to be the reason she threw everything to the side. I got scared and found Baby working at the local Hooters. Took her back to the club and fucked around with her on the back of my motorcycle, making sure Addie saw. It killed me to do that to Addie. My chest felt like someone ripped my ribcage in half and seared my fucking heart. But I knew what was best for Addie. She left 2 years ago, and I haven't spoken to her since. Until now. Clearing my throat, I reach in my saddlebag and grab the papers Bobby wanted me to get, and I hand them to her. Her delicate fingers brush against mine, and I stare at her pink polish a little longer than I should. She's so damn petite and girly. It does something to me. Thanks. She gives the papers a firm tug, and I let go. So, you are a prospect now? She takes in my leather cut. Did you see me doing anything else? I squint against the sun. Not at all, actually. She smirks, looking me up and down, and I can't resist the desire running through me. It's as if she's so pure and forbidden, I can't help but want to break the rules and see what happens when heaven and hell tangle together. She's everything I'm not. A light that shines in my darkest corners, revealing my inner beast, and yet she still smiles like I'm her best friend. Why did I let her go? How was Texas? I changed the subject. Hot, she snaps. Her eyes shoot to mine, and I know I hit a nerve. Her body tenses, and those blue eyes turn unfriendly. Look, I know you're... I try and bridge the gap, explain my actions. Don't. She holds her hand up. I was stupid. Stupid is right. You shouldn't have come back, Addie. I shake my head, and her mouth parts with disbelief. I have regretted taking the higher road and letting her go before. Now that she's back, I'll never make the same mistake again. How does that saying go? Let her go, and if she comes back, you take her? You have some nerve. She blinks, looking anywhere but at me. I ain't letting you leave so easily this time. I step into her personal space, needing her to understand how much I missed her, and she presses her palm against my chest, pushing herself a step back. The feel of her dainty, soft hands against my body makes my teeth grit. You don't own me, Zane, she whispers, and I laugh. For smart, you sure are fucking dumb. I owned her the day I took a bullet in the arm for her. Our eyes dance, tension thicker than the hot air around us. Kids begin to stare at us, and teachers glare out their windows nosily. Is there a problem? A man wearing tan pants and a white shirt, whiter than his teeth, steps up behind Addie. The dragon tattoo on his arm is a little out of place, considering he looks like a giant tool. My fist balls into itself. Who the fuck is this chump? Who the fuck are you? I lift my chin at him. Zane, Addie scorns, her swollen lips parted in panic. This is the new principal, and yes. She glances at the prick with sharp eyes. Everything is fine. She reassures the man, staring daggers at me. I lift a brow, ready to fucking beat his skull into the concrete. He looks to Addie before giving a silent nod and heading back inside. Smart move, dumb fuck. Addie hits me with cautious eyes, and it dawns on me I acted out. What did she expect? I don't take others getting into my business lightly. I gotta get back. I anxiously run my hand through my hair. This has already gone wrong in every way possible. Yeah, okay, she mutters under her breath. those lashes fanning out over sad eyes. Taking in a sharp breath, I turn and put on my helmet, licking my bottom lip in thought. I remember how Addie and I would run around in sprinklers as kids, swing together and play. It wasn't complicated back then. We didn't overthink shit. Now that we're adults, it seems so long ago and mundane, a past that wasn't real. Because now all I can think about is how I'm going to take over this town with her by my side. As I said, she's the light in my darkness, and I need her to do what I do best. When will she see that?
Addie. The scar slashed into my arm begins to tingle seeing Zane. It hasn't done that in years. I thought I was ready to see him, told myself the connection we had was based on a limited selection, or that I'm too old for him. Then again, I never put my confidence to the test. I've purposely stayed away from him. I cannot believe my stepdad sent him to bring me these papers today. He knew I wasn't on talking terms with Zane. They didn't know we were romantically involved, just that we had a disagreement. Zane's grown so much since I last saw him. Strong shoulders, more sexy tattoos up his arms that definitely weren't there before. His dark, unruly hair has grown and now falls into deep green eyes that hypnotize you. His tight jawline making him appear unapproachable. But the way his heavy lips cork into that goofy grin, you can't help but swoon for him. I knew him before he wore the devil's leather cut, back when he dug worms out of the dirt and put them in my hair. But he's not the boy I remember. Time doesn't soothe a hurting heart. It hurts today as much as it did then. Before I left for Texas, I thought Zane and I were getting closure, finally starting to see eye to eye, and he did everything he could to push me away. Why would he lead me on, only to mess around with Baby of all people? I mean, I put off my career just to find out if there was something between us, and he broke my heart. Who was that? I turn where I stand and find the principal glaring at me with his arms crossed. His almond-shaped eyes squinting at me as if I broke a rule having someone bring me papers from home. He looks like he just stepped off a golf course and is young-looking for a principal. Sandy-colored hair hitting the tips of his ears with patchy stubble lining his round jaw. He looks like a frat boy rather than a serious principal ready to dish out rulings. I have only been here a short time and can't decide if I like him or not. He is a family friend. He didn't mean to cause a disruption. I lie in Zane's favor. Zane leaves chaos wherever he goes. Thad lifts a brow. He's in a gang. I don't want him around the school, Miss Addington. I frown, my chest heating from the thought he is labeling Zane before even getting to know him. Then again, the club does come with bad luck. My scar proof of that. Yes, sir, I agree. 3 cheerleaders walk by, coming back from lunch, and Mr. Thad inhales a large breath, staring at them while they walk by. The way his eyes zero in on them, and he bites his lip as if he's trying to contain some uncontrollable urge, concerns me. It's not the first time I've seen him go weak in the knees around the older students. I clear the bad taste taking over my mouth, and he shakes his head to give me a glance. That'll be all. He grins and turns to catch up with the young ladies. Creep. The rest of the day went by as if the clock was standing still. I couldn't focus and kept getting hot sweats. It was Zane. Seeing him today has dug up so many unanswered emotions I have been trying to bury for so long. The question is, how long do old ties stay buried before you can't ignore them anymore? Addie. Beep, beep, beep. My head snaps up, 2 of my feathered pillows over my head. Rolling over, my body is tangled in the bed sheets, and I squint at the alarm blaring from the bedside table. 9 in the morning? It's Saturday. Why is my alarm? Then I remember. Mom wanted to have brunch today. Turning the alarm off, I groan and sit up. It was a restless night of sleep. I hadn't had a nightmare about the drive-by shooting in years until last night. Slipping my legs over the side of the bed, I zombie walk to my closet. Snatching some clothes from the hangers, I start slipping them on, yawning. My stomach growls, and I can't wait for food. Something soft rubs against my foot, and I jump back with a startle. Jersey! I huff with panic. Jersey is a lionhead bunny I bought in Texas. I was at a shopping center one day and saw a pet store and decided to go take a look. I ended up buying him and a cage and every other thing a bunny might need. When I got home and actually read up on bunny care, I couldn't put him in a cage. My house trained him, and he runs around as if he were a cat or dog. I love him. Heading to the bathroom, I grab a hair ribbon and tie my hair up in an updo and brush my teeth. My reflection, staring right back at me this morning, is judging me for staying up all night thinking of Zane. After getting ready, I slip on some flip-flops and head outside to my car. Jesus, it's already hot as hell outside, but there is no sun in sight. It's blocked from the haze in the sky from all the fires happening. We are in desperate need of some heavy rain in our area. Mom said if the fires keep as they are, we might have to evacuate. Again, I remember when I was a kid and the club was in danger of a fire. My mom kept insisting that we pack up and leave, but Bull wouldn't have it. All the guys were out in boots, shorts, and their leather cuts spraying the surrounding area. I smile, thinking about bystanders taking pictures of the guys, wanting to turn it into some calendar. Getting in my Jeep, it's covered in ash, so I have to turn the windshield wipers on. Man, I hope they get control of this fire before it gets any closer to my place. It took me weeks to find the right place. Once I make it to the restaurant, Bobby and Mom are sitting on the outdoor patio talking. They are such an odd-looking couple. Bobby with his wavy, crazy hair, leather cut, and tattoos. Then my mother, who looks like she could teach Sunday school. Getting out, I notice there's a lot less ash floating in the sky in this area. Still no sun, but you can see its vibrancy peeking just behind the heavy gray. Mom notices me walking across the parking lot and waves me over. Putting on a smile, I weave through a couple of tables until I am finally at her side. "Hey, baby." Mom smiles. "Hey." I give her a hug and then lean in to hug Bobby. Not being able to help myself, I yawn. He kisses my cheek, the smell of his cologne reminding me of growing up. It's an ocean spicy smell. "Too early for you?" Bobby chuckles. I give him a knowing look and grab a croissant from the basket on the table, the flaky goodness sticking to my fingers. "Anything new?" I ask around a mouthful of carbs. "We find out next week if we are pregnant." Mom smiles. I hold my fingers up crossed for good luck. Mom and Bobby have been trying for a while, and I know they're about to give up if it doesn't happen soon. I'm an only child, as my father died when I was just a toddler, so my mom was busy being two parents. She's a doctor and is always working and helps the club out a lot too. Everyone I know calls her Doc, but her real name is Jessica. My phone rings on the table next to me. Piper's name and picture pop up, along with a notification I've missed 3 calls from her. Clicking it off, Bobby and Mom give me an off look. "You still haven't talked to them?" Hesitation pulls at my face. It's complicated. I've been busy settling in. I'll get with them later today," I state, and probably lie. "Zane delivering your papers yesterday wasn't a problem, was it? Bobby asks before taking a sip from his glass of water. Mom's eyes widen in his direction. Bobby, you didn't. I had shit to do. Bull wanted me to go check out some potential clients, so I had a prospect do it. Guys, I stop their fight before it escalates. It was fine. We're friends. I was happy to see him. Everything is good. I'm just trying to get settled into everything, I defend. They both stare at me, silence hanging over us like a dark cloud. They aren't buying it. They know something happened between me and Zane. They don't know what exactly, but they know Zane and I aren't on talking terms. You should go out with the girls tonight. Let loose. Mom giggles, and Bobby gives her the dad look that makes me laugh. I'm pretty sure I could be 40 and he would still be yelling about me being out too late and my dress is too short. Yeah, I think I will just stay in and watch some Netflix. I scrunch my nose at her suggestion. Great idea, Bobby encourages. An egg sandwich is brought to me just in time. It smells delicious. Just as I pick up my fork to stab at a juicy piece of fruit, people screaming from up the street catch my attention. What in the hell? Mom must hear it too. A black car ramps over a hill, barreling down the street like a madman. It hits a man on a bicycle, and people continue to scream and run. Oh my God! Mom holds her hand above her head to block the sun and looks in the direction of the chaos. Bobby stands. Get up, he orders to nobody in particular. Mom and I don't move. Is he serious? Does he recognize the car? Bobby looks at me with a hard look. Get the fuck up. Not giving me time to stand, he grips my arm and my mother's and starts running through the tables on the patio. The car races into the parking lot, nearly wiping out my Jeep, and blasts through the patio gate, sending people and tables flying, before coming to a standstill of bricks halfway inside the building. Bobby, Mom, and I barely making it out of the way. Hair in my face, out of breath, and scared to move, I stare at the car in shock. Bobby's angry, his broad shoulders and chest puffing. He lets go of me and my mother and stomps over to the car. Are you okay? My mother asks. I nod as I watch Bobby. Opening the door, a man slumps out, his face covered in blood. He's bald, with tattoos on his face and caramel-colored skin. That's all I can make out from all the cuts all over him from the broken windshield. Bobby grips him by the shirt and jerks him from the car, a leather cut claiming the man's torso. One that I remember well causes me to shake. The wolf blowing smoke, its eyes reminding me of one of those old dolls. You can move left or right, but it's always staring at you. It's the same patch as the men that attacked us the day of the drive-by. You motherfucker! Bobby growls, and the man laughs before spitting blood at Bobby. Tell your club we're coming for the boy. He cackles before starting to shake involuntarily. His eyes roll into his head, and he falls limply to the ground. Move! Mom screams, rushing to the man's side. Bobby stands there in disbelief as my mom tries to help the man. It's in her nature. She can't help it. Don't save him. Bobby tries to push Mom aside, but it's not in her blood not to save someone, regardless if they deserve it or not. He's having a seizure, Mom defends, laying the man straight on the ground. Chaos erupts all around us, police and ambulances lining the street, but the look Bobby gives me sends a cold whisper up my back. War has just begun for the club. Bobby drops me off at my apartment after fighting with me that I should be at the club after the attack. I refuse. I don't want to be around the club. I just want to be normal. So, for the rest of the weekend, I stay inside my apartment, grading papers and watching sappy romances all weekend. I never called the girls back, as I just don't know what to say. With them comes Zane, and I don't think I'm ready for that. I didn't sleep at all those couple days off because of nightmares. And, I hate to say it, but I butt-dialed Zane and hung up on him at least 3 times. Chapter 2. Monday. Addie. Sitting at my desk, I mark papers. I teach biology and love it. It's not what my mother wanted me to pursue, but being in the medical field just wasn't for me. My mother was always gone when I was growing up, taking care of other kids' colds and cuts. I just don't want that for myself, or when I might have my own children. A headache starts to set in from the smell of the permanent marker. Sighing, I set the pen down and sit back in my desk chair. The room is empty and the windows dark. What time is it? Pulling out my phone, I notice it's already 8 at night. I've been working later and later now that a work colleague, who was the adjoining science teacher, just up and left without notice last week. I got stuck grading her paperwork, so now I'm behind. "Hey, bitch, who was the hot guy that showed up the other day?" Miss Louve asks, leaning in the doorway of my classroom. She's so quiet I never hear her come in. She's a math teacher, and the only other teacher I talk to a lot, but only at work. My work wife, as she calls it. Glancing her way, I look her over while trying to think of something to say about Zane. Her dirty brown hair is down and wavy, and she's wearing black leggings with a red top today. She doesn't normally dress up like a teacher. She's harder around the edges. The thick eyeliner around her eyes might be the reason she looks so unapproachable. "He's just a guy I grew up with," I reply, in a manner suggesting I don't care much about Zane. "Is he in a gang or something?" She scrunches her nose in a cute, curious way, crossing her arms. My eyes widen. I'm not allowed to talk about the club in any way. That's a rule I learned quick growing up within the MC. "Or something." I give a tight smile and pick up my pen. Hopefully she sees I'm busy and ends this conversation. "Huh." She taps her nails on the metal frame before shutting the door behind her. Shaking my head, I exhale. That woman is always on the prowl, it seems. Next, she'll be asking me for Zane's number. How awkward will that be? Wrapping up my paperwork, I stuff them inside of my bag and grab my empty coffee cup. Stepping into the hall, it's quiet as a graveyard. Lights flicker down the long corridor of black lockers with nobody in sight. I hate staying this late. It scares me. Locking my class door, I quickly head to the front doors of the school. My heels clicking against the tile and echoing through school. Finally outside, I make sure the door is latched, the wind blowing my hair all around my face as I try and tug the door shut. Lightning strikes in the sky, threatening a storm. God knows we could use some rain. Flipping my hair over my shoulder, I head toward my dusty Jeep. I throw my stuff in the passenger seat and attempt to start it. It doesn't turn over. My brows pinch together and I try again. Nothing. I slap the steering wheel. Really? Why is everything going wrong today? I bet if I was a doctor, I would have a car that works, though. I roll my eyes at my internal thoughts. I'm my worst enemy sometimes. Snatching my purse, I grasp my phone and call Bobby. "Hey, everything okay?" Bobby answers, the sound of music loud in the background, telling me he's at the club. My Jeep won't start. I sigh heavily. "You at the school?" "Yeah." I rub my forehead, frustrated. "On my way. Stay in the Jeep." He uses his dad voice on me, and I can't help but tilt my head to the side and laugh. It's a school parking lot. What can happen? I ask myself more than him. It was just days ago a car ran into a patio trying to kill us. I lock my doors with that thought. Just trust me and do what I say. He hangs up, leaving my mind reeling. If anyone knows the dark better, it's probably him. He is an outlawed biker. I toss my phone in the seat next to me. It's so quiet I can hear my heartbeat, and my breathing is not as quiet as I thought. A shadow slices across the Jeep window, and I hold my breath. I'm scared to look in that direction, but to sit here and pretend nothing was there is dangerous. My eyes slowly move to the ominous black that flashed along my window seconds ago. There is nothing there but a coldness so void of life, goosebumps race along the back of my neck. A hand suddenly slaps against my door and I scream, nearly jumping into the passenger seat to get away. "You need a ride?" Thad, the principal, stands next to my window without a care in the world that he just about made me piss myself. Hand on my chest, I take a breath, trying to calm my racing heart. "Jesus, Thad!" I scream angrily. He stands there, hands now in his pockets as he looks around my Jeep nosily. "No, I have someone coming," I yell through the glass window. I don't open the door or roll it down. The hairs on my neck telling me to be cautious. Thad stands there, looking at me a second longer than necessary, his sandy hair blowing with the wind and lightning flashing in his eyes. My hand now around my collarbone, I swallow down the dry lump forming in the back of my throat, the awkwardness growing by the second. "My boyfriend is on the way," I lie, feeling uncomfortable by his intrusive stare. His eyes flick to mine, and he gives a knowing smile. He knows I'm full of shit. I've never mentioned a boyfriend before. "Okay, see you tomorrow." He turns, casually walking away, while whistling and twirling keys in his left hand. Grabbing the steering wheel, I lower my head and expel the breath I was holding. Jesus, he's creepy. Lifting my head, I notice I'm the only vehicle in the parking lot. I don't see Thad's vehicle anywhere in the parking lot, though, which is odd. Minutes tick by, and my eyes are glued to where Thad went inside the school, making sure he doesn't sneak up on me again. The night playing tricks on me and making me hear and see things that aren't there. The light roar of a motor can be heard, and I turn in my seat. I sink with relief, Bobby's truck headlights speeding down the school road. Unlocking the door, I slide out on shaky legs. Bobby jumps out of the driver's side, his leather boots stomping into the loose gravel, his eyes sweeping across the parking lot as if he's looking for someone. His blue eyes hit mine, and it's as if a mask of something lighter sets into place, his shaggy blonde hair blowing against his face. I'm so relieved to see him. The passenger door of the truck clicks open, and a man with caramel-colored skin and just enough hair to begin a small curl gets out of the truck. He looks familiar. "Let's see what we got, Bobby mutters. He kisses my cheek and leans into my car, the sound of the motor trying to turn as he attempts to start it. Nothing. "It's done this before, but I can usually get it to start," I inform him. He bites his lip, looking at the gauges. "Did you leave a light or radio on by mistake?" "No. Not that I can think of, anyway." Okay. Saint, try and jump it," he yells to the truck parked in front of me. Saint leans into the back of the truck, rustling some wires before pulling jumper cables free. Saint, that's why I know him. I've seen him hang around Zane growing up, but never really talked to him. Unlatching my hood, he hooks it up to Bobby's truck, and we stand there waiting for it to transfer enough juice to my battery. "Everything okay while you waited?" Bobby makes small talk. Lips tight, I nod, not wanting to tell him how the principal gives me the creeps, how everything has me jumping lately. He'll make me stay at the club. Bobby rubs his hands together and leans inside my Jeep to turn the key. It sputters and kicks before finally starting. "You did it," I smile. But Bobby isn't smiling. "Let's take it to the club, test the battery." He looks at the Jeep with a curious eye. I really just want to go home, but the Jeep has been acting up. "Yeah, sure." I reluctantly give in. Next time the Jeep does this, I may not be able to get a hold of someone. "Saint, Bobby calls. Saint walks around the front of the Jeep and lifts his chin at Bobby. He's shorter than Zane, but his arms and chest are pretty built. He's a prospect, too, from the looks of his patch. Drive her Jeep back to the club. Saint nods and gets in. He doesn't even ask any questions. It's hard to believe that Zane would do the same, being a prospect, too. Come on. Bobby presses his hand on my back, leading me back to his truck. Upon climbing in the cab, it smells of leather, and not from the seats. It's from the leather vests they wear. I've come to love that smell. I can sniff it out anywhere. How is the school? Bobby asks, pulling out of the parking lot. Good. Feels like I never left, I respond, looking out the window. Bobby goes on about how he can't believe I'm a teacher, and on how my mom has to be pregnant. But all I can think about is will Zane be at the club when we get there? Ever since I saw him days ago, I can't get him off my mind. I'm curious what he's doing, how he's doing it, and who he is with. Will it be like old times with all of us brats outside gossiping and drinking? Still determined that there is nothing between us, and we are casual friends, even though we all look at each other with a closer eye. You okay? Bobby's voice cuts through my thoughts, and my head snaps in his direction. Yeah, fine, I answer, a little too quickly, earning me an awkward eye. Just a long day. I wave it off to be no big deal. Not wanting to talk about it, I lean forward and turn the radio on. Drops of Jupiter by Train plays. My eyes widen and my heart picks up its pace, my nostrils flaring as the lyrics morph into something more personal. Zane sang this to me the day before everything went to shit. Watching Piper skinny dip in the ocean, a huge wave swipes up and causes her to faceplant right into the sand. I laugh, losing my breath, and I catch a glimpse of Zane looking at me across the fire burning brightly between us. We keep locking eyes like this, and it makes my heart stop every time. His green eyes hooded and determined lately. I don't know what it means, if anything. Piper spits and wipes at her face, using the ocean to clean herself off. Delilah laughs and tosses more muddy sand at her. Zane casually scoots up next to me and uses a stick to poke the fire. My teeth slide over my bottom lip, and I nervously turn the radio up, sitting next to us. Drops of Jupiter by Train sings to us. Zane begins to sing the lyrics, and I can't help but stare at him. He's so quiet and angry all the time. To hear him actually sing is like watching the king of the jungle purr. He flicks his eyes at me and leans over, the smell of his sweat and cologne making me smile bigger. He's so close and in my space, my entire body feels warm. I absolutely love it when you smile, he rasps into my ear, the warmth of his breath sticking to my skin. The deepness of his voice roots itself in my soul, and I want nothing more than him to keep singing to me. The way he makes me feel as if nothing can break through the barrier of trust we have, it's unlike anything I've ever felt. Bobby turns into the club drive, and I snap out of my memory. The song on the radio over. There are bikes everywhere, and a couple of trash cans on fire. There's a party? The pitch in my voice can't be suppressed. Shouldn't everyone be on lockdown with the threat from the lost wolves? Not really. Just celebrating how much we auctioned the bike we built for autism. We brought in $20,000. Bobby is proud. I want to smile. I want to be happy for them, but I can't. I haven't been to a club party since the drive-by. Shouldn't you guys be on the lookout or something? Great. Now I sound like my mother. Bobby scratches his chin, a perplexed look fixing his face. About that. We haven't said anything to the club about it. Don't you say shit to anyone either, not until we know this isn't some bullshit. Swallowing hard, I fight the unease creeping up my throat. I don't like keeping important things from people. I'm terrible at it. Come on, let's look at your Jeep and you can get going. He puts the truck in park and shuts down the engine. Getting out of the truck, my eyes sweep around the sea of bodies that are swarming in and out of the club. Women are wearing leather chaps and short shorts, some with leather vests and leather boots. I almost forgot how confident female hang-arounds can be. I pull my jean jacket a little more snug. I look like a virgin at a frat party with my work clothes on. Not that I dress much different not going to school. Saint pulls into the driveway, my headlights bouncing all over everyone's face as he pulls my Jeep into one of the garage bays. I stand close by, leaning against the metal frame of the shop, and watch. Music pounds from the club, smoke rolling out from the opened door as if the gates of hell are on fire. It sounds like a good time. I just get too anxious when I'm surrounded by so many people. I feel like I can't breathe, and I'm constantly nervous that something is going to happen and we won't hear it, like bullets hitting the club. I know Zane is in there, though. I can feel it. My brows suddenly pinch together. Angry, I keep thinking of him. We're just friends. We can't be anything more. He made that clear. Why can't I move on? A big, drunk, burly man stumbles my way, trying to wave at someone behind me. Looking over my shoulder to see who he's yelling at, he suddenly knocks into me, and cold beer runs down my dress. I gasp, and the man freezes in a stupor as he stares at the liquid dripping off me. Bobby hits his head on the hood of my Jeep, trying to lift his head and see what the fuss is about. What happened? What's wrong? Saint is by my side in seconds, but it doesn't take him long to figure out what happened, with my back hunched over and my dropped jaw, my chest drenched. Suds tickle my breast, and my fingers drip with drops of smelly beer. You fucking idiot! Bobby grabs the guy by the shirt, his teeth gritting with anger. Get the fuck out of here! Bobby shoves the guy and kicks him in the ass to get a move on. He turns back to me, resting his hands on my shoulders. Shit, you okay? He asks. Yeah, just surprised me is all. I fling my fingers free of droplets. Go inside and clean up. Your battery is shit, and I'm swapping it out. I'll be done by the time you get out. He juts his head to the clubhouse, and I glance in its direction like it's a haunted house. I really don't want to go in there. But I don't want my Jeep soaked with cheap beer either. Plus, what if I get pulled over? Come on, I'll take you. Saint's charismatic voice wraps around me, his soothing brown eyes telling me he will protect me. Thank you. I mask a smile and follow him through the rowdy crowd. Everyone nearly throws themselves out of the way as he walks forward. It's the leather cut, the patch of a skull being crushed, labeling him as one of the devils. It's crazy how much respect it has. Once inside the club, the music is so loud I can feel the bass pumping in my chest. Girls are making out on the bar for attention. People are doing drugs without a care of what tomorrow brings. And it's all so hard to look away from. It's like a whole other world in here. It always has been. People bump into me, and girls scream as a naked man playfully chases them with a whip. Instantly, the hairs on the back of my neck stand, and my feet stop moving as an energy latches onto me like a heavy weight. Saint disappears into the crowd without me, and I turn on my heel to inspect what has me off. My eyes shoot through the crowd as if I'm drawn to something uncontrollably, and land on Zane sitting on a couch. He's leaning forward with his arms hanging over his knees and his eyes hooked right onto me. A joint dangles from his mouth, and girls sit on the back of the couch behind him as if he's a Greek god. He owns the room without even trying, his presence drawing in every female within miles. Even I want to sit at the foot of his throne and stare into mystical eyes that tell the tales of the underworld. The way he makes me feel so small in such a big crowd makes me feel small in comparison. This is what I'm talking about. This tense connection with just a silent stare is what makes me feel something for Zane. We've never discussed it, though. Does he still feel this? Shit, there you are. Saint hollers in my ear, making me jolt with surprise. Zane takes the joint from his mouth, smoke bellowing from his nose, a tense energy washing across his thick tattooed frame. I glance at Saint and realize Zane must be jealous of him being so close to me. Wanting to test that theory, I smile and rest my hand on Saint's shoulder. He's hard to the touch, but does nothing for me from the simple contact. Oh, hey, yeah, the crowd just kind of took me over. I bat my lashes at him and put on the kind of smile that Piper would charm a guy with. Pouty lips, just barely parted, and slight nibble to the bottom lip. He laughs, his tongue licking his bottom lip like he might be interested. You good? His eyes lower to mine. Yeah, can you show me the bathroom? I know where it is, but why not make Zane think Saint is taking me there? Saint's eyes light up, and he nods. Turning around, he grabs my hand and leads me down the hall to the bathroom. His fingers are soft, but his palms rough. Just as my free hand hits the knob, a boot darts in front of the door, blocking me from entering. Your pops done warned everyone to stay away from you, so don't be trying to play mind games with me. This club is the only thing I got going for me. My eyes widen, surprised that Saint is pointing out my bullshit and standing up for himself. He has balls. Smirking, I open the door and shut it. I hate leading him on, but I'm sure he's done his fair share of tormenting girls. Besides, I doubt Zane will do anything. He's a mute when it comes to his emotions. Looking in the mirror, the whole front of my dress is stained a yellowish color. Gross. Grasping paper towels by the handful, I try and soak up the suds. My tits are sticky, and the smell is overwhelming. I like beer, don't get me wrong, just not wearing it. Swiping a towel in between my breasts, I huff and toss it on the counter. It's hopeless. I need to go home and shower. Needing to pee, I shimmy down my panties and use the restroom. Resting my chin on my hand, I look at the greasy tiles on the floor as I go. I wonder if the old ladies have to mop in here, or if the prospects do. I bet it's the prospects. The bathroom door is suddenly slammed open and a bunch of drunk girls barrel in. Someone's in here! I stand quickly and pull up my panties, forgetting to wipe. A short woman with brown ringlets down her back stares daggers into me. Her makeup dark, matching not only her soul, but her leather blouse, tied so tight her breasts are spilling out. That's when it hits me. It's fucking Baby. Time has not been kind to her. You can tell she has partied way too much, the life of the club not agreeing with her. Why are you here? Her sharp brows narrow in on me. Wrinkles form across my forehead at the disbelief this woman has. As far as I know, I'm part of the club. What about you? I rebuttal. One of the girls behind her gasps, and Baby's nostrils flare. She's not the club's, not even close. She may be with Zane, but he'll never make her an old lady. That I know. Get your ass out of this bathroom and out of this club, she threatens. Lifting my chin, I step up to her. Or what, Baby? I don't back down. I might not be a badass like her, or wear leather to the point I look like I'm ready for a BDSM orgy, but I won't let her run me out of here. Not again. Not this time. Are you really wanting to go there? One of the girls, who have no idea what this is even about, asks from behind Baby. I can't take them all on. In fact, I doubt I can take on even one. I need to get out of this club. Move, I warn Baby, but she doesn't budge. Done with the crap, I push my way through the girls, and I'm suddenly thrown into a hustle, a fist to my cheek thrusting me into the bathroom door. My face warms, pulses, and I suddenly see red. I've never been hit before. Anger rips up my spine, and I suddenly want to give Baby everything I have. Hand curled into a fist, I throw it at Baby, not caring if she was the one to hit me or not. My elbow hits one of the girls in the nose as I strike Baby right in the mouth. My fist skidding across her teeth like a rock skipping across water. Shit hits the fan. My hair is pulled, my dress ripped. I claw and slap and punch at anyone in my reach. Glitter coats my arms, and my bra strap is ripped off me. Hey, hey! Saint jumps in the middle, trying to split the fight up. I'm violently shoved out of the bathroom and into the hall wall, my chest rising and falling with adrenaline. The girls start shouting at me to get out of the club, that I don't belong. I want to jump back in there and finish this, but my tits are falling out of my ripped bra. Go, Saint hollers at me, trying to keep the mess of girls in the bathroom. Forcing myself to walk away, Zane stands at the end of the hallway. His shoulder leaning into the wall, he casually rubs his chin with one hand. The smoky lights above casting just enough light upon him to give him an eerie vibe. Glancing my way, he does a double take and pushes off the wall. Addie, what happened to your face? His voice angers me. He angers me. Why am I hanging on for him? Why do I care? Why does he care? I shove him as hard as I can, and he gives me a hard stare. Why her? I slap him, and his eyes widen. Are we friends? Are we just friends, huh? I keep laying my hands into him, shoving him into the crowd. Everyone stops and stares at us, and my eyes begin to water. Teeth baring and cheek hurting so bad, I push past him and hurry outside. Bobby is just climbing out of the driver's side of my Jeep, and I slide up behind him, kiss him on the cheek, and get inside. Thanks, Dad. It doesn't go unnoticed I call him Dad. I do that time to time, depending on my mood. Addie? Bobby's voice wavers, but I put the Jeep into drive and get out of there. My tires screeching as Zane appears in my rearview mirror. I'm so angry. Why does it have to be this hard? Why does Zane have to be so damn complicated? And why Baby? What is so special about her? A tear slides down my cheek, and I feel humiliated. This is crazy. I told myself I wouldn't get to this point again, and here I am. Rolling my windows down to get a breeze, I exhale a breath. I flick the radio on, trying to drown out the voices in my head. Ghost by Badflower is on, and I tap my fingers on the gear shift. Home. When I get home, things will be better. I will pamper myself and be away from the world I can't fathom.
Zane. Standing in the driveway, I stare at the red taillights of Addie's Jeep as she drives away. Her face was cut as if someone hit her. Only one person would be dumb enough to do that. Baby. What the fuck was that about? Bobby hisses, stomping up behind me. Rage whispers in my ear, and my fingers strain as the urge to hurt someone or something. It's unbearable. You going to answer me? Bobby presses. I'll take care of it, I bite out through clenched teeth. Turning where I stand, I march back into the club. Everyone is dancing, drinking, and practically fucking, oblivious that one of our own was just assaulted. Everyone out! I yell above the music. Saint and Rad look at me in surprise from the couch. It's the first time I've ever raised my voice. I wasn't even sure I had that kind of volume in me. You heard him! Get the fuck out! Rad waves his hands toward the door, shoving a chick off his lap. Party's over! Saint has my back. The music cuts and everyone starts riveting out the double doors. Amongst the crowd, I spot Bull sitting at the bar, smoking a cigarette casually. The older he gets, the less he cares about parties. His head lowered, he blows smoke across the countertop, eyeing me.
I don't think much of bitch fights in my club, especially when one of them is the daughter of a member.
I know, I mutter.
Fix it, he demands.
One of his biggest rules being no bitches at the club, for this reason alone. He must have seen everything go down, which looks bad on me. But at least someone agrees that what just happened shouldn't have happened. Addie is ours. Anger bubbles in my chest like a bad infection. The thought that Addie was hurt in my own club, making me hostile and uncontrollable. I need to leave and get my head on straight before I even attempt to piece this shit together. I'm liable to fucking kill someone in here if I don't get some fresh air. I need relief, something to take my anger out on. Take care of cleaning this place out. I'll be back, I tell Saint. He nods, shoving hangarounds out the door. Climbing on my bike, I text the anonymous number that is my morphine. The only number saved into my phone. The one line into the underworld that very little people know about. Hit me. Z. 3 dots pop up almost instantly. House is replied back. My mission will be waiting for me at my storage unit, also known as the house, to throw off anyone who might be tracking my phone. Where are you going? Delilah cuts through my anger like a hot knife into cool butter. Tucking my phone into my pocket, I glare at her. Move, I growl. The beast inside of me rattling its cage to come out. I don't want to hurt her. I don't think I ever would. But this dark thing inside of me is unpredictable. I cannot tame it. I can barely control it. No. Tell me where you go when you get like this. Ever since we were kids and you got upset, you would run off for hours, Zane. Why? Where do you go? I rev my motorcycle up, my eyes stabbing into hers to get the fuck out of the way. I can't tell her. My father promised me not to tell anyone. Fed up with me, she scoffs, throwing her hands up at me before stomping off. Surely cussing at me. I know she cares, but it's too late for me. It's not her. It's not my family. It's something I was born with, and it grew into something much bigger than I ever expected. Racing through the night on my motorcycle, I dart in between cars and trucks, the reaper of the night laughing beside me as I drive erratically, as if I have a death wish. Maybe I do. It would make a hell of a lot more sense of why I am the way I am. The traffic light, just ahead, turns yellow, and I give my bike all it has. Twisting the throttle back, I play with fate and race through the now red light. Cars slam on their brakes, and horns blow as I barely miss getting hit. A grin pulls out the corner of my lips as my heart pumps harder than it has in a while. Jesus, I'm really fucked up. Pulling into the storage unit's parking lot just outside of the city, I ride up to unit number 666. I didn't pick it. It was given to me. It was as if fate dealt me the tarot cards for mass murdering. I press my right thumbprint into the lock, and it beeps before unlocking and revealing a gold skeleton key. Fisting it, I unlock the DEFCON lock that holds my deepest secret. One that would put me on death row if ever discovered. The secret my father taught me to perfect. Pulling the metal door just enough for me to fit under, I shut it and turn to fish the string to the light in the dark. A lonely light bulb sweeps back and forth, displaying weapons of all grades sitting on dusty shelves and knives that have killed unsolved murders. Cobwebs maze around the area, the light not quite reaching the darkest corners of the unit. Taking a step forward, my boot kicks something. A yellow envelope. My mission. Sighing, I bend down and pick it up. Upon opening it, I find my target. Subject: Tegan Fisher. Age: 47. Location: works at Hampton Bar until midnight. Reason for hire: rapist who escaped the justice system. My eyes flicked to the left, finding an image of Mr. Fisher. Egg-shaped head, with dark hair greased back, bird nose, and dimpled chin. His almond-shaped eyes stare into me, telling me it's his time. My hands begin to shake, thinking about the adrenaline rush about to poison my veins. But when my eyelids blink, I still see Addie's bruised face, my anger getting hotter by the second. I need this kill. It's the only way I can think like a normal person. Shutting the file, I try and shut Addie out of my head and pick my poison to end this motherfucker. When blood sprays into the night, offering the Reaper a sacrifice, I'll be gifted with the answer of what I'm meant to do with mine and Addie's relationship. The devil will give me the answer. He always does. I stall. Wait, did I say relationship? No, it's not that. Whatever we are, it's not that. But it's a friendship I don't want to fuck up, because my dick decided I never met a girl like Addie. And I realized I never will. Pulling up to the location given to me, the Hampton Bar, I turn my motorcycle engine off. Straddling my bike, I pull on my favorite pair of black gloves and look the place over. It's some kind of nightclub. I've never been to this place before. Then again, I'm not much of a social person. The idea of me dancing at a club is comical. Palm trees decorate each side of the entry, the pink double doors propped open so you can see inside. Strobes of purple and blue lights dance and weave across the floor, and I swear to God, I'm about to have a stroke from it. Pulling my bike on its kickstand, I head toward the building. My heart slowly begins to pick up its pace. Girls, tripping over their heels, walk out of the building and into the parking lot, staring at me as I walk past them. I ignore them. They're so drunk, they won't remember seeing me. The vessel in my neck pounds with anticipation, and my teeth bear down to nearly cracking. The hunt is part of the fun. You can tell a lot about a person just by where they hang out. Let's see who Mr. Fisher is. Stepping inside the club, the air is thick and smoggy, but I spot my victim almost immediately. He's dancing in the middle of the dance floor, standing at least a foot taller than everyone else. At least, I think that's dancing. Hell, I wouldn't even call this shit playing through the speaker's music. He's wearing a white button-up that is unbuttoned halfway down his hairy chest, and tight black-looking pants with ridiculous-looking shoes. Cracking my neck, I wonder if I should just step up behind him and do this, or wait for him to get away from the crowd. I won't be dancing if I go out on the dance floor, and that will cause me to stand out. Dad's first rule of killing: always blend in. I sigh, becoming impatient. Like a drug addict staring at their next fix, I have to wait for the right moment. You only get one shot. The song changes from techno to another song that is just as noisy. It's starting to give me a fucking headache. Mr. Fisher slips through the crowd, making his way toward the back of the club, and I walk the wall, keeping an eye on him. He passes the bar and heads down a dark hallway. He's using the restroom. Perfect. Pulling my hoodie up, I weave my way back down the hallway. The darkness smelling of mold and cheap beer. My boots stick to the grimy floor, as if passing people have spilled their drinks and nobody bothered to clean it up. Pushing the ad-covered door open, there are 3 stalls without doors, and 1 cracked sink. Mr. Fisher stands at one of the 3 piss-stained urinals, making beat noises with his mouth. Should I let him see me? Should I do it before he knows it's coming? My ears rush from the amount of blood pushing through my veins. I'm practically fucking giddy at the thought of killing him. I step up behind him, my front nearly flush with his back. His eyes meet mine in the smudged mirror above the urinal. His eyes widen with alarm, and my heart relaxes seeing his face. The look of horror, the last fleeting breath before I take his eternal soul. His chest pounds, and yet I find solace in what's about to happen. Pulling the gun from my waistband, I hold it to his head, and piss dribbles down his leg. I want to hang on to the look gleaming in his eyes, one of fear, and giving me power. But I have to be quick. Pulling the trigger, the gun gives one soft tug against my palm, spitting a bullet into the back of his skull. The silencer taking most of the sound. His head bounces off the mirror, cracking it, and he falls into his own piss. I breathe in the metallic smell, and his head lolls back. The flea of anger and pent-up confusion running as free as the blood from his head. I can finally think clearly now. It's like all the pressure and tension just vanished as soon as I pulled the trigger. It becomes clear to me that baby needs to go. Looking at the sack of shit on the floor, I don't feel bad. If anything, I did this town a service. He would have raped again, or worse. This is the world my dad taught me, the one that kept me from becoming a complete psychopath. I'm a hired hitman, and only my father knows about it. He promised Mom he would never do it again, but when he saw me starting to become like him, he started to pick up jobs every once in a while and showed me how to take over. It was those trips I longed for, a father-son bonding over taking another human's life. I only accept cases such as these, and this way I control my urge to hurt innocent people. I'm not proud of what I am. A monster that creeps in the shadows, causing every woman to look over her shoulder. The ticking time bomb sitting in the corner drinking coffee that might explode any minute and take out a diner. This is why I live for the biker lifestyle. Nobody else would accept me. Not if they knew who I really was. But the club would because, in a fucked up way, none of my brothers are that different than me. I'm just not ready to tell anyone, though. Straddling my bike, I pluck the gloves from my hands and shove them in my saddlebag. The night air cool in my lungs. Yeah, I am calmer now. I can actually think. Are we just friends? Echoes through my skull like a bare-knuckle punch to the head. I've loved Addie since the day I jumped in front of a bullet for her. But how much more of a monster would I be to lead a lamb to the mythical wolf? Will it satisfy me to finally have Addie the way I've always wanted her? Will she accept me and my way of living?
Chapter 3. Addie. Finally at home, I pull my clothes off and dress in a long flannel button-up, the hem tickling the top of my thick thighs. Running my hand through my hair, I gaze at myself in the mirror above my dresser. Sad blue eyes whisper to me how tired they are of feeling like this. My round face bruised from being hit, it aches like hell. I need to quit holding out that there might be something between Zane and I. I mean, he's kept baby around after all this time. If it were any other guy, I would have left him far behind. It's because of mine and Zane's history that keeps me hanging on. Lifting my chin with determined eyes, I inhale a deep breath. I'm going to find someone else. I'm going to live for me, I tell my reflection. Like a bad headache, the day I almost threw my career away for Zane stumbles into my mind. Addie, I don't understand why you're not going. It's a great internship. My mother huffs from across the table, her blonde hair looking blonder today than usual. I knew she would be mad when I told her I was thinking of waiting to go. I want to make sure it's what I want. I shrug, looking across the way at people walking by. Surely there will be something here I can take. This isn't like you. You were so excited for that internship. Mother strikes the table with her index finger before slumping back into her seat. Everyone around us continues to eat and mind their business on the patio, but I feel like everyone is listening. Standing, I grab my purse and slip it over my shoulder. I'm supposed to meet Zane in 20 minutes. I have to go, I mutter to my mother. I knew she would be pissed, but she will get over it. Addie, wait! Not wanting to hear my mother dig any deeper and assume she knows what I'm going through, I get in my Jeep and head toward the club. My hands sweat gripping the steering wheel. Why am I so nervous? Pulling into the club, I slide out of the Jeep and pull my maroon dress down that had ridden up from my sweaty thighs. I exhale a breath. Walking around the corner, I hear laughing and I smile. Sounds like one of the boys are having a good time. Shit, I wonder if Zane expects me to put out. Wait, I'm getting ahead of myself. We are just going on a date, see what is going on between us. I'm surprised he asked me to hang out tonight. It doesn't seem like Zane to ask someone over. The air is thick, and 2 people on the back of a bike have me stopping to the point I nearly trip over my own 2 feet. A man has his jeans around his ankles, and a girl on top of him. I recognize that girl. She giggles and whips her head up, and it's then I notice it's not just any girl and man. It's Zane and the waitress from Hooters, Baby. I hiccup, my hand covering my mouth to contain the pieces of my heart breaking on the ground. I've never felt such a large amount of pain concentrate in the center of my chest before. I want to cry and scream. It feels as if I've been punched in the gut and can't catch my breath. Eyes filling with tears, I turn. I thought I was important to Zane, but he is obviously just like every other man in this club, thinking with his dick and not his heart. Lifting my chin, I figure it out real fast. Zane is not the guy I thought he was. I need to go. My feet start moving back to my Jeep. I'm angry, sad, and just want to get away. Away from everyone and this damn club. I'm going to Texas. I'm taking that internship. My rabbit hops out from under the bed, making me scream from memory lane. Why do you always do that? I growl. Bending down to pick him up, I run my nails between his pointy gray ears. It's as if the memory came to remind me of the misery Zane dealt me. Did you miss me, Jersey? I whisper to my bunny. He closes his eyes, enjoying my scratch. He's so cute. It feels good to know he needs my company. Putting him back down, I walk out of the room and head into the kitchen. It's small, checkered floors, a few counters, and out-of-date appliances. My country decorating seems to bring it all together, though. I love the looks of distressed wood, and my barn wood kitchen table is probably my favorite thing in the house. I got it from some old barn in Texas. Watching Bobby trying to move it in here for me by himself was funny. Opening the cupboards, I pull out the ingredients to make my favorite food. French toast. Alexa, play me a song, I say out loud. She instantly plays Wait from Maroon 5. My mom got Alexa for me for last Christmas, and I swear it's like having a roommate. Wow, that sounds sad. I really need to get out. Bobbing my head, I dance around the kitchen, grabbing a bowl, eggs, milk, and doing my thing. Doing anything to push tonight's events out of my head. Turning the stove on to warm up the pan, I spin around to grab the pan and see a dark shadow move across the kitchen. Screaming, I drop the bowl of ingredients onto the floor and jump backward. Egg yolks and milk splattering with broken glass all over the floor. Zane sits at my kitchen table like a dark phantom. His black hair tousled like he drove his bike here. His dark hoodie and leather cut completing the package of the devil himself. How did you get in here? I ask out of breath. Key, he clips. I forgot Bobby told him where the spare was when he got my papers the other day. Trying to compose myself, I tuck my hair behind my ear and try to pull my shirt down a little more. What are you doing here, Zane? He rubs his chin and looks down at my bunny sniffing his boot. What happened to your face? He asks. I cross my arms. I ran into a door, I reply sarcastically, gaining me a death glare in return. Baby and her crew cornered me. I took care of it, I huffed. He sighs, rubbing his chin with his hand. He seems angry, but I can't tell if it's at me or Baby. I was thinking, you're not going to let this go, are you? Let what go? Us being more than friends. He looks up, green emerald eyes making me gasp, changing the subject from my face to something more. Wow, we're really doing this. We are finally talking about whatever is going on between us. Well, are we? I cross my arms. I don't like mind games, Zane. Why did you do that to me those years ago? Are you with Baby? If so, why do you keep looking at me the way you do? He stands up abruptly, the chair falling on its back. Closing the gap between us in seconds, he's in front of my face, the smell of him turning me on. Sucking in a tight breath, I stare back. Even with the age gap between us, he stands taller than me, intimidating as ever. Addie, I've wanted to be more than friends with you for a very long time. The difference is, I don't deserve you. You can do better. Glaring up at him, my nostrils flare. Right, but only if you can have Baby too, right? Ha! I will find someone else, and we can just pretend we don't know each other, Zane. In one swift move, his hands are gripping my thighs and throwing me on the counter. Spices and the gallon milk fall to the floor. Don't play with me, Addie, he grits out, his fierce eyes narrowed in on me. Or what, Zane? What are you going to do to me? I taunt, rewarding me with his fingers digging into my thighs. His shoulders rise and fall as he breathes heavily, the silence between us deafening. Exactly, I finally whisper. I knew he wouldn't do anything to me. His eyes fall to my lips, and mine instinctively fall to his in return. What if I kiss you? My eyes widen. Zane and I have never kissed, but I've always wondered how he kissed. Would it be rough, gentle, wet? You won't, I push. His eyes flick from my mouth to my eyes. I'm afraid if I do. He stops and I roll my eyes. See, I knew he wouldn't do anything. My head suddenly slams into the cabinet behind me as soft plush lips press against my own. Everything in the room blurs, and my arms wrap around his head, my nails scratching through his soft hair. Years of sexual desire set off explosions like the 4th of July. He kisses me passionately, hard, but there is a possessive tenderness behind it that has me longing for more. He nips at my bottom lip, demanding entry, and swipes his tongue against mine. My toes curl, my panties dampening, and I can't help but moan. Fuck, he can kiss. His hands slide up my thighs, goosebumps pebbling across my skin from the warm touch. Yes, this is what I want, I need. Fingers tickle in between my thighs as he pushes my flannel shirt to the side, and his mouth descends down my neck to my collarbone. His lips so light, reminding me of the sheer curtain that floats in the window, caressing the breeze coming in from the summer. I gasp for air, my heart beating 100 miles a minute. Humming, licking my lips, and enjoying being Zane's, I close my eyes. And see him and Baby. As if I was just dunked in ice water, I slam my hand against his chest. I shove him back. Hands against my tender mouth, I glare at him, practically panting. Nearly taking up my whole kitchen, he stands there with deranged eyes, his shoulders broad and arms hanging out to his side as he glares at me. No, I won't be that girl. I shake my head. My body is screaming at me in hatred, but my heart is practically thanking me for standing up for myself. You picked Baby, remember? You are with Baby. My voice rises, angry that he is with her and trying to bed me. No, I didn't pick her. He closes his eyes as if my words physically hurt him. I didn't want you to throw away your life for me, Addie. I didn't deserve you then, and I don't deserve you now. My eyes fill with unshed tears. He broke my heart, thinking he was doing me a favor, trying to protect me. I suddenly have no words. I hate him for it, but I'm also surprised at the unselfish act he was able to go through with. But if that is true, that he was just using Baby, then why is Baby still around? Prove it. I jump down off the counter and square off with him. Silence falls between us, and the air thickens. My toes chill from the cold milk spilled on the floor. The smell of him still lingers on my skin. I want him, but only if that means I can have all of him. You're right. You don't deserve me, Zane. You can't give me what I need. Tears fall down my sore cheek. What do you need? He rasps. All of you. My heart bleeds for him to understand that we either do this or we don't. His shoulders rise with a large inhale, and he rubs his chin. Sitting there waiting for him to confirm he'll try, or he won't, doesn't tell me either. He turns on his heel and disappears into the living room as quietly as he came in, the sound of my front door slamming behind him. Right. I nod, knowing Zane is not the kind of guy that can be with just one girl. I am no one special just because we have history. Running my hands through my hair, anger sweeps up my limbs and suffocates me. Why did I come back?
Zane. Smoke slips through my lips and off into the night as I stare at the clubhouse that has become my home. The killing from earlier not doing shit for my nerves anymore. I'm stressed, angry, and fucking horny. I can still smell Addie on my breath, feel her creamy skin against my palms. She raised her voice, stood up for herself, and it both pissed me off and turned me on. I want her, God fucking knows it, but it scares me to be with someone so bright and full of life. What if I snuff out that light I love so much? Taking another drag, I lull my head back and bellow a loud cloud of smoke into the still air. She seems clingy as fuck, though, but I kind of like that when it comes to her. It means she will only be mine, always by my side and ready to ride. Things between us is going to either go horribly wrong or horribly well. Her father and mother would detest me if they knew the vile things I want to do to that voluptuous body of hers. Either way, Baby has to go. She laid her hands on Addie, and that is a red fucking line in my book. Tossing my joint into the night, I stomp across the lot and shove the doors to the club open. Piper and Delilah sit at the bar pissed drunk and laughing about who the fuck knows. I don't pay them any mind and head down the hall. Passing door after door, I know Baby's in my room even though I've told her not to make herself at home when I'm not here. Opening my bedroom door, Baby is asleep on my bed as I expected. Her cheek red from the altercation from earlier, reminding me why I'm here in the first place. My jaw clenches as I stare at her. The moonlight spills through the window, cascading down her small creamy thighs, and my nostrils flare. I can't even feel a lick of lust for her, knowing she hurt Addie. I shove her leg, and she flings over, slapping me away, her eyes at half-mast from sleeping. "I'm sleeping. Fuck off," she groans. "Get your shit and get out." My tone, not a hint friendly. She stills, her forehead wrinkled, and eyes squinted as she looks up at me.
What? No.
She pulls out the blankets, trying to cover herself back up.
No? I wasn't asking, baby.
I pull the blanket off her and she kicks me in the stomach, pushing me a few feet back.
What the fuck, baby?
I hold my stomach where she jabbed me with red painted toes. She's always had a temper. I've lost count how many times she punched or thrown something at me in the midst of one of her tantrums.
Have you lost your mind? I'm not going anywhere,
she yells hysterically, her eyes filled with tears. Closing the space between us, she throws a fist at me, and I catch it seconds before it collides with my face. I don't want it to end like this, but she's leaving me no choice but to be an asshole. My hand, still on her wrist, I grab her by the hair and pull her up out of my bed. She screams, clawing at my hand to let go. I know as soon as I do, she'll be punching me like a punching bag. Wearing one of my shirts, her breasts spill from the V-neck, her legs wildly kicking everywhere, showing her black silk panties.
Stop fighting me,
I grit, trying to miss her swinging feet. Stomping out of my room, I drag her into the hall by her wrist. She scratches my arm, and I let go, allowing her to fall to the floor in a heap of legs and arms.
What the fuck is your problem?
She cries, backing up to the wall like an innocent animal. She's not innocent. Don't let her damsel in distress antics fool you. She's vile, and I've looked past her mean girl tactics for far too long. It's not attractive, nor wanted in this club. We are family, and she knows nothing about that. Crouching down, I get in her face, making sure she's paying attention. I told you when we met, baby. 1, we are not a thing. 2, never hurt my family, I remind her.
I didn't,
she lies. Tilting my head to the side, I glare at her like the liar she is, my hair sweeping into my eyes as I stare her down. And Addie? I whisper, and her eyes flare with acknowledgement. Yeah, she ganged up on Addie, and that was the last straw of this, whatever this is.
I never stood a chance against her, did I?
Her eyes well up, her chin trembling. I stand, exhaling. We were just having fun. I told you that time and time again. You're the one who kept trying to fix me, kept lying to yourself that we were more. Anger vibrates my voice when I think about how she would try and drag me out with her friends, buy me clothes, and tell me to smile more often.
You have her fucking nickname tattooed on your back, Zane,
she screams, and my back flares, as if I just got the ink dabbed into my skin yesterday. Nobody has ever said anything to me about the tattoo, as only baby knows who the name belongs to. Yeah, I do, I mutter. Standing up, I grab her wrist and pull her down the hall. She scrambles to her feet and follows, her fingers trying to pry mine off, and cussing me the whole way.
Zane, what are you doing?
Delilah's voice cracks with concern.
Zane?
Piper looks at me confused from the bar as I drag a half-naked baby out of the club. Shoving baby out the doors of the club, she nearly falls on her ass. I don't feel sorry for her. She's a bully. I've seen her chase girls out of this club, and now it's her turn. Don't come back, I warn her, my finger pointing right at her.
Where am I supposed to go?
She throws her hands outwards, tears streaming down her face. Not my problem. I shrug. Grabbing the door, I shut and lock it. Turning around to find Piper looking at me with wide eyes.
Have you lost your mind?
Piper barks. Have you seen Addie's face? I raise a brow. Piper and Delilah freeze, giving each other a side eye. Baby and her crew attacked her tonight. I'm done with that bitch. I give them enough details. They should be grateful they get any. I don't need to explain myself. Pushing past them, I head into the kitchen, the silver appliances reflecting the lights above. My dad sits there, eating chocolate ice cream with a spoon, acting completely oblivious to anything that just happened. "What did I tell you?" he huffs, his eyes boring into the chocolate as if he looking away might cause it to melt. I don't respond because he's told me a lot of shit over the years. I can't keep up. Slowly his head turns, and blue eyes make me still. "To appear normal. And having baby as your girlfriend was normal, Zane." I scoff. I didn't love her. Love. What a fickle word. Besides, what does having an angry bitch by your side do for normalcy? "What's love got to do with anything? It's the appearance, son." Tongue on the roof of my mouth, I lift my chin at him. "Is that what Mom, Delilah, and I are? A cover-up?" He stands, his face angry. I hit a nerve. But what does he expect? All this talk about appearing normal, acting like you have feelings even if you don't, can only zero back to him, the man himself. "No, I got lucky and found someone who understood me, Zane." "Right." I nod, my eyes never leaving his. "Well, I'm not going to pretend to play house with someone who doesn't respect me. I'll try my luck finding me a bitch that's down with my lifestyle." I growl in reply. God can only save baby from me slitting her annoying throat for so long. It's best she's gone. Leaning forward, I grab the tub of chocolate ice cream off the table, ready to head to my room for the night. "You're playing a dangerous game, Zane," Dad warns, and a little voice in my head tries to tell me to listen, but I just can't. If I pretend to be something I'm not any longer, I'm going to snap. Dangerous is something I play very well, I mutter, shoving a spoonful of ice cream in my mouth before stepping out of the kitchen. The cool chocolate nearly makes me sigh and brings back memories of when Dad and I would sit in front of the TV and eat a whole tub when I was a kid. Piper and Delilah aren't at the bar anymore. They're outside, both screaming at a hysterical baby. Piper shoves baby, and Delilah jumps in the middle of it, trying to break up a catfight in the midst. Hopefully, baby just leaves. Fuck, we weren't even a thing, and I kept trying to tell everyone that. Knowing Piper and Delilah, they probably led her on, telling her stupid shit, like they'd never seen me do this or that before she was in my life. If they did, it was a facade. I never changed. Angry with the day's events, I head down the hall to my room and slam the door shut. Setting the ice cream on the nightstand, I peer over my shoulder at the mirror behind me. The reflection of my large tattoo claiming most of my back, glaring back at me. Flames rip up my back and suddenly feel real, as if my back actually caught fire. Names of those I care most about tattooed within the fire. The name Sunny, right in the middle. Or Addie, as everyone else calls her. Only I call her Sunny. Sometimes I wonder where I would be if there was never a drive-by. If I would be normal.
Chapter 4. Addie. 2 days later. Sitting on the patio of the Lancaster diner, I people-watch, waiting for Piper and Delilah to show up. They've been blowing up my phone to have lunch and catch up since I got back from Texas. I guess I put it off because I felt like they were connected to Zane. It's not their fault Zane and I have some unspoken bond that even we can't figure out. No, don't think of Zane. It's a girls' day. Think girls' day. The huge umbrellas in the center of the tables cast off the shade, but not the heat. The smell of food and the ocean blending into a scent you can only get here on the coast. Birds chirp just beyond the railing, squawking for some thrown bread, and I realized just how much I missed my hometown. I'm glad I was able to take an hour lunch break today. Hopefully, Miss Louv doesn't screw up lunch duty too badly. Thinking of school, my mind shifts to Mr. Thad. The whole situation is really starting to bother me. I feel screwed if I do something, or if I don't. Glass shattering behind me has me jumping from my seat in panic. A waiter drops to his knees picking up the glass, and I realize I'm the only one standing. Swallowing the dryness suddenly coating my throat, I sit back down. I can't go anywhere without looking over my shoulder anymore. I wonder if Bobby found out any more about that club threatening Zane. "Hey, bitch!" Piper smiles, pulling a metal chair out.
Take a break from the words, not the journey. This gentle tune is here to guide your mind towards stillness. Thank you for your time.
Her red hair shines from the sun, making her dusting of freckles on her nose pop out more, and she looks cute in her small yellow dress and blue jean jacket. "You look cute." I nod my approval. "This?" She tugs on the jacket. "It's all I had clean today." She laughs. That makes more sense. Piper is more of a shower than I, and what she's wearing today is something I would wear. "Sorry, I'm late," Delilah huffs, nearly knocking a waiter over trying to get to our table. Delilah is, well, just like I remember. Hair in 2 messy braids over her shoulders, a band t-shirt, and ripped blue jeans. A mess, but she makes it look cute. If I tried to wear that, I'd just look homeless. She pulls a chair out and sinks into it like she ran here instead of drove. "Today has been non-stop." She breathes heavily, gesturing her hand above her. Her eyes land on my face, and I know she can see the bruise baby gave me. No makeup in the world could cover it up. I've tried. "Why? What's going on?" I ask, and lower my head. "Just my mom is up my ass because my brother is being weird." "Right?" Piper's eyes widen, and my chest constricts. I can't help but worry about him now. "What's going on with him?" Reaching for my glass of water, I take a sip, trying not to act too concerned. "He broke up with baby," Piper whispers, and I nearly spit water all over the menus. "Well, not break up. They weren't together," Delilah defends with a roll of her eyes. Coughing, I grab a napkin and start dabbing my mess up. Holy shit, he got rid of baby. "He did, huh?" He really left her. Was it for me? He was not very subtle about it either. Piper puckers her lips, looking the menu over. I wonder what she means by that. "Well, she hit Addie. What do you expect?" Delilah scoffs. "I took care of it." Piper smiles smugly. "What did you do?" I tilt my head to the side, my eyes narrowing in on Piper. I've seen her scrap. She can be brutal. Not that I care if she messed baby up. I hope she did. "She nearly tore baby's hair extensions out," Delilah laughs, looking at Piper. "You what?" I can't help but chuckle along with them. I wish I could have seen that. "Fuck yeah, I did. Nobody messes with my club sister. Why didn't you come get us?" Piper looks at me angrily. I open my mouth to explain, but shut it. Having Piper and Delilah fight my battles wouldn't help anything where baby is concerned. Anyway, since then, he's just been volunteering for runs with the club, dangerous ones, and been chaotic. It's not like him. Delilah sighs, her forehead wrinkling with worry. She always has protected her older brother. My brows furrow hearing this. I like that my family has my back that baby attacked me. But Zane is being more aggressive than usual and is usually the silent kind. He sits in the back and observes. He doesn't need to do anything. His stare alone can do damage. It sounds like he's gone off the rails. But why? Because of me? Has he snapped? I wonder if I should put our petty bullshit to the side and check on him. So, enough about Zane. What's it like being a teacher? Piper changes the subject. Trying to catch up with the switch in conversation, I blink rapidly, trying to think. It's good, is all I can muster. I'm still reeling about everything going on with Zane. Piper and Delilah both look at me, and I glance down. You okay? Delilah's face wrinkles with worry. Yeah, I'm just... I wave my hand out, trying to think of a cover-up. Tired, I nervously laugh. Okay, what's up? Piper sets her menu down and rests her chin on her hands. Delilah stares at me expectantly, waiting for me to answer. Tearing my gaze from hers, I bite my lip and look off into the distance. I don't know what to say that they would believe. It's Zane, isn't it? Piper hits the nail on the head, and my head whips in her direction. My eyes widen and my lips part. It's no secret you two have been pining over each other for years. Piper rolls her eyes, and my entire body tingles with panic. That's why you've been putting us off, right? Delilah cocks a brow in my direction. No, I stumble on my response. Wait, did something happen between you and Zane? Is that why he is acting like this? Piper raises an eyebrow. I open my mouth to speak, but shut it as quick as a mousetrap. No, they didn't do anything. Delilah waves Zane and me off. Apparently, they've been watching us closer than I thought. It's just complicated, I finally croak. They wouldn't understand. Something definitely happened, Delilah observes. Rubbing my forehead frantically, it's obvious they know about Zane and I. For a while, it seems. I wish I knew they knew sooner. It would give me someone to talk to about all these... feelings. Can you love someone without having much of a relationship at all? The question falls from my mouth before I can grab it back. Both of the girls stare at me, and I know I've crossed a line. Zane is family. I just admitted I love Zane. I see the way you and Zane stare at each other, and the way you both tense up when talking to each other. I can practically feel the sexual energy when you two are in the same room, Piper adds. You two have been playing this game for so long, I'd say, yeah, it could be love. She shrugs. Yeah, but what about club code? We aren't supposed to be together, Delilah reminds us. Fuck that. Piper rolls her eyes, the rule breaker as ever. No, you can get my brother into a lot of trouble, Addie. Delilah's face begins to redden, and I know she's about to go all D on me. This is exactly why I never wanted to tell anyone about it. Zane and I can't be together because of the club. Zane could lose his patch, and I could lose Piper and Dee. I know that very well, Delilah. Why do you think Zane and I have never taken things past friends? Or why I haven't said anything to them about it. Our parents thought it would be a cute idea that we would all end up together when we were just kids. But then we all hit puberty, and it was too weird for our parents. Us kids are too close. We grew up together and know too much about each other. So the parents made it a rule we would only be family or friends. My soulmate has been within arm's reach my whole life, but we have to sit silently and wonder what if. What if we break the rules? So, really, how is it being a teacher? Delilah asks, changing the subject. One that is just as equally stressful right now. I've always wondered what those teachers did in the teacher lounge. Anything good in there? Piper laughs. Teacher lounge sucks, I inform them with a smile. There is not a magic ice cream machine in there or anything. Other than that, I don't know. The principal is up to some shady stuff, I begin to ramble. What do you mean? Piper asks around a mouthful of food. I think he's messing around with the students or something. The way he looks at them, it's just creepy. I wouldn't go for that. I'd shut that shit down, Delilah answers immediately. Like, go to the school board? Ha! They will just cover it up to be no big deal. Maybe transfer the prick. No, you need to get your hands dirty. Piper points at me, devil's dust style. Make sure there are lots of witnesses when you do it, though, Delilah nods. My mind begins to reel, thinking of scenarios I could possibly do to get Mr. Thad to stop. You were raised by the club, girl. Surely you can come up with something. Piper laughs, making the rest of us giggle right along. The way they make it seem like no big deal, maybe it isn't. Maybe I can do this on my own. Pulling into the school parking lot, I turn my Jeep off and start to gather up my things to finish the school day. Lunch with the girls was a little more tense than I had hoped, but it does feel good to get things off my chest. Yawning, I climb out of my car and slam the door shut. I'm tired. The nightmare's becoming more and more frequent. My rose gold sandals flip and flop against the ground as I make my way across the parking lot. All the kids are in class by now, so there's nobody to be seen out here. Crossing my arms, I look around inside the building. I head to my classroom when I spot Mr. Thad stepping out of the girls' locker room, acting suspicious. My eyes widen, and I dart behind an entryway to another class so I'm not seen. What the fuck is he doing? Poking my head out, I find Miss Hadwig hustle out of the girls' locker room, her fingers frantically buttoning up her blouse. Her colorful makeup is smeared across her face, and her blonde hair is disheveled. She's always smiling, giving stupid riddles to social studies. I've never seen her sad. Stepping out, I reach for her, and she becomes almost frantic, slapping me away. Hey, it's okay. It's me. She jerks away from my touch, and I hold my hands up to imply I am of no threat. Sniffling, she runs her ring-clad fingers under her runny nose. What happened? I whisper. She shakes her head, not wanting to tell me. Tell me, I press. She fake laughs, her gray eyes looking at me warily. You can't save any of us, she trembles. It's him or our jobs. Us? Why do you think Jody left? Don't be so naive. Jody, the other science teacher. She up and quit without a reason why. Then it hits me like a stack of bricks. Was that Mr. Thad's doing? Jesus, what did he do to her? How long has this been going on? That son of a bitch! He's not fucking around with students. He's hurting the teachers. Excuse me. Miss Hadwig pushes past me and out of the school. I suddenly don't feel safe in this school anymore. How did a predator become the goddamn principal? My nostrils flare, my heart telling me I need to do something about this before I'm next. And if growing up with a motorcycle club taught me anything, it's you can't rely on other people to take care of shit for you. You gotta do it yourself. I quickly head to my classroom and toss my stuff onto the floor and sit at my desk. My teeth nibble on my bottom lip, trying to think about how to handle this. Should I talk to the kids? No, they won't tell me anything. Threaten him? Ha! Jody is bigger than me and obviously lost that battle. The bell rings and my head begins to pound with it. I need some coffee or something. Stepping out of my classroom, I head to the teacher's lounge, thinking of Piper and Delilah while I'm in here. The old coffee pot sits on the counter, seeing better days, and it makes me wish we had some magical espresso machine. The torn couches look like something out of strip clubs, and the tables and chairs have been here since I was a student. I grab my coffee cup from the cabinet and pour me some, putting sugar and ice in. Reaching in the fridge, I grab the milk and pour it in. I give it a stir, and the milk dances with the black, making it a yummy caramel color. I love iced coffee. If anything is my addiction, it's this. "Miss Addington, finally back, I see." Turning around to the male voice, I find Mr. Thad standing right behind me. He's in my personal space, the smell of his garlic breath overtaking the coffee in the air. Barely able to pull my hand up and push him away. His dark eyes dance with delight, as if he's searching for some kind of fear from me. "Yes, I am," I nervously reply. "You know, I've always taken an interest in my teacher's social life." He shakes a finger at me, his lips twisted to the side. "Nothing special here, Mr. Thad." I fake a smile, reaching to grab my coffee cup on the counter. He grips my wrist, and ice-cold fear ripples up my arm. "Oh, I doubt that. Being the bitch of a biker, I'm sure you have some stories." His voice takes a low tone, his smile turning into something malicious. I jerk my arm from his, my nostrils flaring. It becomes apparent more than ever that I do need to take this motherfucker down. Glaring over my shoulder as I walk away, my heart continues to pound, not from fear, but anger. He put his hands on me. He was testing me. "And call me Thad," he insists, enjoying the game he's playing with my mind. It occurs to me this is what he does. He plays with the minds of women before jumping. My trembling hand shakes my cup, the ice that hasn't melted hitting the side of the ceramic glass. "Hey, don't forget about the drug search today," Miss Louv reminds me in passing. "Right." I fake a smile behind my rage. And it hits me. I know what I need to do. Rushing to my room, I flip through the calendar on my desk. It is today that the sheriff is bringing his canine to check lockers for contraband. If Mr. Thad has drugs, they would have to arrest him. Everyone would see, and he would be taken down. Then maybe the teachers could come forward and throw their claim on top of the charges. They would be safe, and the school board wouldn't be able to look away. Grabbing my phone, I hover my thumb over Zane's number. Shit, I need him. Only he can do this. "Can you bring me an ounce to the school?" A. It takes only a few seconds before he replies. "That bad of a day?" Z. "Can you get it for me?" A. "Of course." Z. The bell rings, and I know students will start pouring into my class any second. I can't concentrate enough to teach a class right now. My palms are sweaty, my arms shaky. As the students pile in, I decide they will watch a movie on photosynthesis. "Quiet!" I demand to the class, and everyone starts to hush when finding their seats. Turning the TV on, I sit back at my desk and stare out the window, my heart drumming in my chest. This is the right thing to do. Those girls need someone right now, and I feel like it's my duty to do it. 2 motorcycles roar up the stretchway, and I jump from my seat, gaining eyes from all the students in my direction. Just continue watching the movie." I smile and slip out of the class. Making haste, I hustle to the front of the school to get the drugs before Mr. Thad spots Zane. Pushing the front door open, a breeze wafts around me, and Zane is pulling off his helmet. He shakes his head and runs his hand through his hair. Ocean eyes peer up at me, and the wind is knocked from my lungs. Climbing off his bike, he holds his hand out to me, and I take the plastic bag. "You okay?" He raises a brow. Just taking care of something, I inform. But if anything, my statement seems to worry him more. Thanks. I give a smile and turn on my heel to take care of business, but am turned back around just as quickly. Gem-colored eyes stare back at me, knocking the sunlight out and replacing it with something darker. Cute. Now tell me the truth, he rasps. Sighing, I look off at Saint straddling a bike behind us. I think the principal is raping and blackmailing the teachers, I explain. Zane's shoulders rise a ghost from the grave, his face blossoming with anger. You don't need to get involved. I work here. How can I not? I yell whisper. Piper and Delilah would do this on their own. They wouldn't ask for a man to do it. I can do this myself too. So, you're trying to frame him? Zane's brows rise, and I can tell he's about 2 seconds from taking care of this himself. Yes, I huff, feeling frustrated. What if I'm next? I shrug. Silence falls between us, and Zane slowly tucks a hair behind my ear. I don't like this, Addie, he states. My eyes flash to his in knowing, and I become angry. Yeah, well, I didn't ask your permission. Let the club handle this. He tries to muscle his way in, but I'm not giving in that easy. I'm not some damsel in distress. I'll be fine. Pulling from his reach, I turn to go inside. I'm not confident this will be fine, not at all. Once inside, I hear the motorcycles start back up and bolt from the school. I thought I told you I didn't want them around. Mr. Thad's voice booms from the office door, and I nearly scream. He's always creeping up on me. Yes, that is why I told them to leave, I lie. Flipping his sandy hair from his face, he gives me a once-over that makes my skin crawl and heads to the gym. Jim, he's not in his office. As if I'm a secret agent or something, I slip up against the wall and into his office. His desk is clean, only his name and a clock sitting on the edge. It smells like him in here. Shaving cream is what it reminds me of. I try and open the desk drawer, but it doesn't budge. It's locked. Shit. Turning around, I find his jacket hanging from a coat hanger. Shoving my hand in one of the pockets, I leave the weed and tug my hand free. My heart feels heavy and my mouth dry from panting with panic. Looking both ways to make sure the coast is clear, I quickly head toward my room. Hey, I saw Mr. Biker was here again. Miss Louve waggles her shoulders in a seductive way. Startled, I scratch my forehead. Jealousy whispers in my ear things I should say or do to Miss Louve for her sudden interest in Zane. But he's not mine. Why should I care so much that she thinks he is attractive? Yeah, he was bringing me some papers, I lie. She looks down at my hands, and I'm caught in my lie. Maybe I should tell her about Mr. Thad. I wonder if he's come on to her. Crossing my arms, I pop my hip out and go for it. Has Mr. Thad ever been out of line with you? She snorts, tossing her hand at me. That old perv, he's just having harmless fun. Her light demeanor has me believe she's either oblivious to Mr. Thad's behavior, or maybe she's sleeping with him. She is a big flirt. No, I was just curious. He flirted with me, and it made me feel a little weird. I twist my lip. She giggles and tosses her hair over her shoulder. He's nothing to worry about, she laughs. I nod, swallowing hard. Right. Well, I better get back to class. She turns, heading back down the hall, and I race into my room. That was a close one. They are all quiet and watching TV. Slipping into my chair, I exhale a large breath. Jesus, that was risky. Dropping my head into my hands, I try and steady my racing heart. It was for the better of the school. I did this for them. 2 hours crawl by, and every passing minute, I become more and more paranoid. I've been to the bathroom 15 times because of the coffee, which doesn't help with the anxious toxicity running through me right now. Maybe I should go get the weed back and call this whole thing off. I am the worst outlaw. A bark makes the hairs on my neck stand, and I rise from my desk. Too late to back out. The sheriff is here. Trying to remain calm, I peek outside the door and see Mr. Thad, the sheriff, and a German shepherd walking past lockers and toward the office. I jump back into my room. This is it. The bastard is going down. Laughing has me frowning and looking back out the doorway. They're leaving his office? What the fuck? My heart begins to pound so hard I think I may faint. Something is wrong. Did he find it? I snap straight and my eyes widen. Fuck, what if he found it? Does he know it was me? Quickly, I hustle over to my desk and begin to open drawers. Nothing there. I shuffle papers and still find nothing. Hands trembling, I jerk my purse out of my bottom drawer, and there is the baggie of weed. That motherfucker. Fisting it, I hear the dog getting closer. Turning on my heel, I panic. Do I stick it down my pants? A breeze flips my hair over my face, and I run to the window and throw the baggie out. Miss Addington, Mr. Thad show tunes as the sheriff enters. Hi. I try and smile, but really I want to punch this asshole. Standard procedure. He shrugs as the dog sniffs around the room. Of course. I wave my hand over the desks. The dog makes his way to my desk, and I tense. Please don't smell it. He sniffs and grunts around my purse, and I hold my breath. Finally, he moves on, and Mr. Thad and I connect eyes. Nice try, asshole. Very good. Mr. Thad never breaks eye contact, his beady eyes confirming I'm in deep shit. Just as they leave the room, I slump to the floor and hold my head in my hands. I'm so fucked. Leaving school early to avoid Mr. Thad, I lock my classroom up and try and beat the kids out of the school. My eyes wide and heart thudding, I keep my eyes open for Thad while making my way to my Jeep. His car is missing. Is he even at the school? I contemplate if I should tell Zane things went badly. No, he is just waiting for me to call and tell him he was right. I can't quit. I need this job. I love my job. Finally making it home, I place my keys in between my fingers and dart across the lawn to get to my apartment. The door is open, the doorknob loose, and drywall cracked. Someone broke into my house. Was it Mr. Thad or the guys after the club? This is not good. I don't go inside. I begin to back up slowly. Shaking my head, fear whispering up my back like a ghost, I run back to my Jeep and lock the doors. Dumping my purse out on my seat, I grab my phone and call Bobby. Someone broke into my house, I breathe heavily. I'm so scared. My hand is shaking like a crack addict. Get away from there. We're on our way.
Zane. Sitting at the bar, nursing a beer, I watch Bobby answer his phone animatedly. Smoke dances near the ceiling, and it's hot inside. My fingers shake as the urge to hurt someone is becoming unbearable. So many voices and anger running through my veins, it's coming to the point I can't sort them out. Every time someone annoys me, it crosses my mind how many ways I could kill them before they get the next word out of their mundane mouth. Bobby hangs up his phone and looks at us with wide eyes. Bull, a word. Bull sighs, pushing himself up off the couch on the other side of the room. He's so tall he has to unslinky himself from the cushions. His dark hair that matches mine sweeping into his scary-as-fuck eyes. I don't fear a lot of people, but my pops is a hard ass. He marches into another room, and Bobby goes in right behind him, shutting the door. "What do you think that was about?" Rad asks, flipping a beer top like a bored teenager. His face is red from being out at the beach all day. His hair is even more tangled than usual. Fuck if I know. I shrug, taking my eyes back to the TV. Seconds don't even pass before the church doors open, and Bull is standing in the doorway with his hands on his hips. "We're on lockdown." We all straighten. Lockdown is where every close member and family member live within the club for safety. "Why?" Saint asks, his tongue dashing out to wet his bottom lip. He always licks his bottom lip. It's annoying to me, but he says the chicks love it. Bull looks at me, and I know he's about to say something bad. "The man that shot me. The one you tried to kill, Zane. The president of the Lost Wolves. Bender. He got out of prison and sent a message a few days ago." He gives Bobby a look, and everything around me loses color. Swallowing hard, my eyes fall to the ground. I knew this day would come. I've been waiting for it. "Why are we just finding out now?" Rad scoffs. "You're fucking prospects!" Bull raises his voice, putting him in his place. Maybe I am a prospect, but I should have known if someone is out there looking for me. "Addie's house was just broken into, and we don't know who did it. But it's the second time she's been targeted, and she was at the beach the day of the drive-by," Bobby informs. Sliding off the stool, I don't wait to hear any more. Panic rushes in my ears, and my trigger finger feels heavy. I need to get Addie and drag her ass back here. I can keep an eye on her, and she can't keep running away from me when she's trapped within the walls of the club. Besides, with the shit she's doing lately, I need to keep her close. She won't like it, but I don't give two shits.
Addie. Sitting in my Jeep at the gas station, I hear an army of motorcycles pull up. I feel safe instantly and open my door to get out. The night is warm, the smog in the air from the ash thicker than today. Bobby leads the pack and stops his motorcycle first, pulling his helmet off. Quickly, I run to him, scared and feeling vulnerable. I hug him hard. What I did today was so stupid. I am not like Piper and Delilah. I don't think like an outlaw and got myself in a really bad place. These are all the things I want to tell him, but don't. Wrapping his arms around me, I inhale his leather smell. "You all right?" his rough voice asks. I nod, but don't say anything as the feeling deep in the back of my throat tells me I might cry. Pulling away, I try and gather myself. "Did you find anyone?" "No, but your house was definitely broken into. It's trashed. Whoever was in there was looking for something," Bobby tells me, and my stomach sinks farther into the pit of fear than it already was. "Your file cabinet full of school documents was dumped over, and it looks like they took a computer or laptop from a desk," Zane explains, and my eyes shoot to his. I want to run in his arms and ask him if I'm safe. Ask him if it was the Lost Wolves or the prick from my school. Breaking eye contact, I remember I haven't told him the scheme I had planned out today went south, though. He'll be pissed for sure. Bobby turns, talking to some of the guys about what they found around the house, and Zane takes the opportunity to talk to me one-on-one. Rubbing his chin, one hand in his jean pocket, he glances behind him at Bobby, his dark hair flipping against his forehead before looking back at me with those mossy green eyes. "Look, you need to come to the club for a while," Zane tells rather than asks. Folding my arms, uncertainty ties itself around my chest. I knew lockdown was coming. "I need to tell you something." I nibble on my bottom lip. "The principal knows I tried to set him up. This could just be him trying to scare me." Zane's face flushes with red, his body suddenly hard. "I'll take care of it. He turns, declaring the conversation over. Reaching out, I grasp his cut and attempt to pull him back. Zane, wait. He stops, but only because I risk ripping his leather cut, his green eyes reminding me of the calm before a hurricane. You can't just go around taking everyone out that might be a threat, Zane, I high whisper. I should have taken this to the school board, I tell myself more than him. He shakes his head. I knew I shouldn't have let you get in the mix with that shit, he scolds himself. I flinch, my brows narrowing in. Zane, I'm not yours. You don't own me. I'm an adult and can do what I want. Right, and that's exactly why you're in this position, aren't you? He scolds. God, he is such an asshole. But the way he cares and wants to protect me does something to me. Bobby finishes up his conversation and directs his attention back on me. The club is on lockdown. I'll have someone go get your things, but you need to stay at the club until we settle this, Bobby states, cracking his knuckles. Zane's eyes meet mine in knowing I want to argue. What about my job? I can't just not show up. I've spent half my life to get this job. I'll take you and pick you up, Zane offers. Bobby gives him a sideways look, and my heart stills. If I trust anybody to drive me around on a motorcycle, it would be Zane. Okay, I mutter, knowing I won't win with them all siding with each other, and if I have to have a babysitter, I want Zane. Chapter 5. Addie. Parking my Jeep at the club, it's packed with family and close friends of the members. It looks like I'm the last to show up, so I'll get a cot on the floor, I'm sure. This isn't my first time being here on lockdown. It happens more often than you'd think. Pulling my keys out of the ignition, I climb out, and Piper comes running out of the club in heels and a skimpy dress, her hands in the air like she hasn't seen me in years. Addie! She screams, throwing herself into me. The smell of perfume and tequila strong. I want to tell her how their idea backfired, but knowing Piper, she will want to sneak out and show me how it's done. Are you drunk? I wrap my arms around her, hugging her back. No, I mean, I've had a few, but I need it with this place. She giggles, taking a step back. She knows the stress lockdown can bring. No personal space, and everyone is in everyone's face. Yeah, can't wait. Sarcasm deep in my voice. This is one thing I do miss about living in Texas. No lockdowns. Your mom is helping the other old ladies get dinner ready. She places her hands on her hips. It's no 5-course meal, but it fills your belly if you're hungry. She thumbs my cheek where baby hit me, and I wince. Yeah, I'll go find her. Walking to the club, Piper follows right beside me. Going on and on about some guy she has the hots for, but all I can seem to focus on is where is Zane? He hasn't pulled up with the other motorcycles yet. Inside the club, it's as packed as I thought. Zane's mom, Danny, is rolling out cots and handing out rolled-up sleeping bags, and some of the guys are fighting over a bag of chips over near the bar. Slipping through the crowd, I make my way toward the kitchen. Excuse me, I politely say, weaving through bodies of leather and tattoos. Finally reaching the kitchen, I push the doors open, and an empty bottle of mustard is thrown at me. We said get out! When it's ready, it's ready! Cherry yells, tossing more crap at me. Ducking just in time, my hair falling in my face, I laugh, gaining all the old ladies to look in my direction. Oh shit, I'm sorry. Cherry covers her mouth in surprise. Her daughter Piper looks so much like her you'd think they were twins. Red silky hair, freckles, and skinny bodies that could get away with murder. Grab a knife and start smothering sandwiches, babe. My mom tosses me a loaf of bread. Heading to the island, I start smothering mayonnaise on bread. The double doors to the kitchen open, and Maverick slips in. He's Bull and Anahi's son. He's in his teenage years, his acne taking over his face. "Hey, can you sneak me another sandwich?" he whispers to me, his dark hair reminding me of Zane and Danny. He looks just like them. "Sure, bud." I grab 2 sandwiches and top it with chips before handing it to him. "Sweet, thanks." He takes the plate and turns around to sneak back out. "You know, he's going to be as big as a linebacker if you keep feeding him," Danny scolds me, catching me giving him more. I can't help it. He's like a little brother to me. If he wants more food, I'm going to give it to him. It's not like he's overweight. He's growing. "Well, when he's a famous football player, he can fly me around the world," I laugh, and that gets the women chatting. Sandwich after sandwich, glob after glob, until finally nobody else comes in for dinner. I'm so stressed the thought of food makes me sick, so I don't eat. Not tonight. Washing my hands, I head back into the main area of the club. It's a madhouse. So many bodies in such a small space. Some of the guys are playing cards. The old ladies are nearly yelling at each other, laughing. And I don't even know what Piper and Delilah are doing with Saint and Rad. They have cards stuck to their foreheads. Nibbling on my lip, I decide to look over some essays outside. I can't think in here. If I try and pull papers out in here, I'll have boot marks and pot smoke all over them. I grab my bag out of my Jeep and pop a squat on the pavement before spreading out papers and markers. The ground is warm and hard. But it's quiet out here. I can think. Deep into a student's work, I chew on my red pen, trying to understand their comparison of atoms and food. Their minds can be very confusing sometimes. "You could have done this in my room, you know." A gravelly voice has my body tense and head snap up. Zane is leaning against my Jeep, his arms crossed and head lowered. Dropping my pen from my hand, I smile and shake my head. "No, I'm fine. I needed some air," I justify. "Today has been a lot to handle." He grunts. "So, what are we doing about this principal?" I knew he wasn't going to let that go. "I don't know. I've crossed a line." I sigh. Mr. Thad knows I framed him, and I am definitely a target now. "Well, I'm going to be with you at all times, and if he so much as looks at you wrong, I'll be handling the situation, Sonny." My heart beats against my chest, like I've been running instead of sitting down. He called me Sonny. He hasn't called me that since we were kids. Turning on his boot, he heads back to the club, leaving me in a pool of memories. Sitting on a picnic table that has seen better days, I'm leaned back on my hands, my foot tapping to the bass thumping through the speakers of Piper's car. The sun is shining harder than ever today, and my cheeks feel warm and pink. Feeling as if someone is watching me, I roll my head to the side and find Zane standing in the doorway of the club, staring at me. His arms are crossed, his ankles too. His hair sways in his eyes with the fan blowing behind him, and he's shirtless, only his low-slung jeans on his body. Forcing myself to look away before someone notices our staring game, I sit up. "I'm going to get some water. Want anything?" I ask Piper. Dancing like nobody is watching, she shakes her head. "Okay," I laugh. Taking the back door into the club, I enter the kitchen and grab a glass from the drainer. I fill the glass up with ice and water from the fridge, the sound of ice cracking from the water making my mouth salivate. Taking a few sips, it cools my throat off just enough, but does nothing for the heat sweating down my back. Sighing, I turn around and run right into Zane. He smirks and presses his hand into the fridge behind me, caging me in. My eyes sweep to his, my heart pounding in my ears as he looks back at me. He's so close I could kiss him. His fingers dip into my glass of water, pulling free a chunk of ice. My mouth parts, but I don't say anything. Slowly, he runs the ice down my neck and around my collarbone. It's so cold it hurts, droplets of water slipping down my breasts. You out there soaking up the rays of the sun, it's as if you are the fucking sun, Addie. I scoff, his line too romantic. Would you be my son, my sonny? He whispers, and my eyes widen. The pull between us so strong, it should have its own name. The door to the kitchen swings open, and we part away from each other. Hey, we should go swimming, Piper announces, not noticing Zane and I awkwardly avoiding each other. Zane gives me one last look before popping the ice cube into his sexy mouth and leaving the kitchen. I was his sonny from that day on. Shaking my head from memory lane, I wipe my hands covered in gravel dirt and stand up, nearly knocking into a woman smelling of perfume. Sorry, My mouth hangs open as I take in Baby staring at me with red pursed lips, her red shirt torn and revealing her black bra, and her jeans tight as hell. We are so different. You look surprised to see me. She twirls her hair. Closing my mouth, I look to the floor, lost to what to say next. Baby, I am surprised. Why are you here? I glare at her and cross my arms. I thought Zane got her out of here. Oh, please. Did you really think Zane was going to get rid of me for good? He knows how much of a flake you are. He wouldn't sacrifice what we have just to get with you, sweetheart. My nostrils flare, my nails cutting into the palm of my hand. I want to hit her. I want to find Zane and demand answers. I know club sluts, though, and how they love getting under the skin of the members' close ones. I also don't need to make a scene with family and friends here. Move, I demand, shoving past her. The sound of her screeching giggles making me done with today. Heading to the club, pissed off, Delilah is outside smoking a cigarette, staring at me through squinted eyes. She's wearing a tank top and baggy jeans, her soft belly showing. You going to take that? She nods to Baby. Glancing over my shoulder, I scowl at her. She's not worth it, I mutter. I know she's lying. Piper steps up beside Delilah, her face serious instead of drunk. She's stepping into your house and is shitting on you with a smile on her face, Piper informs with a heated tone. Anger boils inside of me. They're right. It seems petty, but to every female in this club, I look weak. So now what? I turn around, dropping my things to the ground. Both of the girls step up beside me, their arms crossed. Bull doesn't like cat fights in his club, so we better do this outside, Delilah laughs. Piper gives her a high five, and they both start toward Baby, who is on her phone standing in the lot. Following them, I feel myself develop like a black flame, one that is heard of but not seen. Baby has taken so much from me, and I've always turned the other way, something my mother taught me. Tonight, I am going to teach that bitch there is another side of Addie. The devil's dust side. Piper snatches Baby by the hair, causing her to scream and drop her phone to the ground. Leave it to Piper to beat the shit out of someone and still look like a model. Without missing a beat, I close my fist and slam it into her pretty little face. Her nose cracks. Or maybe it's my knuckle because a raging heat races up my fingers as I make contact. Shit! I scream, shaking my fist out. Good one, Piper laughs, tripping Baby to the ground. Wait, let me explain, Baby cries, holding her bleeding nose. I drop down and lift her chin up with my finger, making sure she looks me in the eye. Her heavy makeup and doll-like features making me sick. I hate how pretty she is. This is my house, bitch. I spit in her face, and the girls laugh. I can't believe I did that. My mother would die if she knew I just spit on someone. but the feeling inside of me is amazing. I want to do it again. I want more of this rage. I want to teach her a lesson. That personality is more than looks, perhaps. Grabbing her left tit, my nails dig into her flesh. They're not so perfect. They're not soft and creamy. They feel firm and unreal. "Are these real?" I ask. "What are you doing?" Worry laces in Delilah's voice, but I ignore her. "What? Why?" I squeeze harder, making her wince. The jelly inside making me want to dig my nails in until she bleeds. "No!" she cries, trying to pull away. I scoff. I hope she didn't pay a pretty penny for these. "Hold her," I tell the girls. Piper grabs her hands and Dee gets her feet. I stand, watching baby wiggle like a worm. Pulling my knee up, I strike my foot down on her breast again and again, willing for the implant to bust inside of her. "Jesus Christ!" Piper laughs, trying to hold on to a screaming baby. I'd cup her mouth, but we're out of hands at the moment. We should really think about adding another chick to our crew. "What's going on out here?" The voice of Danny making the girls and I tense. Danny is the type of mom that will either help us or make us clean our mess up. "Run!" Delilah whisper laughs. If anyone knows Danny, it's her daughter, Delilah. The girls let go of baby and we run into the darkness laughing. I'm a whole other person right now. Dark, daring, and bad. Putting my arms in the air, I scream and laugh, the night whispering into my ear how proud it is of me for sticking up for myself. It felt good. Fuck being the bigger person. From now on, I am standing up for myself. The rush is amazing. I feel high. "That tit is never going to be the same again," Piper laughs, slowing down. "Oh my God, I've never seen anything like that." Delilah raises her hand, and I give it a high five. "I didn't know you had it in you. Holy shit!" Piper runs her hands through her hair. I laugh, not sure where that evil within came from either. I guess just being stepped on over and over again really did add up to something inside of me. I tried to be a lady, but eventually you gotta handle your shit.
Zane. Lying in bed, I stare up at the ceiling, my arms behind my head. I'm still in my jeans, but took my shirt off earlier. All these bodies in the club, the air conditioning can't keep up. I'd sleep in just my briefs, but having the place packed with family makes me uncomfortable. The thought of Thad hurting Addie, making me angry. I don't want to kill and torture just anyone. I want to kill him. I want to see his head bounce off the floor with a bullet to the skull. See the fear in his eyes when he realizes he messed with the wrong girl. That Addie is my woman. Sitting up, I throw my legs over the side of the mattress and drop my head into my hands. God, I'm so fucked up. I can't sleep for shit. Never have been able to get much sleep, but knowing Addie's in danger has me more hostile than usual. I should have listened to my gut today and not let her try to take down the principal. What the fuck was I thinking? Then again, I'd give Addie anything if she asked. She's my weakness. A loud screeching noise causes me to raise my head from looking at the dark floor. It sounded like a woman screaming. Standing up, I open my door and look down the dark hallway. Whimpering pushes my feet forward, my brows narrowed as to what it could be. Turning on the hall light, I find Addie twisted in a sweaty sheet on a cot, her face scrunched in pain, and her hands waving around. She's having a nightmare. Bare feet against the cold floor, I make my way to her and pick her up. She stops crying and rests her head against my chest, her nails digging into my pecs. I can't let her sleep out here on a fucking cot. I take her to my room. Shutting the door behind me, I can't seem to put her down on the bed. I keep staring at her, wishing for the life of me. This was much simpler than it is. Resting my nose against her cheek, I close my eyes, The beast inside of me, snarling and circling its cage, at the thought of being next to something so fragile. "Can I keep you?" I whisper against her delicate skin. "Yes," she mutters. Not expecting a response back, I'm shocked. I know she won't remember this tomorrow. I know she's not in the right state of mind. But it still does something to me. "I'm cold, Zane." She pulls me close, and I can't help but wonder if she's awake at all. I want her to remember this. I want this to be our thing. I want to embrace her and hold her throughout the night like I've always dreamed. Placing her in my bed, I think about crawling in next to her to keep the darkness that haunts her at bay. Because I am the scariest thing in this club, and nothing would dare come near her while she sleeps next to me. Knowing deep down she won't remember any of this, or how she even got in here, I cover her up and grab a pillow wedged between the mattress and the wall. Tossing it on the frayed carpet on the floor in front of my bed, I sprawl out on my back, the pillow folded under my head. My love for her is louder than my demons. Maybe, just maybe, I can tame them enough to be with her, to run my hands down the curve of her body and taste the sweetness of her skin for the very first time. Is she worth losing the club over, though? Some men grow up dreaming of cars or certain colleges to get into. This club was my silver lining. The only thing I ever wanted was a place at the table. Now I have to decide if Addie is worth more than that. Her hand flings over the bed, her cute pink painted nails drawing me in. Reaching up, I tangle my fingers with hers and listen to her breathe. For the first time since I can remember, I fell into a sleep darker than my day.
Addie. Waking up, I stretch my body, my toes curling in on themselves, as I've rested more than I have in a long time. My eyes flutter open, and I suddenly remember I'm at the club. But I'm not on a cot. I'm in a bed. Snapping upright, I find myself in Zane's bedroom, in Zane's bed. What the fuck? The door to the room suddenly opens, and I quickly try and flatten my bed head with my fingers. "Coffee?" Zane questions, holding a black cup. Steam dances above the rim, the smell of brew filling the room. Shit, he looks amazing, even in the morning. Sleep heavy in his emerald eyes, giving them a hooded, sexy look. The stubble on his jaw is darker than usual, and he's not wearing a shirt, giving me a full glimpse of his hard abs. What does he do, 100 push-ups a day? He hands me the cup, and I push myself to take a sip to keep my mind from continuing to race. Even if it's lava in my mouth, I force the sips. It does nothing to contain my desire, though. My body buzzes, wanting to have his warm body next to mine this early. I wouldn't even mind the morning breath. My eyes scope out his scar on his bicep, my own blazing the skin on my arm as if I was shot just yesterday. How'd I... You were having a nightmare. I brought you in here and you seemed to sleep better. Zane cuts me off mid-sentence. My eyes fall to the coffee cup. My nightmares stalk me as soon as my eyelids close. I'm not safe even in my own head. "Thank you," I merely whisper. "What did you dream about?" My eyes pop to his, and I think for a second about lying, but I'm curious if he has nightmares too. "About the shooting," I confess. Zane's body swells, as if me telling him the past haunts me pains him. "One of the men brought your bags." He points to the floor, and I nod. Something else is weighing heavy on my mind. "Why is Baby here?" I change the subject. I have to bite my cheek, thinking about how we fucked her up last night. I wonder if we really did bust her implant. He gives me an off look, as if he doesn't know what I'm talking about. He either really doesn't, or he's good at lying. Yeah, I ran into her last night, and she didn't seem upset about a breakup in the least. Sarcasm drips from my tongue. Zane shrugs. I haven't seen her since I ended things. He turns toward the dresser, and I notice his back is covered in flames. My eyes widen when they land on the name Sunny dancing in the smoke. Nearly choking, trying to catch my breath, he jerks around to help me. I point at him, eyes wide. You have my name on you, I croak. The lettering was hard, but had a soft tone to it. It seemed personal. His shoulders rise, and he turns back around, flinging a red shirt out of the dresser and over his head. Hurry up, you're going to be late for work, he grumbles. Just as he reaches the door, he stops, his hand on the doorframe. The only thing that ever burned me enough for me to never regret was letting you go, Sonny, he rasps, and tears fill my eyes. He glances over his shoulder, his eyes piercing me. You see, I don't have baby's name on my back. He steps out, shutting the door. My name is tattooed on his back. It dawns on me that I really mean something to him. Us could have been a thing if we took the leap. Throwing my hair up into a slick, low ponytail, I reach for the clothes folded up in my suitcase. I didn't get to pack my things, so I'm nervous to see what the guys got me. It's not zipped up, and it looks like someone has been rifling around in my stuff. Reaching into my clothes, something soft hits my fingers, and it jumps. Falling back on my ass screaming, 2 bunny ears poke out. Jersey, I huff. Reaching forward, I scoop him up. He wiggles his nose, his eyes looking around the room. This is new to you, isn't it? I use my baby voice. The door slams open, and Zane is in the room with his gun drawn. His eyes find me and Jersey, and he relaxes, slinking into the doorframe. Sorry, Jersey gave me a scare, I laugh. He tucks the gun in the back of his jeans and squats down to look at Jersey. You're the only person I know that has a pet bunny. He runs his strong fingers between Jersey's ears, and he closes his eyes. I suddenly feel jealous of my bunny. I'll have one of the boys get him some water and food. Keep him in here. He's safe in here. I look over at him, a smile pulling at my lips. Thank you for everything. His eyes flick to mine, a small smile almost tugging his lips. No problem. He stands, taking his hand from the bunny, and Jersey tries to kick to get back to him. Zane leaves us, shutting the door. I know. He has that effect on me, too, I whisper to Jersey before putting him down on the floor. Going back through my clothes, I pull out a few things and go into the bathroom to change, Jersey following me. I shimmy on a pair of black leggings with my white and black flannel button-up that drifts down mid-thigh, making sure to roll the sleeves up so I don't die from the heat. Slipping on a pair of flip-flops, I grab my cup of coffee and step outside the door, blowing a kiss to Jersey before leaving. It's already a madhouse in here this morning. Distant chatter coming from the main room and the smell of eggs and bacon overpowering the smell of men and leather. Slipping down the hallway, I come face to face with some of my girls. Hey, you look cute. Piper waggles her shoulders as she chomps down on a piece of toast. Thanks, I laugh at her. Hey, eat. Cherry pokes Piper's plate, and Piper begins to talk back about how she's an adult. The low rumble of a man's voice has my attention on the closed door to the chapel. The men must be in church. Glancing over my shoulder, the girls are busy busting each other's balls, so I decide to eavesdrop on what the men are talking about. I'm curious if Zane is telling them about Thad. Just make sure and stay with her. We will go around to every low-end dive bar and see what information we can dig up on these lost wolves in the meantime, Bull states to the table. Got it, the familiar voice of Zane responds. Keep your fucking hands to yourself, Bobby demands, and I roll my eyes. I got tails on the other girls today as well, Lip chimes in. You shouldn't be doing that, Delilah whispers in my ear, making me jump. Jesus, you're going to give me a heart attack, I pant, holding my chest. Yeah, well, that will be the least of your problems if one of the brothers catch you listening in. Her brows raise. Swallowing, I nod, knowing she's right. Sometimes it's hard to remember that even though this place is family, it's us they're harder on. Delilah is club through and through. Turning on bare feet, Delilah heads to the counter for breakfast. Her sweatpants 2 sizes too big for her, but her black tank top 2 sizes too small. The gavel slams from inside the chapel, and so I quickly step over to the couch, acting as if I'm minding my own business. The men shuffle out, and boots scuff to a halt behind me. You ready? Zane asks. Swallowing a sip of my lukewarm coffee, I turn and smile. Mm-hmm. Heading to my Jeep, I notice Zane stop at his motorcycle. I slow my steps and look at him, puzzled. Is he following me on his bike? He holds out a helmet, and my stomach falls. He wants me to ride into work with him. Oh no, I'm not riding on that to work. Well, seeing as I'm the one babysitting you today, I don't see how else you're getting your cute little ass to work. He's serious, laughter dancing in his eyes. My hair will be everywhere, Zane, I argue. He shrugs, not giving a shit about my hair. Fuck this, I'm taking my Jeep. Turning back around, I head toward my car and hop in. Where are my keys? I look in the sun visor, nothing. The floorboard, nothing. Something out of the corner of my eyes grabs my attention. Zane stands there with an arrogant smirk on his face, dangling my keys in his fingers. Grasping the steering wheel, I shake it as if it were Zane's head. Son of a bitch. I almost forgot how aggravating he can be. Jerking my bag from the passenger seat, I hop out and slam the door. I hate you, I growl, rushing past him to his motorcycle. He chuckles, enjoying himself, before blowing me a kiss. After I fasten my helmet, scowling at Zane in the process, he starts the engine to his slick bike. It's not that I don't like riding, it's just not the ideal ride to work is all. I also haven't been on one in forever. Sliding on behind him, my school bag slung around my chest, I wrap my arms around him. He's so muscular, my fingers barely touch. Jesus, he smells good, like soap and leather. Not expecting him to kick it into gear so fast, we fling forward and I squeeze tighter. Having him in between my legs like this, taking my mind off my hair and the sweat dripping down my back. Resting my cheek against his back, I inhale his scent, take in the wild wind whisking around my face, and get lost in the thought that maybe one day a ride like this will be more than just a ride to work. Maybe it can be forever. Arriving at the school, Zane parks near the back of the parking lot, where a small tree casts just enough shade on a small patch of green grass. Sliding my helmet off my head, I shake my head free from being smashed into such a small space and hand it to him. Sweat sticks to my hairline, and I can feel ridges from the helmet on my forehead. So, what are you going to do while I'm in there? I question, before climbing off the motorcycle, making sure my leg doesn't touch the exhaust. I've had that happen only once and still have the scar from Bobby's motorcycle. He shrugs, climbing off the bike after me. Read, he states casually. Read? My brows furrow in. He reads? Like magazines? Zane unzips one of his saddlebags and pulls out a book that looks like it's seen better days. I snatch it from him, curious what he would be reading, and he swells up like I'm the bully and he's the kid I just took lunch money from. The cover is missing colors, and the binding looks as if he's rolled the book more than once and stuck it in his back pocket. He's read this a few times by the looks of it. Gatsby? I read the title aloud, one of my favorite reads. What? Eyes hooded, he gives me an evil glare, one to cast a spell of goosebumps along my arms. I can tell he feels judged, but I am turned on more than anything. A bad boy who is educated. I just figured you more of a motorcycle parts magazine type of a guy. He snatches the book back and looks it over, his body relaxing as he holds it firmly in one palm. I like reading. It lets me see what normal people are like. His tone takes a vulnerable dip, and my heart skips for him. He thinks he's so different. It scars him. I mean, he is dark and scary at times, but I don't think it's as far as him being abnormal. Well, you'll see the obsession in that book is not so normal. I point at it, taking a few steps backward toward the school. Everyone has their flaws, nobody is perfect, and by reading book after book, you will see that nobody is normal, I state. His face hardens, his hand rolling the book. You read this one? I scoff. I wish I had done everything on earth with you. I quote exactly from the book. Our eyes lock, and it occurs to me what I just said. Clearing my throat, I turn on my heel. That got awkward fast, but it's true. Hours pass, and Zane lays out under the tree, reading. He's shirtless, his chest tan, and probably sweating. I chew on the end of my pencil, thinking about his legs bent out just enough for me to climb in between. The way he'd look up at me with a cocky smirk on his face. I'd straddle his lap and jerk his belt buckle free of his jeans from his sexy waist. Miss Addington? My head jerks to a student at my desk holding her test, her eyes wide with concern and brows lifted. Thankfully, she has no clue what my wet daydream was about. Crap, my panties are so fucking wet. Right, just set them in the basket face down. I blink several times to get back in the moment and away from fantasy biker land. Sighing, I look back down at tomorrow's lesson. At least Thad hasn't confronted me about anything today. If anything, he's been avoiding me. For now. Maybe it's because he's seen Zane that Mr. Thad knows he's bitten off more than he can chew. Addie. 2 days later. Haunted eyes staring at me in the darkness make me wave my hands out to keep it away, the sound of fireworks going off, and the laughter of Zane echoing in my ears. I twist and turn, trying to get away, but everything just becomes louder. Half-dead men riding by on motorcycles throw snakes at me, and my legs are sinking into sand so I can't move. Addie! Zane's voice echoes in my head. Help! I scream, and then I'm shoved really hard and brought to a bright light of the room. I'm sweaty, mouth dry and out of breath. Zane sits at the end of the bed, looking at me with wide eyes. I had a bad dream, I rasp. It's the same dream I have every night. Zane grabs the sheets on me and pulls them off. The cool air is refreshing. My big shirt and short shorts make me a little uncomfortable, though, and I wrap my arms around my legs. Come on, let's get something to drink. No, I'm fine, I wave him off. His green eyes flicker with dark specks. Get up. He pats the bed and stands up. He's wearing nothing but briefs, and I can't help but stare at the bulge. He crosses his arms, and my eyes slide up to his. What's on your mind? He tilts his head to the side, playing with me. Entertain me, I reply in a raspy voice. He stands there, ideas dancing in his head. Rubbing his chin, he looks me over one more time before stepping forward and grabbing me off the bed. I squeal just as he walks into the dark hallway. He steps over cots, the sound of people snoring and coughing, telling me they're sleeping. "Where are we going?" I whisper, slapping at his backside. He ignores me and goes into the kitchen. Flicking the lights on, the stainless steel appliances shine bright. He plops me down on the counter, the coldness making me nearly jump off. "That's cold," I whine. "You'll live," he clips. "Asshole." He jerks the fridge open and pulls out a tub of chocolate ice cream, grabbing 2 spoons in the strainer. He pops the lid open and positions himself between my legs, a smile playing at his lips. "Why are you smiling?" I grab my spoon, but he knocks it out of my hand and presents his spoon of chocolate ice cream to my lips. He's feeding me. Opening my mouth, he slips it in, the chocolatey goodness coating my tongue. "This is the best remedy for bad dreams," he states. Grabbing the spoon he made me drop, I fill it with ice cream and feed it to him, his plush lips sliding over the silver, making me want to pull him closer to me. "I'll be the judge of that," I rebuttal. He feeds me again, and I feel my nipples bud with the coldness entering my veins. "Have you always had the nightmares?" he asks, and I sigh. "Yeah, me too," he whispers, and my eyes fall onto his. "Have you always had them?" He nods. "Mine always end with you being washed to sea, or these bull-looking devils riding off with you," he confides, and my heart breaks. Mine always end with Zane getting farther and farther away. Done with the topic, he tosses his spoon in the sink and takes mine, tossing it in the sink as well. I hop off the counter just as he puts the ice cream back into the freezer. He wipes his mouth with the back of his hand, his abs grabbing my attention. "Ready for bed?" he asks. I'm ready for something else. Walking up to me, he grabs me under the thighs and tosses me over his shoulder. "I can walk, you know," I laugh, but he ignores me and turns the lights off. He steps over sleeping members and takes me back to his room before plopping me down on the bed. He positions himself on the floor, and I scoot to the side of the bed. His sheets smell so clean, I can't help but inhale them. "You can sleep up here with me, you know," I smile down at him. "You ain't ready for that kind of entertainment," he rasps, rolling over on his side, trying to hide his massive boner. My clit throbs thinking about him in between my legs just moments before. God, when will this punishment ever end? The days pass, and I continue to fall asleep in Zane's bed. One night, I woke up with my hand in his. I couldn't help but bite my lip and rub my thumb over his. I wanted to stay awake and relish in the moment forever, but sleep took over. He takes me to school on his motorcycle every day, and he reads while I'm working, looking sexy as hell under that damn tree with no shirt. Things are getting intense, as if a ticking time bomb is ready to explode at any moment. Both between me and Zane, and at school, Mr. Thad hasn't said anything, but it's only because Zane is with me.
Chapter 6. Zane. Driving Addie's Jeep into the school parking lot, I place it in park. I've been doing this shit for a week now, and I need some answers as far as who is threatening the club. I can only sit idle for so long. This could all be for nothing if this Thad prick isn't even a threat to Addie anymore. "Well, I'll see you after class." Addie smiles at me. Her hair is down today, the rain in the air giving it a slight more curl than usual. It's about time we get some rain with all the fires, but it's not doing shit for the air. It's like a giant smog cloud, and ash is so thick I can feel it in my hair. I nod, my eyes falling to the cleavage of her white dress and blue jean jacket. She dresses so sexy, without even trying. She climbs out, and I pop the seat back, grabbing my new read for the day. Harry fucking Potter. It may not give me the insight of what normal people act like, because it's fantasy or some shit, but so far, it does help me understand how to socially interact. Talking between two people isn't fantasy, and I suck at it. I never say the right things when someone is talking to me.
Addie. Going over the last test, I glance out the window to see if I can see Zane in the parking lot. I haven't been able to see him all day, with the rain and him being in my Jeep. I can't help but think about sneaking in there with him and climbing into his lap. Nobody would know from the fogged windows and ash in the air, plus the loud rain would drown out the moans. The windows are thick with condensation, so I can't make out if he's inside or not. I don't see him anywhere else, so he must be inside. Probably sleeping. I know I'm tired. Lockdown, along with this rain, has me drained. Sighing, I thumb through my tests to see how many I have left. 3. Maybe I should just take them to the club to grade. No, it's getting more and more hectic in there by the minute, with the club not coming up with any answers on the lost wolves. I should text Zane, let him know I'll be a few more minutes. Just knowing he's out there makes me feel safer. Thad still hasn't said anything to me, but the tension is there. It's only a matter of time before he comes at me, I know it. Be out in 20, A. He doesn't reply back. Grabbing my red marker, I set forth in getting these done so I can get back to the club and relax. The door to my classroom opens, and I hesitate before looking up. My heart thuds hard against my chest when I notice it's Thad, shutting the door behind him. We haven't spoken since I tried to set him up. Things have been quiet around the halls, and I took it as he got the hint the women of this school were not going to be victims any longer. He turns, and his eyes remind me of a cat's in the night. Hairs on the back of my neck alerting me to get out of the classroom. He loosens his tie, his white button-up disheveled from his khakis. I stand, my throat feeling like sandpaper. "You didn't bring your guard dog with you today?" He tilts his head to the side. He must be talking of Zane. With him being in the Jeep, he can't see him. My eyes fall to my phone. I should text Zane to get in here right now. Trying to be as smooth as I can, my fingers thumb my phone into my palm. "I don't think so." Thad is in my space, hand wrapped around my wrist and squeezing in seconds. "Let go," I grit through trembling lips. "You are one stupid bitch thinking you could set me up," he snarls, slamming my wrist against the desk, causing me to drop my phone. Pain shoots up my arm, and I cry out. Lifting my knee, I kick him in the nuts, and he lets go of me, hunching over to grab his junk. Running behind him, I aim for the door until a sharp pain radiates through my scalp. Thad pulls my hair so hard I fall chest first on the floor. I begin clawing my way to the door, shuffling my knees to get away. He laughs, enjoying the fight. Knowing I'm not getting anywhere, I roll over and kick him in the chest, throwing him into my desk. A stapler, markers, and papers fall to the ground. My kick to his torso not doing much, he's back on me in seconds. His grabby hands pulling at my jacket, ripping my dress. I squeeze my thighs as tightly as possible, and tears spring to my eyes. This is it. I tried to save the women of the school, and now I've made myself the target. Reaching forward to claw myself even an inch away, my hand lands on a stapler. Crying out loud, I twist in his grip and slam it against his head. The clicking noise making him scream like a female before blood trickles down his face. I stapled him. I hit him in the head over and over again, anger and fear pouring through every strike until he collapses on top of me. Breathing roughly, tears down my cheeks, I still, making sure he's not moving. "Get off!" I cry, dropping the bloody stapler to the floor. I push his limp body to the side and wiggle out from under him. "Off me!" I sob, punching him wherever my fists land. The classroom door is kicked open, and Zane stands in the doorway, swelled up and ready to fight. "Addie." He breathes heavily. Falling to his knees, he helps me the rest of the way out from under Thad's body. "Are you okay?" he asks in a rushed voice, his eyes darting all over my body for injury. "Where were you?" "I was scoping out his office when I heard you scream down the hall." Worming my way into Zane's lap, I pull him close and cry. He hesitates for a minute, not sure what to do with my emotions spilling into his lap. "Oh my God," I cry. But I'm suddenly feeling angry. How dare that fucker think he could get me to run away by taking my self-esteem? I can still feel his fingers scratching my legs, his hot breath on the back of my neck. His fingers slowly tangle into my hair, and he pets me as I sob. I could have been raped or killed. I tempted a monster and couldn't handle the force that came with it. I'm always trying to save people, causing me to forget what is going on inside of me. Thad moans, and I scream, throwing my hands around Zane. "Fuck," Zane rasps. "He's alive! Shit, what do I do? Do we call the cops? I'm going to jail." Zane pulls his phone from his pocket. "Bring the van to the school. We got a problem," Zane rasps into the phone. "What was that? What are you going to do?" My lashes still to my face. Zane grasps my shoulders and looks right into my eyes. His green eyes dance with excitement, and it occurs to me that this is the dark side of Zane that nobody knows about, his violent nature, his delight in life. "I called Rad and Saint. Now, go to the club. I'll handle it." He ignores my question. I don't press for more. I'm not sure I'm ready to know Zane in and out. "I can't go to the club. I have blood all over me, and you're not with me. They'll ask questions," I point out. Zane bites his bottom lip, looking to the side for answers. "Okay, go to your apartment, and I'll meet you there as soon as I can." "But—" "Do it, Addie." The hardness in his voice is made up by his soft hand grabbing my chin. He leans in and presses his lips to mine, and instantly everything around me blurs into nothing. His soft, demanding mouth, taking mine, throws me into a world of make-believe. There is no half-dead man by our feet, no forbidden law about us being together, just him and I. Pulling his lips from mine, I'm dumped back into the reality of my mistakes. My heart races and forehead sweating. "Now go," he whispers against my lips. I nod and force myself to grab my purse, phone, and get the fuck out of there.
Zane. Grabbing Thad by the hair, staples swelling from his skin, I glare into his bloodshot eyes. "You fucked with the wrong crew," I growl before shoving him back to the floor. Pacing, I contemplate how I'm going to end this asshole. He hurt Addie, my sunshine. My fingers strain, the vessel in my neck pounding with every thrust of my heart. I've never been so worked up in my life. Arms straining, I tilt my head back and roar. I yell so hard, as if the night will respond and ease the pain radiating through me. My rage taking me back to the day of the drive-by. Addie was hurt, and something inside of me broke. I gave a piece of my soul to Addie that day, and never been able to get it back. Pulling my gun from my waistband, I hold it above Thad's head. So angry, my hand shakes, my teeth pinched tight to near cracking. He whimpers, his khakis dampening between his legs. Not such a predator right now, are we? Hunching down, I get in his line of sight, pressing the barrel of my gun into his temple. You tried to hide the light from me. You tried to snuff out the sunshine I so desperately need. I grab him by his hair, arching his neck to look me in the eyes. Don't you see?
When she's not happy, I'm not happy. I yell in his face. Your people are going to pay for this, he blubbers out, gaining a laugh from me. So tough for a man about to die. I shove his head away from me and rub at my chin in thought. Here I am thinking that I'm not worthy, not normal, and don't deserve a life of simple pleasures as owning a woman's heart. And then I run into you, the lowest of the low, a scumbag piece of shit who feeds off women, hurts them, preys on them. My hand begins to shake again, my teeth clenched. This fucker makes me so hostile. That's enough, Zane. My dad's voice booms from behind me, but I don't let up. Don't do it. You're too close to this. He doesn't deserve her, I murmur to a sobbing Thad. Nobody does. I don't take my eyes off him and stand up. I'm cracking, losing my fucking mind. Son. Desperation in my dad's voice almost has me step away. Almost. My arm stretched out. I pull the trigger with little to no effort. The gunshot echoes throughout the room, and the smell of gunpowder and blood dance around me like an old gypsy casting a spell. My hand continues to shake, my nostrils flaring. Killing him did nothing for me. Why? I'm not calm. If anything, I'm angrier. I pull the trigger again, and again. Nothing. There is no relief. The voices in my head are getting louder, my chest swelling with frustration. Yelling out with rage, I pull the trigger until hands wrap around me and pull me away from the mutilated body. I toss the gun onto the floor and run my hands through my hair. My knees clash onto the floor, and I bend my head down into my lap. What is happening? I seethe. Killing is my only escape. It lets the darkness breathe. But right now it's just hibernating in my soul, overtaking my every thought. No light can seep through the cracks and give me a glimpse of clarity. What the fuck? Rad whispers. Son, breathe. My dad's voice doesn't do anything to soothe me, his hand now rubbing down my shoulder, feeling hot and uncomfortable. Killing is my remedy for the voices, for confliction of the Reaper casting its toxic ideas into my head. Those ideas are so loud and unclear that I feel more lost than ever. Thad broke me. He touched my angel, and now killing him isn't enough to calm the beast within me. Why the fuck are we at Addie's school? Bobby questions hatefully. It dawns on me that Rad and Saint brought my father and Bobby along with them. I don't know. He just called us, Rad informs. Eyes on the ground, body still shaking, I force myself to give him the details. Addie was in trouble. I protected her. What the fuck you mean she was in trouble? Why are you protecting her? I don't reply. I can't. Easy, Bobby, my dad defends, getting in between me and Bobby. You going to tell me what's going on here? The tone in his voice pisses me off. I stand, eyes watery and narrowed in on him. He's bulked out like he wants to fight, his shoulders raised and chest puffed out. His blonde hair in his face and jaw tight. He doesn't want to do this right now. Not when I'm this out of control. I'll regret what I do to him. Where is Addie now? My dad asks. He looks just like me, but older. His green eyes calm and temper collected. How does he do it? How did he beat the demons? I ordered her to go back to her place. You ordered her? Bobby squints his eyes at me, tilting his head. This is the principal. He's been hurting the teachers here, and Addie tried to get him fired. He caught on and tried to hurt her. I explain everything to him. Bobby tries to come at me, and Rad and Saint block him. I lift my chin, ready to take a hit from him if means I can be with Addie. Dad places his hand on my chest. Go be with her. We will take care of this, Dad informs. I shake my head. No, I promised her I would take care of it. I will get rid... God damn it, Zane! Just fucking go!
Dad loses his temper, a glimpse of his own beast shining in his eyes, one I'm very familiar with. Sliding my tongue along my bottom lip, the idea of being with Addie when I'm so conflicted and out of control scares me. However, it's the only place I want to be right now. My son. I need her light right now. Turning on my heel, I stomp out of the classroom. "Take my bike," Dad hollers down the hallway. Brows furrowed, hands barreled, I head outside. All I can think about is Addie. My obsession. Wait, no. Chasing after someone is a boy's game. Addie has always been mine. We've just been playing a child's game. Until now. Tonight, I'm taking what has always been mine.
Chapter 7. Addie. Sitting on the couch, I don't know what I'm more afraid of. What Zane is doing with Thad right now, or if a lost wolf might show up here. I have nothing to protect myself. All the times my dad tried to make me conceal a gun in my apartment, and I reassured him I'd never need it. I need it now. Turning on the TV, I turn it right back off. I'm anxious and scared. When will Zane be here? Something clatters outside, and I stand. My chest is on fire from my shallow breathing, as if me taking a slow breath will make a predator unaware of me being here. A cat meows, and the clattering of a trash can sounds once again. I exhale a breath and slouch my shoulders. Calm the hell down, I tell myself. I'm so scared I'm overanalyzing everything. Shaking my hands out, I walk in a circle, practicing deep breaths. Relax, I can do this, I tell myself again. My eyes fall to my radio, and I stretch my neck. Music, how about some music? I talk to myself. Turning on the radio next to my TV, Juice WRLD Lucid Dreams starts singing. Closing my eyes, I start to sing with it, slowly becoming less and less tense. A knock pounds on my front door, and I freeze. Do I hide? Ask who is there? Addie, it's me. Zane's voice is strained like he's hurt. My feet are already moving before I decided it's safe to. I unlock the new bolts the club put on, more than enough to keep someone out. Opening the door, Zane has one hand desperately pressed against the frame, his shoulders rising and falling like he's been running. He's out of breath and sweating. He looks sickly almost. Zane? I murmur. My hand reaches out to touch him, but I rethink it and pull it back. His head slowly rises, and bright green eyes hypnotize me. The light from the porch casting just enough illumination for me to see the blood all over his clothes. Gasping from the sight before me, I cover my mouth with my own blood-stained hands. What happened? I ask behind my fingers. I need you. I need, he stutters. My brows furrow, my hand reaching out for him once again. Zane, you're scaring me. I've never seen him unraveling like this before. Sweat drips from his forehead onto his eyelashes, his lips swollen and parted. I need you, Addie. I can't think, I just need. His words come out in spurts, his breathing labored, the desperation in his voice tearing me apart. What about the club? My voice an ear whisper. He shakes his head. Just you, he breathes. Grabbing his shoulders, I pull him inside, and before I know what I've done, he has me against the wall, his hard body in between my legs. Zane kicks the front door shut so hard pictures fall from the wall and crash amongst the floor. His lips hover over mine, and my heart beats at the pace of a coke addict. I want to ask him what this means, but the hungry look in his eyes has me pressing my lips against his. I know what this means. We are finally giving in to what our bodies have been fighting for years. His hands caress my curves, claiming every inch of skin I have to offer, growling into my mouth as he kisses my breath away. Wrapping his hands around me like a security blanket, he pulls us away from the wall and turns us, lowering us to the fur rug laying on the floor in front of the couch. Now on our knees, I tug at his leather cut, and he pulls my jacket down my arms in a quick manner. His lips caressing the crook of my neck, his hot breath making me sweat. Closing my eyes, I breathe him in through my parted lips. Damn, he feels good. My body trembles with desire, my nipples budding from temptation. My clit throbs with longing, wanting him to touch me so badly. With frantic fingers, I unbutton his jeans. Fisting my dress, he rips it, frays of string and cotton shredding all around us onto the carpet. "Yes, give it to me," Zane growls, before nipping at the swell of my breast in my pink silk cup. The sting biting all the way to my pussy and making me wet as a lake. Hands wrap around his neck, a moan racking my body as he lays me down on the floor. My feet press against the hem of his jeans, pushing them down his legs. He then kicks his boots off and shimmies them all the way off his body. My hands pull at his t-shirt, his eyes roaming my body as he finally unclothes me of my rags. Dipping his head, kisses tickle down my stomach, and my fingers run through his hair. Licking my lips, I pant. I want him so bad. Years of eyeing him, wanting him, all unleashing tonight. Pushing my knees apart, I see his length for the very first time. My nostrils flare as I stare at the hardness before me. It's veiny, and arches just the slightest at the tip. He pumps himself with one strong hand, his eyes watching my reaction. If I wasn't so desperately horny, I could watch him thrust himself into his palm until he came. "This what you want?" he breathes huskily. I nod, opening my legs wider. Sliding my hands down my breast, over my navel, and into each side of my panties, I slowly, very slowly, pull them down to reveal my pink, wet pussy. "This what you want?" My voice is just as lustful. The heat of his eyes on my wetness has me practically coming on the spot. "Fuck, I was right. I don't deserve you, Sonny." "Fuck me, Zane." My statement comes out in a rush of hot air and desperation. A slight smirk fits his face, and he presses the tip in between my swollen lips. Just as I'm expecting the fullness of his cock to take over, he stalls, and my eyes snap open. "You're not a virgin, are you?" Creases wrinkle his forehead with worry. "No," I whisper, and his face pains. He wished he was my first. Well, I wish I was his first, too. But life had us go through a few bad apples before granting us the forbidden fruit. "But it's my first time with someone I care about," I explain, reaching up, touching his face. My statement seems to ease the hard look on his face some, but I can tell he expected me to wait for him all these years. What can I say? I moved to Texas with a broken heart, and mending it with only a bottle of Jack, I ended up in the bathroom with a cowboy. He was good-looking, but the sex was sloppy. In my head, all I thought about was Zane. I cried for Zane a lot. I hated myself for not being able to move on. Shoving his cock inside of me vindictively, my back arches as he pushes into me. I'm stretched deliciously and filled to the brink. I'm so wet it doesn't even hurt. Thrusting inside of me, I clench my eyes shut and curl my toes into the floor. He withdraws to the tip before driving back into me. The most intense feeling I have ever experienced rushes through my body like a hive of bees. My nails dig into his back, and I moan louder than I ever have as my body arches for more. Whoever it was never existed. Only we exist. Only I exist. He pounds his demand into me, and I nod in agreement. It's always been him. When will he see that? His ass clenches, his knees moving the rug back and forth as he slides his cock in and out of me. Pleasure dancing inside of me, too much to contain. I slap my palms against each hard ass cheek and take charge of the pace. I want more, and I want it now. The heels of my feet on his lower back, I drive him against my clit harder and harder. God damn, girl. He groans into the crook of my neck before nipping my collarbone. I don't respond. My mouth is too dry from panting, and my heart feels like it's going to explode as I'm about to release years of want onto the man of my dreams. Or nightmares. He pounds his fist into the floor and rolls us so I am on top of him now. My breasts fall from my bra, and Zane grabs each one for friction as I ride him. My knees burn from the rug, but I don't stop. The tingles inside of me numb feeling any pain. My nails in Zane's chest. He closes his eyes, his body becoming rock hard as I pump up and down onto him. He's coming, and with the little warmth that fills me, it's enough to throw me off the cliff of ecstasy along with him. Free falling into the unknown, I take it willingly. My eyes clench shut, my nails drawing blood. I moan and rock myself back and forth until I milk Zane of everything he's owed me. Huffing, sweaty, and unable to move a limb, I fall over onto the rug next to Zane. We don't say anything as we stare up at the ceiling. Moments pass, and as I come back down to earth, I notice Zane is more like himself now. When he showed up, he was distraught and out of control. He couldn't even speak to me. Something happened tonight, Zane. You were upset when you showed up. My brows furrow, and a chill races over my naked body. Covering myself with my hands, I risk a glance in his direction. He licks his lips, wrinkles forming around his hard shamrock eyes. I'm different, Addie. I sigh. I wish you would stop saying that. He's said this same line to me since we were kids. The excuse is making me angry. Stop with that excuse, Zane. The words fall from my mouth before I can catch them. I like killing. His face turns red, and my mouth zips shut. Our childhood springs to mind, and everything starts to fall into place. How he was quiet, but violence made him speak up. How he would get angry and disappear, only to come back more happy than he had been in days. It's the only thing that calms me and drowns the voices in my head to the point I can think clearly. I only enjoy it because it's the only way I live. But tonight, when I took Thad out, it didn't work, Addie. I was so fucking mad. I wanted to hurt everyone that was around me. I was losing control of the little bit of myself that I had learned to tame over the years. He slides his index finger over the scar on my arm, the one the bullet grazed the day of the shooting. Tears fill my eyes, thinking about how he has to hurt others just to feel an ounce of normalcy. Until tonight, he whispers. He turns his head my way, and a lone tear falls down my cheek. I need you. You pushed the voices in my head to the side. It was just you and me tonight. Our eyes lock, our souls and bodies bare of any secrets. I think maybe I just needed you this whole time. Holy shit. Now that I think about it, the day of the shooting was the day Zane really started acting weird. Things between us were different, and he thought it was due to the man he shot. But in reality, it was the day God tried to give me to him. I am his salvation. I hiccup, the thought that I am his answer. A savior is a lot of pressure. My heart is the remedy to the murderer, the man with a broken soul. Can I take on that responsibility? Say something, he coaxes. What can I say? Do I agree to lay in his bed with him when the moment his demons rattle his cage? Clearing my throat, I sit up on one elbow and look Zane in the eyes. Would you ever hurt me? No, he replies instantly. Our family? No. Again, it's a no-brainer. Will you stop hurting other people if I want to be with you? Silence falls between us, and I begin to panic. If he says no, I don't think it's something we will be able to recover from. If I get you, I'll do anything. He turns his head, his face more serious than ever. Reaching for me, he seals the deal with a long, passionate kiss. In this moment, I accept the darkness and broken soul of Zane. Rolling us, he's on top of me and pressing between my legs. His lips kissing me and hands claiming my blushed skin. He makes love to me on the floor of my apartment like I'm the last woman on earth, as if it were our last night on earth. It was a night I'll never forget. Addie. Waking up next to Zane in my bed has got to be the most amazing thing a woman can experience. He's so quiet and peaceful looking, his chest bare and rising and falling slowly with each passing breath. Using my index finger, I lazily swirl circles along his tight pecs. It's not lost on me the evil things he did for me last night. Thad is gone from my life, and I have Zane to thank for that. My brows furrow, wondering how bad it got after I left. I've never seen Zane at his worst, but something tells me it would terrify me. Addie? The sound of Bobby's voice hollers from down the hall. Holy shit. Jumping out of bed, I grab the silk robe hanging on the back of my door and slip into the hallway. Yes, I snap. Turning where he stands, he faces me with a pale face, his blue eyes sharp and angry. He's here, isn't he? My eyes bulge. I admit I'm nervous for Zane. But then again, knowing what I know about Zane, I'd say I should worry more about Bobby. Not waiting for me to answer him, he pushes past me and throws my bedroom door open. Are you fucking kidding me? Bobby grabs Zane by the arm and throws him out of my bed. Within seconds, Zane is back up, throwing a fist at Bobby. Oh my God! Clasping my face with both hands, I watch. It's all I can do. You two stop! Bobby punches Zane in the eye, and Zane jumps on Bobby, putting him in a headlock, both of them falling into my dresser. You got any milk? Yelping, I turn and find Shadow mulling the contents of my fridge over. His dark hair spiked up, and his biceps showing from his cut-off t-shirt. Milk? He's worried about milk right now? Aren't you going to do something? I wave at the two kids wrestling in my room. Shadow glances in the general direction of the chaos and slams my fridge shut. What the fuck did you two think was going to happen? He snides in passing. I scoff, purse my lips, and look back at Zane, now under Bobby, getting punched. Shadow grabs Bobby by the cut and pulls him off Zane. That's enough, he barks. Zane jumps up and delivers an uppercut to Bobby's jaw the last second, the sound of skin and bone making me wince. "I said enough!" Shadow screams in Zane's face. All three men stand in place, staring at each other, their shoulders rising and falling. Zane's eyebrow is bleeding, and Bobby's lip is split. It's a shit show. Bobby glares in my direction, his eyes hooded with anger. "Get your ass to the club, now," he demands. His grave tone has me nodding and not saying another word. I'm afraid if I do, it will set either Zane or Bobby off for a match too. I already feel bad as it is that two men in my life are beating the crap out of each other over me. Shadow slaps Zane upside the head. "You, with me now." Shadow grasps Zane by the back of the neck and escorts him out of my room, in his underwear. This is ridiculous. Why can't we be together? Why is it such a big deal? Because it's too weird for our parents? Well, it's about to get a lot more uncomfortable for them.
Chapter 8. Zane. Pulling up to the clubhouse, I look for Bobby's bike. He isn't here yet, which means Addie isn't here. Jerking my helmet off, I throw it to the ground and set my bike on its kickstand. I'm beyond pissed. Nobody tells me who I can be with and what to do. I don't care if Bobby is a brother of the club or not. It's not like Addie and I have not put a lot of thought into what we're doing. Addie isn't just any girl to me, and Bobby should know me enough to know that. My dad pulls his bike in next to mine and cuts the engine, the scowl on his face causing me to glare back. "What? I need her." I cut him off, the desperation in my voice making his face take on a softer look. It's true. All I ever think about is Addie, when I'm with her and without her. My dad gives me an awkward eye, but he doesn't say anything else. He's letting me explain. Finally. When I'm with Addie, I want to be a better person. When you met Mom and she saved you, Addie saves me. I try and explain, but the words just aren't coming out right. Dad scratches his dark hair and looks out at the club with a perplexed look on his face. "Well, if she is what you say she is, you're going to go through a lot of shit to get to keep her. Hope you're ready for that." He lifts his right shoulder before climbing off his bike. "I am," I nod, confident that I would go through hell for Addie. Just then, Bobby pulls in with Addie on the back of his bike. Addie is angry. I can see it in her flushed cheeks and heavy eyes. Climbing off the back of her dad's bike, they continue to argue with each other. Losing her temper, she shoves Bobby, causing herself to slip out of her flip-flops. Jogging up to them, I jump in between before things escalate any further. "You better get out of my face!" Bobby points at me, his nose inches from mine. "I'm just looking out for her," I reply casually, trying to keep my calm. But inside, I'm anything but calm. "You don't need to do that. It's not your place," he snaps back. "It's always been my place," I holler, and Bobby takes a swing at me. I duck and then charge him, grappling him by the midsection and taking him to the concrete. "For fuck's sake, stop it!" Addie screams. Bobby wraps his arm around my neck and squeezes, so I jab my knee into his gut. "You don't deserve her. She needs better." Bobby grunts in my hold. "You don't think I fucking know that?" A gunshot echoes into the air, causing Bobby and me to pull apart. "What the fuck is going on out here?" Grandpa Bull demands. Falling over on my ass, I stare up at him with a deathly glare. He's shirtless, only a pair of dark jeans on, and is cut. His hand raised in the air with his gun in his palm. I hadn't realized we gained an audience either. All the brothers and old ladies are surrounding us. "This little prick is fucking my daughter behind my back. He broke law." Bobby tries to kick me like a damn child. "Zane?" Bull tilts his head to the side. "Zane, don't," Addie begs me, and I shut my mouth. I don't need to verbalize what Addie and I are doing in front of the whole club.
Get your sorry asses inside the fucking club. Bull jerks his thumb over his shoulder, and we start to get up. My dad, Addie, and Bobby all pass by, entering the club, but Bull stops me by a tight grip on my cut. You stay. Fuck, I mumble. We stand like that until everyone goes inside. You're a smart kid. You have a lot going for you as far as this club is concerned, but you're also 2 shades of fucked up, boy. My head draws downward. My grandpa knows my dark secret. That being said, even the worst of us need to be cared for. He pauses, and I rub the back of my neck. Do we? You care for her? Because if this is just about ass to you, you better tell me straight, son. Snapping my eyes to his, my nostrils flare. I have always cared for Addie. He smirks, taking me by the shoulder. I know you have. You remind me a lot of your dad when he met my daughter. His face wrinkles as he thinks back to old times. I've heard the story over and over. Grandpa shot my dad for messing around with Mom. Breaking the club rules comes with consequences. My eyes widen with the realization of what's to come to me. Yep, you broke a rule, son. You may be my grandson, but that just means you are expected to abide by the rules even more. He reads my mind. So you going to shoot me? I shrug. I can take a bullet. Let's go see, shall we? He chuckles, taking me inside the club to a pissed-off father.
Addie. Sitting at the bar, I chew on my nail nervously. It's stuffy in here from all the bodies as everyone is still on lockdown, and my mom has been going off for the last 30 minutes about how stupid I am for not following rules, and they're there to protect me. I don't listen. I'm just terrified of what ruling the brothers are going to come back with toward Zane. I never meant for him to get hurt, especially by the people he loves most. He and I are in this together. We both deserve what happens. So, you couldn't keep your clams shut. Delilah sits down on the stool next to me. Turning my head toward her, I mindlessly pick lint from my black dress. I knew she'd chime in, and this won't be the last of it. I don't hate her for it. She is club through and through, and loves her brother. Wait, you knew about this? My mother points her index finger between Delilah and me. Her blonde hair is perfect, her blouse unwrinkled, and I have to say, trying to live up to her expectations is a life in its own. I admire her, I do, but I can't be her. Delilah snorts, her shorts sliding up her pale thighs. She pulls her jersey down in the back so her ass crack doesn't show. This has been in the works for years. It wasn't if it was going to happen, it was when. Delilah's aloof tone has me rolling my eyes. She's so dramatic. I can't wait until someone sweeps her off her feet one day so I can give her a hard time. You put Zane at risk, and this club last night. She continues to scorn me as if I'm a child. I feel guilty enough about that and Zane. She doesn't need to rub it in. I need a drink. I tell myself more than anyone else around me. How can something so personal as me and Zane sleeping together be the topic of the motorcycle club? Oh my God, you guys are so old. Piper cuts in, dramatically dropping her head onto her arm stretched out across the counter. You made stupid rules, and stupid rules are meant to be broken. We grew up together. What the hell did you expect? She directs her comments toward our parents. Piper, stay out of it. Her mother, Cherry, scorns from behind the bar, wiping the inside of glass cups. My boy knew what he was getting himself into. If he didn't think Addie was worth it, he wouldn't have done it. My head snaps behind me. Danny sits on the couch, picking her nails, her dark hair braided over her shoulder. She looks fierce in her black shirt and jeans. She's the poster child of biker bitch. Her eyes lift to mine, and I swallow the lump in my throat. I'm glad someone has our back. I just hope you're prepared to be owned by a Kingsman. She raises a brow, calling Zane by his last name. Shadow and Zane are complicated men, anyone can see that. And I'm willing to bet being their woman is even more trouble. I only ask that Zane doesn't break my heart. Slowly I nod and turn back around. I think I'm ready to be Zane's lady. That means being his old lady, Delilah informs. And suddenly I'm aware I have no idea what that entails. Do I help him bury bodies? Go on drug runs? Shit.
Chapter 9. Zane. Standing at the end of the table, I can literally feel my dad and Bobby staring at me. Their glares matched my own. "Good luck, son," Lip whispers in my ear, his hand sliding across my back as he finds his seat at the table. Grandfather Bull slams the gavel down, declaring the meeting in progress. "So, we are here because Zane," he gestures toward me, "has broken club law. He laid with a sister." I scowl. They make it sound so dirty. She's not my sister. "We knew this was going to happen with one of the kids," my dad defends. "No, we all came to an agreement and made the law years ago." Bobby shakes his head. They all begin to argue, and I cross my arms. Saint chuckles, grabbing my attention. "Something funny?" He crosses his arms, one hand rubbing his chin. "Yeah, that you are about to die over pussy." He holds his hand out, giving me a look. "Come on, brother. You could have had any chick." "It's not about getting ass," I growl. I don't expect him to understand. Maybe you're right." I can tell he has something on his mind. "Maybe after you get your hand slapped, it will lead the path to me. Take that little sexy ginger out." He's talking about Piper. "I'd threaten you, but I'm not worried. You can't handle Piper." I smirk and he lifts his head like he accepts the challenge. "Zane!" My grandfather's voice has my eyes snapping to his. "The decision has been made." He slams the gavel and everyone stands. It then occurs to me I have no fucking idea what is happening because Saint was yapping my ear off like a damn bitch.
Addie. The doors to the chapel finally open after an hour of us ladies sitting around. The men walk out, all of them carrying serious faces and lifted shoulders. I'm assuming the meeting didn't go well. I slide off the stool and run to Zane. "What happened? What are they going to do?" His jaw is clenched tightly, his eyes hooded and angry as he sweeps the area. "Just stay inside, yeah?" My heart begins to beat faster. That can't be good. "No, I'm not going anywhere," I refuse. "Outside," Bull hollers. Everyone congregates outside, including me. Everyone circles Zane, and Bobby steps in front of him with a .45 in his left hand. "You can't be serious," I cry out, and push my way into the circle. "It was both of us, so shoot me too." "Addie," my mother scorns, trying to pull me back. "You stay out of this." Bobby points to me. "You broke the rule that was set forth from your brothers. You agreed to it when taking the responsibility of a prospect, and then defiled it with a blind eye," Bobby preaches. And for the first time in forever, it hits me that club law is just as serious as the laws of civilians. "Let this be a lesson to anyone who wants to break the rules." Bobby points his gun at Zane, and blood rushes to my ears, the sound of the crowd drowning out by my own fear. My hair flies in my face as I try and pull free of my mother, her tight grip on my arms making it impossible to get away. Zane stands there like a man, arms out, chin raised, ready to take his punishment, not a lick of fear to be seen. Bobby cocks the gun, the sound echoing in my head like the sound of an arm breaking. I scream until my face feels like it's about to burst, tears filling my eyes and blurring my vision. Bobby closes one eye to take aim, and adrenaline pumps through my veins so lethal I'm able to shove my mother off me and run to Zane. Hugging him close, I close my eyes and wait for our punishment together. Nothing happens. Arms snake around me, and Zane turns his back on Bobby. He pulls me close as if he's a shield, and in that moment, I realize that I love this man so much I would risk my own well-being to be with him. I guess that's how it's always been. Things changed for me and Zane, and I gave him my heart without knowing that I never really got it back. "Can I keep you?" he whispers into my ear, and a tear falls down my cheek. "Yes," I mutter. A shot fires, and the crowd goes quiet, but nothing happens. Zane doesn't tense as if he's been hurt, and I don't feel anything either. Until I do. Burning hollow pain shoots through my torso. "What the fuck, Bobby?" my mother screams hysterically. I didn't. I mean," Bobby stutters, lowering his gun. "You asshole!" My mother slaps Bobby. "Babe, think of the baby." Bobby tries to calm my mom down, and it hits me that Bobby just revealed my mom is pregnant. My side feels wet, and the familiar burning feeling rushes to one point. Zane falls to his knees, pushing my dress up to inspect the source of the blood. My eyes fall to the red, swollen flesh. I was shot. My dad shot me.
Chapter 10. Zane. Everything is red, and I don't mean that in the sense of Addie's blood staining my fingers. I'm going to kill Bobby. "I shot in the air. I didn't. It fucking ricocheted, you dumb fuck." I shove him hard, and his face blossoms with a shade of red. He presses the gun to my chest, his nostrils flaring. "I should have fucking shot you when I had the chance." "Yeah? Well, you better make it count, fucker." I stand up to him, ready to do whatever it means to protect Addie. "You two shut the fuck up and help me get her inside," Doc demands. Shit. Turning to help Doc, I feel like an asshole. My girl is hurt, and I'm here fighting with her father. Turning my vindictive temper toward Bobby off, I direct my attention toward my girl. "You okay, baby?" I brush some hair from her sweaty face. "Mm-hmm," she smiles, and I can't help the crooked grin that fits my face. She should be furious, slapping me, or at least bitching at me, and yet she's strong. "You're my sunshine. You know that." I caress her cheek, her own blood smudging her face. The boys pick her up and rush her inside the club, her mother yelling orders to everyone. "Get me my bag. Get me some towels." Addie lays on top of the table in the chapel, and I hold her shaky hand. Bobby glares at me from the other end of the table. "Sweetheart, I am so sorry. I didn't want to shoot either of you. I was just trying to make a point." Bobby whispers to Addie, thinking I can't hear him. "You made a very stupid point." Doc shoves him out of the way. She's pissed, and she has every right to be. "If you two would have just brought this to the table instead of hiding it—" "Mom," Addie interrupts. Her mother gives her a glance before closing her mouth and cleaning the wound. "You're pregnant?" Addie asks through the pain. Her eyes snap to Bobby's before mine. "Yeah, I am." She smiles, and Addie smiles too. "Ouch," Addie hisses, her face scrunching up in pain. I expand in the chest, my eyes darting between Addie and Doc. "Is she okay? What's happening?" Doc gives me a look, one of irritation, but I don't care. "She's fine. Why don't you step outside until we are done?" Doc insists, with narrowed brows. "No," I reply. "I'm not going anywhere." Her brows raise, and Bobby steps forward like he's going to remove me from the room. "I want him here," Addie replies, squeezing my hand. Her mother's face takes on a soft look as she stares at me and Addie as if she is looking at herself in Bobby for the first time. Blinking herself to reality, she begins to work her magic on my angel and lifts her dress to remove the bullet. Addie is asleep on my bed, her side bandaged up. Doc did an amazing job at getting the bullet out. She never disappoints, though. Sitting on the floor of my room, my knees bent, my fingers twist and turn the bullet that was inside of Abby moments before. My mind playing with the shit that has been going on for the last few days. The men are not happy with my actions as of late. The entire club is in an uproar right now because of me and Addie. Plus, I attempted to keep Thad from them. I bet my old man is about to shit himself. But this is why I wanted to be a prospect before taking a full rocker. I knew I would break rules, make my own, and set my own path. That's how I've always worked, and will continue to be. Jersey hops out from under the bed and lifts up on his back legs to peer up at the bed. He knows his mama is up there. He's actually a cute little shit. A light knock echoes through the door before it cracks open. The smell slipping through the cracks has me roll my eyes instantly. Baby. Hey, she whispers. Stepping in, I size her up with a death glare. Why the fuck is she here? I notice her collarbone is bruised, and her left tit looks all bandaged up. I'd ask what happened, but that would imply I care. I don't. She almost looks normal in a hoodie and jeans, but her black heels scream, same old baby. How is she? Do you really care? I sneer, swinging my face to fully face her. She swallows and crosses her arms. Why are you still here? Bull, he said I could. I laugh, leaning my head against the wall. So, you're a club ass then. Her mouth parts and her body swells defensively. I help out. Do my part. Call it whatever you want. I don't give a shit. We're done, I say matter-of-factly. She's like lice. You think you can get rid of her, only to find that one fucking nit. Her head swings toward Addie, and it enrages me. I don't like the way she looks at her. Get out, I mutter. Zane. I stand, my face inches from hers. Reaching out, she attempts to slide her hand across my chest, and I catch her wrist before she can make contact. You want to fuck your way to the top? Fine. But you and I are done, baby. Got that? I shove her hand to her own chest, and her eyes fill with tears. You always said we would never be a thing, but I thought over the years you just didn't like to put a label on things, that I could manipulate something that was never anything. She swipes at her fallen tear, and I take the opportunity to open the door for her. Getting the hint, she slowly makes her exit. Oh, and baby? She stops with hopeful eyes. If you ever lay a hand on Addie again, not even the club president will be able to save your ass. That's a promise. Her eyes widen, and I shut the door in her face. I mean it. She wants to fuck the brothers, that's fine. They can have my sloppy seconds. But she better not even look in Addie's direction. Making my way to the bed, I watch Addie sleep. She's so fucking beautiful. I regret the day I pushed her away. I tried to do something good, something noble, when I made it look like I was messing with baby all those years ago. That one good act is the only thing in my life of sins that I regret. I'll never do what I think is right again. Zane, Addie mumbles, stirring in her sleep. I'm here, I murmur against her temple. How do you feel? She turns over on her back and smiles up at me, her blue eyes reminding me of the ocean on its brightest day. This is way worse than the graze of the arm when we were kids. Addie, this is all my fault. Guilt hits the pit of my stomach like a rock. A delicate, soft hand reaches for me, and I look at the creamy skin of Addie's hand. It was just an accident. I ran out there to you, knowing the risk. She shakes her head, and I run my hand through her hair anxiously. She should have never run out in front of me when Bobby was aiming at me. I was more afraid of her getting hurt than me. Are you thirsty? She winces, trying to adjust herself in the bed, and I notice she's tied up in her dress and it's pressing against her wound. Pulling my knife from my back pocket, I flick the blade free and her eyes flash wide, but I don't fault in what I'm about to do. I grab the middle of her dress and cut it all the way down. It looks like a robe with strands of string everywhere, and she's nearly about to have a panic attack.
I can't believe you just did that,
she mutters, eyeing her dress laying in rags on top of her. It's better than trying to climb out of it. Sit up. Let me help you out of it, I instruct, not caring about some damn dress. Pressing on her lower back, I ease her up, her body warming against my hand. She moans, and I can tell she's in pain. I feel bad. I never meant for any of this to happen. Once she's up, I pull on the fabric to get it out from under her and help her arms out. Her bra and panties show, her beautiful creamy skin hard not to touch with my fingers. She rubs her arms as if she's suddenly cold. The air conditioner is on blast, with so many bodies in the club. Piling the blankets up, I tuck her into them, making sure to be careful around her wound. If Bobby wasn't your dad, I'd kill him, Addie. I promise. I don't care if it's an accident or not. My sunshine is hurt, and that is not okay by me. She smiles, and the rage that has been building in me while she's been asleep slowly diminishes. Kiss me, she whispers. Lowering myself, I kiss her, our lips locking, and her tongue searching my mouth as if she's been lost, and I am her map to clarity. Her arms wrap around me, her legs widening to invite me in. You're hurt. I try and slow things down.
I'm fine. I was so scared today. All I want is you.
She pants, her nails scratching up my chest. She rubs her nose against the side of my neck, the sound of her inhaling my scent causing my dick to shoot up like a fucking arrow. Jesus, the things this woman does to me. Addie, I'm different. I'm not normal, I know. But can I keep you? I whisper. After everything we've been through, I want to hear it and see it in her eyes. Reaching out, she rubs my chin, the touch making my entire face tingle.
Always so serious,
she mocks, making me smirk.
You're so stupid sometimes. You are exactly who I have wanted to be with since I was a teenager, Zane.
Smashing my mouth to hers, I hear her inhale. My hand on the back of her neck, I pull her closer to me. I want all of her, right now. Let me lock the door. Pulling away from her, I lean across the room and lock the door. Our parents are drinking their sorrows away at the bar, which is just feet away. Closing the gap, I am on her in seconds and carefully pulling the blankets from around her, making sure to watch her wound. I trail my fingers down her arm, across her armpit, and down her body to her injury, rubbing my index finger in circles around it. You are the strongest woman I know, Addie.
You bring it out in me, Zane,
she rasps. My eyes shoot to hers, and it occurs to me, we bring the best out in each other. It's not just me needing her, she needs me too. It feels good to feel needed. Her hands trail down my chest to my belt buckle, undoing my jeans.
There is something so sexy about the sound of a belt being unbuckled,
she whispers. Using my elbows, I lower myself and kiss the delicate skin right between her breasts, my left hand slicing down her belly before hooking a finger into her silky panties. She fists my cock, and I hiss through clenched teeth. The intense buildup of desire rushes through my dick like a spider web. Lowering my head a little lower, I bite at the fabric of her panties, and her stomach begins to tremble with every shaky breath she takes. You nervous? My hot breath makes her creamy skin damp. Awaiting her answer, I can't help but to touch her, my hand running up her pale thighs, beauty marks marking her delicate skin.
What if you don't like it?
she asks, vulnerability in her voice cute. Inch by inch, I tug her panties down her thighs and toss them over my head. Impossible. I love everything about you, Addie. My eyes lock with her scared ones. Never taking my vision off her, I flick my tongue at her swollen clit, and her eyes clench shut. The taste of musk fills my mouth, but there's something sweet behind it. Spreading her wider, I insert a finger into her wet warmness, and crook it just right so I hit a spongy spot. Her knees wobble, and I know I've hit her G-spot. I plunge my hot mouth into her pussy like a starved man. She moans, her body aching into me as I lick and suck the orgasm from her. The way she moves, the sound has me about to blow my fucking load on the bed. She's so wet and warm in my mouth, I continue to feast on her as I finger fuck her. My knuckles skimming across the swell of her ass cheeks every time I slide my finger in and out of her. "Oh my God," she whispers, as if she's in pain. But it's not pain, it's pure fucking ecstasy. They can feel very similar, but are different. My cock twitches, veins protruding to the point it hurts. I gotta have her, or I'm going to come. Sitting up on my knees, I push her knees apart, her eyes half rolled into her head. I don't give her a chance to bounce back to reality before pushing myself inside of her tightness. My cock coats in her dripping wet pussy, the softness of it squeezing my cock like a vice. She envelops her body around me, and I hold her close to me, our hot labored breaths becoming one as I slowly fuck her. The bed rocks, and she rolls her head back and moans, her hands wrapped around my neck as if I'm her only one, and my palms grasping each of her ass cheeks as I push her up on my dick over and over. "Are you ready?" I ask, wanting to come at the same time. I've never done it with anyone. Not sure it's even possible. She nods, panting. Releasing one cheek, I grab her right tit and pull it free from her silky cup. I rub my palm over her breast, rubbing and tugging on it. This seems to make her wetter. She watches me as I move my hand to the side and bite down on her budded nipple. Her salty skin filling my mouth. The sound that escapes her body next has me free-falling into a cloud of fucking sunshine. I grunt and pull her onto me harder, needing more of her, all of her. Her nails scrape across my back, causing a burning sensation to blossom as I fill her with my release. Pleasure races through my legs and causes my feet to cramp. It's so fucking intense. Wrapped up in each other as we come down from our high, I lay down beside her and pull the blanket over us both. My cock still inside of her. I don't want to leave her. Not yet. She's sweaty, and I can feel her heartbeat against my chest as we lay there catching our breaths. Her heartbeat is so strong and delicate at the same time. It makes me wonder what mine sounds like. Is it strong? Is it weak? Do I even have a heart worth feeling? Brushing her hair off her shoulder, I kiss her and wonder if, after everything, she's finally mine.
Chapter 11. Addie. 3 days have come and gone, and things are more intense in the club than ever. However, things between me and Zane are amazing. I know it's the honeymoon stage where everything is perfect and butterflies are surreal, but I'm glowing from it, and I was shot in the stomach. Bobby even talked to him yesterday. I mean, it was just offering his stool up for breakfast, but it's a start. My side is healing, but if I move it just right, it hurts really bad. It was worth it. "Why are you smiling?" Miss Louve points a fork at me before stabbing it into her own salad. I look up at her, not realizing I had been smiling. It's my lunch hour, and I've been sitting here lost in a daze while eating my soup and sandwich. I sigh, remembering I'm at school. Thad's bloody face popping behind my eyes before I open them again. Miss Louv's dirty brown hair is up today, and her makeup is less dark-looking. You can actually see the freckles on her cheeks today. Maybe it's her yellow dress that makes her seem more nice. Well, let's just say things have taken a turn between Zane and me. I get personal, but she doesn't smile. She continues to chew loudly on her grass. She seems uninterested, which is different. She's always asking questions about him. You know, we should go out sometime. She changes the subject. My club always has parties on the weekend. No, I mean like to dinner or something, she interrupts. The sharp-edged tone of her voice has me thinking she's against the devil's dust. It's not unheard of. The club has a reputation. Sure, when did you have in mind? I shrug. I haven't been out with anyone besides the girls of the club. I could use some girl-on-girl time without the topic of conversation being drug runs or parties. This weekend? She stands, slamming the lid on her Tupperware. Can you get away from your watchdog long enough? My brows narrow in on her. What is her problem? Turning in my seat, my arm over the back, I flick my tongue across my teeth. You okay? She puts on a smile and grabs her school bag from the counter. Yep, see you Friday night. I nod, watching her leave the lounge. Maybe this is why I never pursued having a friendship. Women are complicated. The rest of the day goes as usual. Teach the kids and look out the window at Zane reading in the grass. I want to be with him and read in the grass. I wonder how much longer this lockdown crap has to last. Then we can really have some alone time. The end of the day finally comes, and I grab my things and sprint out of the school. Zane is standing against the tree with the Hunger Games under his arm, ready to see me. Hey, sexy teacher. He winks, and I instantly feel naughty, in a good way. Didn't you need to stay after school for detention? I play along. He pulls me close and kisses me in front of the whole school. The smell of leather and the mint he was sucking on, taking my head out of the books and into his world. Only if I get to take a ruler to that ass. His hands race down my spine and grip my backside. I have to bite my bottom lip to keep from arching into him like a cat. I've never been so horny so often since Zane and I have given into our feelings. Every time I see him, I go weak in the knees and want him to touch me. I want to touch him everywhere and kiss his every tattoo. It's insane. Will I ever become accustomed to his sexiness? A door slams behind us, a motor revving up. Looking over my shoulder, it's Miss Louv in her car. Who the fuck is that? Zane asks angrily. She's clearly trying to get our attention. Oh, she's the math teacher. She's been acting a little weird lately. I wonder if it's because Thad is missing, I confide. Was he fucking around with her? Zane questions. I think so. I'm not sure, though. Let's hope she's not going to be a problem. He pats my ass, indicating he wants me to get going. Turning where I stand, I grab my helmet and buckle it up. Zane gets on the motorcycle first, and then I do. As we are leaving the parking lot, the only thing that keeps circling my mind is, would Zane kill Miss Louv if she starts asking too many questions about Thad?
Zane. Back at the club, the song Happier by Marshmello pounds through the speakers, and the brothers are playing cards. Piper is dancing as she obviously put the song on, and Saint eyes her from across the room. I'm sure Piper knows it too. It seems just like normal times, if it weren't for my damn mother hovering around like a fucking mother hen. Worried I'm going to risk my patch again. She's been up my ass. I'm going to go change, Addie tells me, her hand on my chest as she pecks my cheek. I can't help but watch her leave the room, and as soon as she's out of sight, I feel as if I'm alone in a cave with no sunlight. My mom gives Addie a look, a small smile fitting her face. Her blue shirt and leather pants labeling her as a biker's wife. "Hey, son." She slides up next to me. I've been avoiding her. I know she's going to get personal about Addie and me. "Mom?" "So, you and Addie, huh?" She picks a piece of lint off my cut. I assume the question is rhetorical, so I don't reply. "You know, you could have told me. You can tell me anything." I look down at her, curious if she really means that. I often wonder if she knows her son shares the same sins as her husband. Killing, a remedy, rather than an objectifying thrill. "I know, Mom." I decide against the heart-to-heart and give her a peck on the cheek. She grabs my arm, stopping me. "She's not about the club life, son. She will be for you. But don't forget, you have to meet her halfway," she advises. "So what? I should get a job or something?" I scoff, not sure what she's saying. I can't see me bagging groceries at the local Walmart, and I don't think Addie would expect me to. "No, but take her for a date. Meet her friends. Things normal girls would want." Rubbing the back of my neck, I sigh. I've never had to do that shit before. "Yeah, thanks, Mom." She pats my shoulder caringly and walks over to where they are playing cards. Suddenly Rad is by my side, his arms crossed. He smells of ocean water. Glancing at him, his face is red again, his chest even more sunburnt under his leather cut. It makes the octopus skull tattoo on his chest look more angry. "Out surfing today?" He nods, watching someone particularly closely. He seems fucking dazed. Looking at his line of sight, he is looking right at my sister. I slam my hand against his chest, nearly knocking the wind from him. He looks at me with wide eyes. I point at him. "No." He chuckles. "I'm just looking." He throws his hands up. "Look somewhere else." "Damn, been in a relationship 5 minutes, and you're already a bitch." I raise a brow at him. He knows nothing about me and Addie. Well, it's nothing you'll know about with my sister. Heading toward my room, Baby walks out of the kitchen, spots me, and turns right around. Good call. Maybe she and Rad will meet and save everyone trouble.
Chapter 12. Addie. Asleep in Zane's bed, I feel the bed dip and Zane slide in with me. He was sleeping next to me when I fell asleep hours ago. Where did he go? Lifting up, I pry my eyes open to look at him. The dark enveloping most of my vision, I can only see the outline of his body. "Where were you?" I ask, half asleep. "Is everything okay?" The thought of maybe Thad is alive and coming back on the club makes my heart beat faster. "Brothers needed me, had to step out," he informs. I didn't even hear him leave. Where did he go? But it's the middle of the night. Throwing the blankets over us, his fingers slowly slide up and down my spine. "Don't question club business, Sonny." The bite in his tone has me wake up like someone threw cold water in my face. He must notice my apprehension as he stops caressing me. "It's just that I can't tell you a lot of things, not because I don't trust you, but for your own safety." His tone softer. I lay my head down on my arm and nod. I understand that. I've heard stories of girlfriends getting hurt for information on the club. "Thought we had a lead on the whereabouts of the Lost Wolves president. Came up empty," he finally confides. "That's it?" Hearing how small and insignificant his run was, it makes shit running through my head much worse than he was actually doing. Snuggling up next to him, he cocoons me in the most secure way. I want to live in his arms, feel his heartbeat, and never let go. He may be the devil, but do you want to go on a date? I tilt my head upward at him. A date? With me, he continues, and the nervousness in his voice has me swoon. If I were standing, I swear I'd sway on my feet. Where? The giddiness in my voice is too strong to mask. He shrugs. I'll think of something, he whispers, before pulling me close again. A date. Holy shit. Zane Kingsman is taking me on a date. I mean, I've never done this before, so don't get excited, as I'll just disappoint you. I cover his mouth and shake my head. Impossible. Whispering, I kiss his lips, and like that, we're making out again.
Zane. Sitting in a chair out in the courtyard with the boys, I wait for them to give me a hard time. I just told them I'm taking Addie out. You're going on a date? You? Saint chuckles behind his beer. He's shirtless as usual, his blue boxers pulled from his loose jeans as he slouches in the chair in front of me. Rad chuckles, sitting on the ground next to us. At least he's wearing a shirt. Picking at some loose gravel, I squint an eye and look up at him. Yeah, you ever take a girl out on one? I ask. He takes a sip and shakes his head. Hell nah. You gotta buy dinner, find something personal to do afterward. I just never found a chick that I was down with like that. He shrugs. Sitting back in the metal chair, the sun shines down on me, making me hot. Addie is more than a dinner and a movie girl. Like Saint said, it's gotta be personal. You can take her to the beach, teach her how to surf, Rad suggests. He pulls his white shirt off and tosses it behind him. He's tan as fuck as it is. I can't surf. I shake my head and take a sip of my beer that is quickly warming up. Yeah, I know. He chuckles. I flip the tab off my beer at him. I went with him once when we were kids. First wave that came, I was knocked off and impaled with coral. Fucker tried to piss on me. My dad took my mom to the beach for their first date. I tell them. Your dad has way more game than you. Saint laughs, insulting me. Nah, don't do the beach scene, Saint advises. Might as well take her to the movies and dinner, like every other flavor. He's right. Why is this so fucking hard? I groan, sliding my hands up and down my face. Because you don't want her daddy to shoot you next time. Saint laughs, and Rad nearly falls over chuckling. I toss my half-empty beer at them. Fuck you guys. Prospects! The boys and I stand, looking in the direction of the garage. Bobby stands there with a wrench in one hand and dirty rag in the other. Yeah? Saint answers. Go get some groceries. The fuck? I frown. Surely I heard him wrong. You wanted the bitch work? Get it done. He smiles before going back in to work on his bike. I can't say no. I want his good graces with Addie. Sure, I mumble, not happy about this. You're a dipshit for willingly wanting to do this, Rad sighs. I'm not buying tampons for these bitches, Saint adds. Getting in Bobby's truck, Saint drives, and Rad sprawls out in the back seat. Do you think he will ever stop busting your balls? Rad asks, referring to Bobby. Yeah, after he chases him away, Saint laughs, leaning back in his seat. It's going to take more than a daddy to chase me away from Addie, I state, hanging my arm out the window. Damn, that must be some good... I turn in my seat and start throwing punches at Rad before he can finish the sentence. Hey, that hurts! Rad whines like a bitch. Keep it up, and I'll throw you out that fucking door, I say seriously. Pulling up to the market, Saint parks the truck in a spot I'm pretty sure is for returned carts. It's close to the door. Fuck it. I get out and stretch. Grab a cart. I point to Rad. Why do I gotta get the cart? Because you're retarded? Saint slaps him in the back of the head. Rad rolls his eyes and grabs a cart, 2 parking spaces over. Stepping inside, a short young lady who is the greeter smiles at us before turning around quickly. Bikers coming in for groceries probably wasn't what she was expecting. 3 bikers, tattoos, and go-fuck-yourself expressions. I've never been in here before. I always eat at the club and order shit online. I hate being around so many strangers. It makes me nervous. People bumping into you, stepping out in front of you, puts me on edge. The bright lights above irritate me, and the smell of cleaner mixes with a bakery scent. It confuses my senses. It makes me wonder if coming here is something Addie would want to do on the weekends. Food. Saint points to a big blue sign hanging from the ceiling, pointing to the left side of the store. Racks of clothes and clearance shit just underneath it. I lead the way, ready to get this over with. There are women shopping in pajamas that look like they used to be white, but are more gray now, and a man in nothing but coveralls looks over the cookies, and one fucker looks like the devil just spit him up with all the black clothes and makeup he's wearing. "What the fuck do we even get?" Saint mutters, picking up a box of cereal and putting it back down. Bread. I grab a loaf and toss it in. Sandwiches are always a hit around the club. They're quick and easy. Chips. Rad grabs 3 big bags of different chips. Beer. Saint takes off toward the beer. Seems legit to me. "Where the fuck is the chocolate ice cream?" I holler to one of them, causing a woman to look over her shoulder at me before her eyes widen and she picks a different aisle to go down. Do we really look that fucking intimidating? "Hey Zane, want some wine for your date?" Saint holds up a girly pink bottle over near the alcohol aisle. I flip him off and continue to slide shit from the shelves into the cart. I don't even know what I'm getting. They didn't give us a list. I got cheese in a can, crackers, soup, ice cream, and Saint just threw in some beer. Sounds like we got the important shit. "What about snacks or something?" Rad rubs his chin. I'm about ready to get the fuck out of here, I groan, done with prospect duty for the day. "Yeah, let's get out of here." Saint throws in some beef jerky. Turning the cart, I head to the checkout. People dart down aisles they have no intention of being down, and one woman just left her cart and went the opposite way when she saw us. The respect is nice, I ain't gonna lie, but they act as if we are Jack the Ripper. Standing in line, waiting to throw our shit up on the belt, Saint turns and looks at me. "So, Zane, you freaking out about the president from Lost Wolves coming for your ass?" Saint asks seriously. He's talking about Bender, a name and face that continues to drive my cold, soulless blood to immoral boundaries. "No," I lie. "He's looking for me, and could be anybody. He could be in this damn store for all I know. I just want to find him before he finds me." "Man, I'd be pissing myself." Rad's dopey tone coming into play. I swear he smoked himself stupid. "He comes for me, I'll take care of it like I did when I was a kid. Only my aim is a lot fucking better now." I clip. It's the truth, and that's what I tell myself when I'm thinking about him showing up. Saint throws all the shit on the belt to check out, and the old lady with gray hair and a body of nothing but bones begins to swipe the items to ring them up. "Did Bobby give you money?" Saint asks, holding his hand out. I shrug. "No, Rad is paying," I nominate. "What the fuck, man?" Rad's eyes widen. "You're the one who pissed him off." "You got it, you're fine," Saint chuckles, grabbing bags and putting them in the cart. "Man, I ain't got that much. I had to pay club dues." He gets all whiny, trying to put shit back. Pulling my wallet open, I toss 2 20s down. Being a contract killer pays well. Or should I say paid well? I'm done. Only killing I'll be doing is in the club. There's my pitch. Y'all can cover the rest. I lift my chin at them, and they follow suit, tossing a 20 down. The lady takes the money and hands Saint a receipt. "You girls have a nice day," she smiles, and Saint's brows narrow before looking at me. "Just fucking go." I shove the cart into the back of his calves, and he gets to walking. "Bitch needs some glasses is all I'm saying," Saint states, not able to let it go. We throw the shit in the back of the truck, keeping the beer out, of course, and head back to the club. Job done.
Chapter 13. Addie. Delilah sits on the bed with her legs crossed with her hands behind her. Her hair is down and messy, falling over her shoulders and onto her chest. The gray band t-shirt she's wearing coming up just above her belly button. She tugs on the hem of her dark-washed jeans and sighs. Surfing through the clothes I have, I come across a top that reminds me of Mr. Thad, and my heart stops. It's green and white and looks like something I would wear onto a golf course. I bury it quickly, not wanting to look at it a second longer. Thoughts of police finding a body or family filing a missing person report scare the shit out of me. So, he's taking you on a date? Holding a sexy little red dress with one hand, I toss my black and white casual dress on the bed next to Delilah. Yeah, but I don't know where. I bite my cheek in thought, trying to think of what dress to wear. Delilah holds up the black and white dress. Wear this one with some tennis shoes, some white ones. Ooh, that would be cute. I snatch the dress up and try to imagine what it would look like. It would be more comfortable on my side where Bobby accidentally shot me. It's a little looser than the red dress, for sure. You know, you and Zane changed everything for us. Sitting on the bed next to her, I loll my head back. How? Because if you and Zane can be together, then any of us brats can be. She shrugs. My brows furrow. Why is that a problem? Do you like someone? She gives me a bored look. I'm just saying, now that it's an option, it's just, I don't know, weird. She shakes her head and stands. Well, nobody is pushing you to go hook up with anyone, Dee. Zane and I didn't mean to change anything. It was just something that has been coming along for years, I try and explain. I know. I just hope he's a little more focused on finding the lost wolf than running off into the sunset with you. Her sharp tone offends me. She makes it sound as if I'm some one-night stand or a floozy. I care about finding Bender just as much as she does. I want him to find him before the bastard finds Zane too, Delilah. Just before she leaves, she taps her chipped nails on the doorframe, her face laced with a condescending sneer. I hope so. Grabbing my clothes off the bed, I hustle into the bathroom. The things Delilah said to me on the back of my mind the whole time. Turning the shower on, I bite my cheek in thought. Of course I want Zane to be safe, I tell myself. I start to become angry thinking about it. Why would Dee think I wouldn't want the best for Zane? Who knows? She's so strange. The water cascades down my body, and I arch my torso to make sure no water gets into my wound on my side. It stings when I have to change the bandage, but other than that, it's not too bad. Bobby still feels bad about it, always pulling a chair out for me and apologizing. He didn't mean to, I know that. I close my eyes and try to focus on my date with Zane tonight. Where in the world could he be taking me? Wiping the water from my eyes, I find Zane's soap. Apples. Popping the lid, I inhale the scent. The familiar tones of an orchard drive my senses wild as I wash them through my hair. Only when I think of this particular orchard in my hair, I see fog settling around the base of the trees and leaves turning dark before floating to the mossy ground. It's as if someone took a picture of a haunted farm in the fall. That's how I see Zane and apples. Laughter through the other side of the wall breaks me from my thoughts, and I turn the water off. Drying off, I get dressed and brush my hair. I think I'll let it air dry, give it some curl, and wave tonight. Butterflies flap in my stomach, and I growl in frustration. Why am I so nervous? An hour later, I'm ready and nervous. A light knock at the door has my heart falling to the pit of my stomach. "You ready?" Zane asks. Stepping out of the bathroom, I hold my hands out on each side of my body and smile. "Fuck," he whispers, his thumb flicking his bottom lip as he eats me up. "I didn't know what to wear," I confess. I was so nervous and wasn't sure where we were going. "It's perfect. You're perfect." He closes the gap between us, his hand on the nape of my neck. "I want you to wear my cut tonight." My eyes widen at his request. "Your cut? As in not my own, but his? When a brother wants a woman to be his, and for everyone to know, they give a woman their own cut, conveying their owned. This isn't that, though." He nods, and I swallow in response. I don't think I've ever seen a woman wear the cut of one of the men. Zane shimmies out of his cut and helps me into it. It's warm and way too big for me, the heaviness of it anchoring a sense of security into my bones. His nose caresses my earlobe from behind, his hot, sticky breath on the back of my neck. "I've been dreaming of this day for way too long," he mutters, the desperation in his voice making my knees wobble. He kisses my neck, and I can't help but lean into him, my hand raising and cupping his cheek as he does amazing things to my body with his mouth. My eyes flutter, and my mouth parts, trying to breathe past my arousal. His simple touch and faintest of noises unravels me like a roll of silk. "Let's go, or we're never going to make it," he chuckles. Straightening my spine, I close my mouth and smooth my dress out. My panties are damp and need to be changed, but there's no time for that. Zane interlocks his fingers with mine and pulls me out of the room. Down the hall, we pass Bobby and my mom. His arms are crossed, his eyes on the cut Zane is letting me wear. My mom smiles with doe eyes before sliding up next to Bobby. She seems to be coming around. Bobby, he's getting there. After he accidentally shot me, I'm pretty sure Mom told him to accept it and move on, though. "You kids have fun," Mom shouts at us as if we're teenagers going out on the weekend. I give her a light wave, but the way Zane is tugging me behind him, that's all I'm able to do. In the main area, feet from the door, Baby walks out of the kitchen. Her eyes scan over me and Zane before she crosses her arms and glares. Zane stops and wraps his arm around my waist, his palm securely on my hip. My face suddenly feels warm, and my body hums with excitement. He silently just told her I'm his. End of that. Just outside the club, Saint and Rad whistle and catcall. I feel so stupid. Can't help but blush. Everyone is making such a big deal about us. Zane flips them off and takes us to his motorcycle. "Zane, I'm in a dress," I laugh nervously. Both hands on my hips, he pulls me close. "Just easy access for me," he whispers, his hands sliding up my dress and teasing my panties. Goosebumps race along my skin, and my body sinks into him. Holy shit. Pulling his hand from my throbbing clit, he winks playfully and climbs onto his bike and starts it. Not arguing with a little finger action, I climb on after him and pull my helmet on. Using his feet, he backs us out of the parking spot, and we are on our way away from the club. Down the road and past the highway, Zane reaches back, laying his hand on my knee. My eyes land on his dexterous fingers, my mind wondering if he's going to touch me. I want him to. I fucking need him to. As if he read my mind, his fingers slide between my creamy thighs and dip beneath my underwear, his index finger swiping through my wetness. Jesus Christ. Between his touch and the vibration of the Harley, I'm going to come on the back of this bike harder than ever. The idea that anyone could see us, making my body more sensitive. He plunges his fingers deep into my wetness, and my toes curl into my shoes, my arms wrapping around him tighter as we weave in between cars and trucks. Lights from the night dance across us as we race by, and the smell of leather and ocean taking me to a place of make-believe. He revved the motor and arches his finger just right. I'm just about to the peak of pleasure, but not quite there. I widen my thighs more, urging and begging for more, when all of a sudden we hit a bump and his fingers go just a little deeper. Like a firecracker, lava fills my veins, and I explode like the 4th of July. I squeeze his shirt and press my face into his back. I moan so loud it intensifies my orgasm, and nobody can hear me out here. He pulls his hand free and smells his fingers before sucking them. I can't help but pant and watch with fascination. My hands trickling down the front of his hard stomach to find a large and hard cock bulging in his jeans. He's so big, I can practically imagine his silky dick in my hands. He turns right and begins to slow down, otherwise I'd return the favor. We pull into a parking lot, and that's when I realize we are at the library. The tall building made of mostly windows sits high in the sky. The huge water fountain out front inviting us to sit on the overstuffed couches and read under the stars. He's taking me to the library. We share a common love for books, to get lost in a world away from our own, and to have the words of a page drown out our own misery, a rush and simple feel of normalcy we both crave. So for him to take me here is personal and intimate. It's not the same old date in a movie. This took thought, and I love it. In fact, I love him. Climbing the grand stairs to the library's front door, Zane reaches over and grasps my hand. Inside the large building, the smell of old books and ink hit me like a kid at Disneyland, the faint smell of coffee wafting low in the air. So, I've never been here, he confesses, a crack in his hard personality refreshing. My brows furrow, and I can't help but smirk. But you read a lot, possibly more than myself. Well, there is this old bookshop near the club. I go in there and get secondhand books. It's quiet, dusty, not many people. He shrugs. Oh, this place has way more books. You'll love it. I squeeze his hand, trying to reassure him. I get lots of books here for school and personal reading. He takes a deep breath and begins to walk into the building. His eyes dart around the large area, from women talking animatedly in the corner to a bunch of students laughing at a table over college books. Crowds bother him. They always have. I know where to go. Taking the lead, I grab his hand and head toward the stairs and go up a flight. I round the fantasy section and head toward the back of the building behind a bunch of bookshelves where a slew of huge pillows are thrown on the floor. This is my secret reading spot, I whisper to him. When I want to get out of the house but read in quiet, I go here. He nods. I can tell he's out of his element here. He's doing this for me. I don't want him to do that. I want us both to enjoy tonight. We can go somewhere else, I state. I'll be happy just being with him. No, I want to be here. He looks at me with determined green eyes. I've always wanted to come here, he confesses. Wow, something the big bad devil himself is scared of. Come on. I tug on his arm and round a bookcase. I begin to run my finger along the spines of books, looking for the perfect book to read. Zane rubs his chin with his thumb, his eyes squinted as he gazes amongst the books. It's sexy watching him look for a book. He's so focused and on the hunt for the perfect read. Turning, I keep looking for a book for me, getting lost in fonts and colors. I could be here for hours. "Have you heard of this one?" Zane questions. Turning around, he holds a book I've heard a lot about, Gone Girl. I've seen the movie, but haven't had a chance to read the book. "If you're looking for normalcy, that is not the book for you," I chuckle. He turns it over, looking over the synopsis again. "I don't know. It sounds dark and exciting." His tone low, but laced with excitement. "You know, you can read for the enjoyment of just reading. Taking a break from the world and its chaos is just as pleasing," I begin to mumble to myself. "Have you read it?" he asks. "I haven't." "Do you want to read it together?" My eyes snap to his, green emerald irises dancing with shadows. An outlaw who bears guns and tattoos, who kills for a thrill of relief, wants to read a book with me. Yeah. I nod like an idiot. He smirks, flipping the book in his hand again. "Maybe if we read it together, the bad parts won't be so bad." His cracks of insecurity draw me in. His alpha side is sexy, but seeing him need me for something does something more. Jutting his chin, he heads back to the fort of pillows, our secret place. He lays down, shoving pillows under his head to prop him up. Falling to my knees, I slide up next to him, my head on his shoulder and hand on his hard chest. He cracks the book open and clears his throat. Holy shit, he's reading to me. My heart pounds loudly, my body beginning to sweat. This has to be a dream. "Nick Dunn," Zane begins to read, his chest vibrating with the low rumble of his voice. His words flow without mishap, the ink bleeding off the page and painting the most imaginable picture. Him and I on a throne of pillows, him reading to me. It's so intimate and personal. A first date I will surely remember forever. One I'd never think Zane would come up with on his own. I mean, Bobby and my mom's first date was on a stolen boat. I gotta say, there is more to this man than meets the eye, and he's giving me small glimpses of the man he can be only to me. Is this too good to be true?
Zane. Tossing the blankets off me, I slip out of bed, my naked body clammy and sweaty from just fucking Addie every which way from Sunday. This woman is doing things to me, making me say and do shit I never thought I'd do. Rubbing my forehead, it occurs to me I've had no desire to kill anyone, to hurt, or vandalize another's flesh. I cast a glance toward her sleeping face, her hair thrown around her in curls, her glowing skin and plush lips. I need a fucking drink. Grabbing my briefs off the floor, I shove a leg into them and pull them up. My cock vibrates, still trying to recover from the earth-shattering orgasm Addie gave me a half hour ago. Scratching my chest, I step out of the dark room. "I was just coming to look for you." My dad comes out of the shadows of the hall. He's fully dressed at this hour, his eyes wide awake. "Why?" "Got some intel. Meet us at the chapel. Maybe put some pants on so Bobby doesn't really shoot you this time." He scowls, eyeing me. Grabbing my junk, I scoff and step back into my room to grab some jeans. Fuck Bobby. He had his chance. If he tries to come between me and my sunshine again, I'll be doing the shooting. The men sit at the wooden table, my grandfather at the head of the table smoking a cigarette. I choose to stand in the back and listen. I haven't yet earned my spot at the table. I will, though. Grandfather Bull slams the gavel.
So, we got the heads up that another club is passing through here to deliver some goods to a club in Arizona. They offered us a price for protection, as the last time they came through, the Lost Wolves took their shipment. I grit my teeth. Ever since their president got out of prison, it seems they can't keep to themselves. I think we just need to pay their fucking club a visit and end this shit. Bobby scowls. He looks half asleep, his hair everywhere, and bags under his pretty boy eyes. That's stupid and risky. My dad shuts it down fast. We are already a target for them. We go playing cowboy, we might put our loved ones in danger. Bull agrees. He is talking about me. If we go shooting and praying, the Lost Wolves will go directly to what they want. Me. I agree with Bobby on this one. We need to make a move before they do. They're probably already fucking with us, and we aren't even aware of it, I state. I don't like everyone tiptoeing around me. Nah, they ain't that smart, Lip chimes in. He's shirtless, drinking a beer. I swear he never sleeps. Saint, Rad, Shadow, head over there and see the shipment through, Bull orders. Unfolding my arms, I step to the table. Why aren't you calling on me? Why bother my father with prospect work? Grandfather's eyes hit mine, piercing green eyes stabbing into my own. Because if the Lost Wolves do show up, you will be their new mission, son. I shake my head, not like being coddled like a fucking bitch. I can handle it, I roar. I am the best fucking aim at the table, and he can justify that. I point to my dad. He doesn't disagree. He taught me everything I know, and I excelled. Let me kill every one of those fucking posers on the asphalt. Son. My dad tries to rein my temper in. No, this is bullshit, I defend. End of. Grandpa slams the gavel, ending the meeting. Throwing my arms out, I kick the chapel doors open and head back to my room. To my sunshine. I need her milky skin, her soft touch to bring me down. Pushing the door open, I jerk my jeans down and climb on top of her, my mouth on hers before she's awake. Her arms snaking around my neck in a matter of seconds, and the lava running through my veins instantly cools. My hands grope her soft tit and pebbled nipple. Fuck, I stall, my breathing labored. Her eyes now awake, she stills, looking up at me. I love you, Addie. She smiles, her hand cupping my cheek. I fucking love you too, Zane.
Chapter 14. Addie. A couple of days have passed, and Zane has been getting antsy, wanting the lockdown to end. He wants the head of the president that shot us, Bender. I don't blame him. Chewing my nails, I look at the clock. School is about over. Miss Louv and I are going out tonight, and then after that, Zane and I can curl up with each other and read. That is, if he doesn't have any prospect work to do. I overheard him and the other men talking yesterday. They had a run the other night that turned bad, and they came back to Zane to help get rid of the bodies. Something about protecting a shipment that was coming through had been hit, and the devils had to take action. The familiar smell of blood and gunpowder hung heavy in the air when he climbed back in bed with me that night. It's what he is, though. He lives for the club, and I can't look the other way. I can only support him, right? A knock at the door catches my attention. Ready? Miss Louv smiles. Her hair is up in some braided twist, with small pieces falling down and framing her face. Her black dress is tight, pressing against her curves, and red heels match her devil-colored lips. She looks like she's ready to hit the club instead of dinner. I hope the plan is still just dinner. Glancing down at myself, I feel unsure of my attire. My cornflower blue shirt and white ankle skinny jeans are the complete opposite of her. Should I change? I tuck my hair behind my ear. What? No. You look great. It's just dinner. She tosses her hand at me, her bright red nails perfectly done. If she says so. I'm not sure I even have anything that risque. I lock up my stuff in my desk and grab my brown hobo purse. My mom got it for me when I got back from Texas. "So, I'll drive us there in my car. It will be easier," she continues as we walk down the hall. She is walking a few steps in front of me, and I notice the start of a tattoo on her upper back. I've never seen it before. I wonder what it is. We pass Mr. Thad's office, and I can't help but stare at the empty office like passing a haunted house. Miss Louv catches me looking, and her body inhales a large breath. "They still haven't heard from him," she informs, her tone drawn with a hint of sadness. I swallow the sudden lump forming in the back of my throat like a bad allergic reaction. "Yeah, that's just crazy," I mumble. "Yeah, crazy," she repeats in a whisper. Outside, Zane sits on his bike, smoking. From the musky leaf smell, I'd say it was a joint. "Really? Is he coming along too?" She scuffs to a stop and scowls. What? No, let me talk to him real quick." I hold my hand up, conveying to give me 5 minutes with him. Surely he wouldn't want to go hang out with 2 girls talking away. He rubs the joint on the bottom of his boot to snuff it out, smoke dancing around him like the pits of hell are swooning him. He's so fucking sexy. I don't think he could do anything to turn me off. "Hey, I'm going to go out to dinner with a friend. Meet you back at the club later, okay?" He glances over my shoulder at Miss Louv, his face not giving anything away. He doesn't say anything, but I can tell he's sizing her up. "She's harmless," I laugh. Miss Louv would have a panic attack if she broke a nail. "It's just dinner and drink. We will be fine." I roll my eyes, grab him by the leather cut, and give him a kiss on his cheek. "If you are gone longer than an hour, I'm coming for you, Sonny." I scowl. "Zane, I can go out with friends." I don't like being told what to do, damn it. "It's not that. It's that it's not safe. If I walked away and let something happen to you..." I cut him off with a kiss. "I'll be fine," I laugh. He nods, his nostrils flaring. "Call me if you girls have had too much to drink. Promise me." His brows lower, his eyes foreshadowing a darkness, warning me if I don't promise him, he'll kidnap me back to the club. I promise. I hold up my pinky, gaining a smirk from him. He pushes it away, shaking his head. Laughing at him, I turn around and give a small wave before heading to Miss Louv's red Beamer. Opening the door, I slip inside of her car, and the smell of cherries is overwhelming, the red, glossy cherry air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror, the culprit for sure. The car is very clean, leather seats, and not a spot of dust on the dash. She slides in the driver's seat, her long legs bunching up behind the wheel. She flips her hair over her shoulder and smiles at me. "Ready?" "Yeah." I smile. Besides Delilah and Piper, I haven't been out with another woman for some laughs in a long time. I could use this, use someone outside the life of the MC. Talk about Hollywood gossip, weather, just normal stuff. "So, boy toy okay with you not being by his side?" She starts the car. My brows pinch together at her tone of voice. Zane just cares about my safety. If she knew the shit we've been through lately, she'd understand. It probably does look like he's trying to control me from her side of things. Yeah, he's totally fine with it. I look to the dashboard so she doesn't see anger flaring in my eyes. I am protective of Zane. She pulls out of the parking lot, and I can't help but notice Zane standing in the side view mirror. His arms are crossed, one hand rubbing his chin while he watches me drive away. The car rocks back and forth, and we never part our gaze until out of sight. "So, tell me about Boy Toy. Has he always been in a club?" I sit up in my seat, buckling myself in. I am not sure what I should say, as I am limited to what information I can give. Then again, I don't want to push her away. He grew up in the club, if that's what you mean. We both did. I decide to confide in her, trying to flip the conversation to myself rather than Zane. You too, huh? She gives me a quick glance before looking back at the road. Yeah, I mean for most of my childhood anyway. I shrug. It's fuzzy thinking back to what I remember last, but it's always the club life. She bites her bottom lip and nods. Cool. She doesn't really sound like she's entertained, though. Must be making small talk. What about you? I ask her. She taps her nail on the steering wheel, her jaw tightening. My childhood was hell, and I don't want to talk about it. The finality in her voice makes my eyes widen. It should make me back off, but I just want to ask more questions now. Here I am, trying to tell her as much as I can, and she doesn't even want to try. Maybe having friends outside the club is overrated. Her phone rings and she slides it out of her purse, trying to keep an eye on the road. Her fingers dart across the screen, texting someone back, before she clicks send and clicks it to sleep. Finally, we pull into a parking lot of a cute little restaurant. There is a pergola outside covered in lattice board and green foliage. The restaurant itself covered in little brown shingles and white paint. It reminds me of something out of a Disney movie. Little elves or gnomes ready to walk out any moment. Turning the car off, we step out, and I place the strap of my purse over my shoulder. The warm air refreshing after nearly being suffocated from cherries. Waiting for Miss Louv to get out, I take the chance to look the place over. Little small lights light a walkway up to the door, and flowers and fake mushrooms make up a garden on each side. This is so cute, I say. No matter how long I've lived here, I am always surprised by a new place. I guess that's California for you, though. There are always places closing and opening. Yeah, it's okay. Let's eat outside. It's perfect out. She hustles by me, and I follow her to the front door. Inside, the smell of butter and bread make my stomach growl. Little tables with checkered tablecloths and candles sitting around the floor space. Looking upon the roof, there are vines and leaves. It's like stepping out of the city into a magical forest. And all I can think about is how much I want to show Zane this place. It's off the beaten path, roomy, and not too crowded. He might enjoy it here. The host, a young-looking man covered in tattoos and a black suit with a green tie, greets us. He's tall, his hair short, and face pale. Miss Louv takes the lead and tells him where we want to sit, and he grabs 2 menus and smiles at us. This way. He bows before leading the way to the patio. Outside on the patio, the tables are made of wood that reminds me of my old barnwood table, and little twinkly lights hanging in the tree limbs above. It's kind of romantic. The host pulls out my metal chair and seats me. Thank you, I murmur, scooting up to the table. I'll have a glass of your red wine. Miss Louv taps the menu with her red nail. She's obviously been here before. I'll take a sweet tea. I smile and look back at the menu for what to order. He bows and steps away. So, what is your first name? I ask. I feel weird calling her Miss Louv all the time. Everyone calls me Louv, she informs. I peek above the menu with curious eyes. Really? I mean, I guess it's not that odd. I know a lot of teachers that go by their first name or nickname. She nods and closes her menu. Yeah, if someone tried calling me something different, I wouldn't answer. Louv is my name and way of life. She shrugs, her eyes smiling. I don't reply as I'm not sure what that means. Our drinks are set down, and a different man than the host pulls out a pad of paper. He looks like he could be the host's twin, though. Same outfit and same pale face. Are you ready to order? He asks, catching me staring at him. Sure, I would like the salmon and salad. I hand him my menu with a kind smile. I'll take the garden salad, extra dressing. She jerks the menu back to him, not caring to smile. She is really hard to read. She's so cutthroat, but she does it with a smile. The man bows again and steps away. Sitting back, I look over the scenery as we wait for our dinner. We are the only ones outside, the sky darkening as night approaches. The grilled smell coming from the restaurant making my stomach growl. "What's your first name?" Louv finally asks. "Addie," I reply. She sips her wine, her eyes looking over me. I can't help but get the feeling she's sizing me up. It makes me feel uncomfortable. I stand, soothing down my shirt. "I'm going to use the restroom. Be right back," I whisper. "Of course." She points to the double doors to the left of us. Taking her direction, I head inside. Tons of tiny tables with candles sit with couples. The lights above are set to dim, and there is light chatter amongst the guests. A female waitress passes, and I stop her. "Where is your restroom?" "There." She points behind me toward a dark hallway. Of course, it's always right next to me when I give in and ask. "Oh, thanks." I step around the tables and down the gloomy hallway, finding the restrooms right away. Pushing the door open, the smell of lemon hits my nostrils. I head to the middle stall and do my business. Checking my phone from my pocket, I see if Zane or my mother has called. Nothing. Clicking it to sleep, I finish up and go to wash my hands. Glancing at my reflection briefly before heading back to my table. Louv beams as I return, sitting up and twirling her wine glass. "Find it okay?" she asks. "Yeah." I sit and scoot up to the table. "How about a toast?" She raises her glass, her eyes smiling and face friendly. Maybe this is just as awkward for her, this whole making friends thing at our age. Grabbing my sweet tea, I raise it up to hers. To never apologizing for leading the pack." She lowers her head, her once smiling eyes turning a shade darker. I glance at her, a little confused. "Pack?" "Of women. No, for women leading the way," she continues. So, to women leading the way? I can get with that. I clink my glass to hers before taking a sip. The ice pressing against my lips as the sweetness quenches my thirst. "You know, Addie, I used to be a scared, fragile little thing growing up, frightened of everything and alone. God, do you know what it feels like to not have your family?" Pain raises in her voice, grabbing my attention. Wow, she's opening up. I don't. I frown. I mean, I've been scared, especially when it comes to the club, but I can't tell her that. "Of course you don't," she snaps, venom in her words stinging. "You have everything and always have, right?" She tilts her head to the side, a condescending smile pulling at her red lips. Is she angry about something? Did I say something wrong? I open my mouth to respond, and my head suddenly feels light. My gag reflux making me want to puke. Holding my hand over my mouth, I take a second to collect myself. My vision is starting to become fuzzy, my mouth dry, and my stomach clenches to the point it feels like someone is playing with a voodoo doll and stabbing me over and over with a pin. Reaching for my cup, I take another sip, the cold tea rushing down my throat. It does nothing to help with my sudden sickness. But I moved on. I knew things would eventually get better. At least that's what my dad kept telling me. She shrugs, taking a large sip of her wine, her eyes on me above the rim of the glass, not seeming to notice my discomfort. I grab the table, feeling woozy. "I don't feel so good," I rasp, my stomach churning until I gag. "No?" She tilts her head to the side with doe eyes. I don't, I stand, holding onto the table for support. I moved on, Addie, until I realized you were a part of the fucking devil's dust. Her words take a bite out of my reality, but before I react, I fall to the ground, nearly taking the entire table with me. My head hits that hard patio, and everything spins violently, like I'm on a roller coaster ride, and there's no sign of stopping. Louv hovers above me, and I try and push her away. Even feeling sick, I know she is an enemy, a club enemy, and I've walked right into her fucking web. You poisoned me, I croak, my mouth frothing and eyes burning. That's the least of your fucking problems, she snarls, before slamming her heel right into my head. Nothing but isolated darkness and the forlorn feeling of fear takes over.
Chapter 15. Zane. It's been 2 hours, and Addie hasn't answered her phone once, not even a fucking text. I don't want to be that guy who stalks his woman, but I'm beginning to worry. Pacing the bar at the club, I take a swig of my beer, my hand rubbing the back of my neck. You keep that up, you're going to wear a hole in the floor, Piper groans, flipping the page to a magazine. She's always reading that Cosmo garbage. Addie has been gone for 2 hours, Piper, and hasn't returned any of my texts or calls, I explain. It's not like her, and it makes me think something is wrong. My gut is telling me something is wrong. She bites her cheek, thinking. Let me try and call her. Pulling her phone out, she tries to call, but it goes straight to voicemail. She didn't answer, did she? I raise a brow. Why would Addie answer her and not me? What's going on in here? My mom looks at me and frowns. You okay? She asks, slowly slipping onto a stool. He's worried about Addie. She's out with a friend and hasn't called or returned his texts. Piper tells all my fucking business, but it's true. Mom gives me a concerned look, her lips pursing. Did she say where she was going? To a dinner with a friend for about an hour. I shrug. I should have found out where they were going. I'm a fucking idiot. Shadow! My mother hollers, and Bobby, Shadow, and Lip come out of the chapel, my dad glaring at my mother for calling him like a pet. Addie is missing, hasn't been heard from for hours, she explains to them. She's not missing. She's just not answering her phone is all. Piper rolls her eyes, acting as if we are all being dramatic. Piper, I warn her. She's overstepping a boundary she knows nothing of. Her and Addie might be friends, but Addie and I are much closer. She wouldn't not text me back when I asked if she was okay. Fuck, what if they got drunk and got in a car accident or something? What the fuck do you mean? Bobby glares at me. It's my responsibility to protect her. I failed. She went out with a work friend, and... He holds his hand up, cutting me off. It pisses me off. Jerking out his cell phone, he tries to call her, and of course it goes to voicemail. Why do they all assume she would answer them and not me? Lip, I don't like this. Can you track her phone? Bobby's voice wavers as he looks at his phone. On it! Lip fumbles with his lip ring and hustles to the chapel, and everyone follows. He clicks and taps on a laptop, and we all stand by waiting to see what he found. Hurry the fuck up, Bobby hisses before turning to me. Do you know who this work friend is? Shit, I can't remember the fucking name. Love or Louv? Fuck, I can't remember. It's something weird. I begin to get frustrated. I'm not getting a track on her phone, man, Lip growls, continuing to tap at the keyboard. That's not good. All of us have a GPS on our phone. If hers isn't working, that means someone that is bad news has her. Someone has to have her, I state, my tone of voice grave and dripping with fear. People, names, and faces start reeling into my head, my mind trying to figure out who has taken my sunshine. Bobby pulls at his hair. Fuck! He roars. Oh my God, my mom whispers, covering her mouth with her hand. It was dinner with a teacher she works with every day. I didn't think it would be a problem. I didn't want to hover or tell her no. I didn't want to be a controlling asshole. But fuck, I should have stuck with my gut and followed them. I knew it. I'm going to find her, I tell everyone. Promise them. I have to. My life without Addie is not a life. I push my way through the brothers, determined to find her. Wait! Shadow grabs me by the cut and I shove him off. I'm sweating, and for the first time in my life, I'm scared. I'm scared I just lost the one girl on this earth that gets me. You don't know where the fuck you're going. What if whoever has her is waiting for you to leave the club, huh? We do this together. Dad jerks me around by the nape of my neck, trying to get my attention. The color of blood washes behind my eyes, the beast inside of me frothing at the mouth to tear into someone's flesh. Turning on my heel, I roar, the beast inside of me back and ready to kill anyone in my fucking way. I need to find her. Don't they understand? This is my fault, and Addie could be somewhere hurt and crying my name to save her. That last thought makes me snap. I grab a chair and throw it against the wall, causing it to shatter into a million pieces and break some picture frames. It does nothing for what I'm feeling inside. I'm pissed and hurting. Gripping another chair, I haul it across the room. The girls scream and duck out of the way just as it crashes through a window. What the fuck? I hear my grandfather Bull cuss from down the hall. Blood rushes in my ears, my fingers straining like the veins in my neck. All I can see is red. I want to find who has my girl, and I want to kill them 1,000 deaths. Get a hold of yourself! Bobby is suddenly in my face. I point at him, warning him to shut the fuck up. I cannot be controlled or tamed when I'm like this. Someone has my woman, and the wrath of my inner devil is about to lay its fury amongst every soul that comes within contact. This is my daughter, and I need your head on straight, not some fucking prospect. Bobby tries to go up against me. Coming at him, Shadow and Lip jump in front of me. Get off me! I shove at them, wanting to strangle Bobby. He will never know what Addie means to me. Fuck you! Fuck all of you! I turn around, rubbing the back of my neck again. Coming at us isn't going to bring her back, son. Take a fucking breath. My dad whispers at me, but I'm not hearing him. All I can think about is who has Addie. Is she safe? Is she hurt? Son, we will find her. Breathe. You can't help her like this. My mother's voice coils around the anger controlling me. Her palm presses against my back. It burns. Arching my back, I close my eyes and breathe through the pain radiating through my body. Who wants to explain to me why my chairs are in a dozen fucking pieces? Bull strides into the chapel, gaining my attention. He has nothing but jeans and boots on, his peppered-colored hair matching his beard. We got a problem. My mother sighs. Addie has been taken by someone, Lip informs him. I need to get a hold of Doc, and now, Bobby rasps, pulling his phone out and stepping into the corner of the room. Doc is going to blow a fucking gasket. Where is Doc? Piper asks over Bull's shoulder. Work, Bobby clips, still trying to call her. Go get her. My dad's voice sharp and not to be questioned. Bobby looks around the room, conflicted if he should stay and help with Addie, or go make sure Doc is safe. What if they try and get her next? My mom's face goes stoic. I'll find her. Go, I promise Bobby. He looks at me with one look. You find her and call me. The strain in his voice makes my nostrils flare. I will find Addie. She is my sunshine, and without her, my world is nothing but cold, violent, and bleak. Without her, there is no living.
Addie. Waking up, sand sticks to my face, my nose burns, and my eyes water from being hit in the head. The smell of wood burning and salt making my head hurt more. My vision is blurry, the sound of the ocean's waves rushing upon the shore, telling me I'm on a beach, or close to one. It's dark and hot outside. My body trembles and my limbs shake, remembering what happened to me moments before I went out. Groaning, I try and sit up, but my hands are bound behind my back. Panic races through my limbs like a shot of electricity. I'm on the beach, the same beach the club has our family picnics. Only my family isn't here. People who want to hurt me are. Looking the opposite way of the beach, you can see the valley rolling in embers from the fires. It looks like I was placed in the pits of hell. I open my mouth to scream for help, but my lips are duct-taped. This can't be happening. What's going on? Miss Louvre steps into my view, a gun in her hand. Her black outlined eyes are squinted with a sense of cockiness, and big men with large muscles stand behind her in a defensive manner. They're all wearing leather cuts. They're from a motorcycle club? Is Miss Louvre in a motorcycle club? Welcome back, princess. Miss Louvre's sarcastic tone angers me. She put something in my drink and fucking hit me. She set this whole thing up. I mumble my hatred behind the adhesive, but it just gains me a chuckle from my abductor. Do you know who I am yet? Has it hit your pretty little brain? She shoves my head with her hand, and I moan in pain. I feel sick from whatever she put in my drink. My stomach feeling as if I've done 200 sit-ups. Louvre means female wolf, and this is my pack. We are the Lost Wolves. She holds her hands out, and everything comes rushing into sense. The Lost Wolves were the club that delivered the drive-by when I was a kid, the same club looking for Zane. See, when little Boy Toy arrived at our school, I realized who he was very quickly. She paces back and forth, tapping the pistol against her thigh. He was a devil. Then you mentioned his name, and I realized he was more than a devil. He was the motherfucker that shot my dad, nearly killing him and put him in prison, she screams, becoming hysterical. Clubs don't call the police. We handle it. That is code. My eyes water with unshed tears. We didn't call the cops. Someone on the beach did. How could I be so naive to think this woman wanted a friend in me? She turns, yanking down the back of her dress, and the tattoo of her club's colors claims every inch of her back. Closing my eyes, I scorn myself for not keeping my eye open like my mother always told me. My enemy was so close, and I never even suspected it. Easy there. She isn't who we want, Louvre. A low, dark voice sounds in the pack of men. Tears fall down my cheeks as I wait for the person belonging to the voice to step forward. The burly men step aside, allowing a tall, familiar man to come forth. He wears a black bandana around his head, his dark hair cut short, and an ugly scar mars the left side of his forehead. No hair is growing there, and the skin is several shades lighter than the rest of him. He's the man Zane shot in the head. He's the president of the Lost Wolves. He's Bender. I suddenly feel sick all over again. He's going to kill me. I'm going to die. I'll never see my mom or Bobby again. I'll never see Zane again. We want her man, her club, not her. He smiles at me, but I'm not smiling. She knows where my brother is. I know it, Louvre sneers. Her brother? Why in the world would I know where her brother is? Noticing my confusion, she hustles over to me and grabs me by the hair. Strands snap in her grip, and my head throbs. Where is Thad, you bitch? I know you did something, she snarls in my face. Oh my God, her brother is Mr. Thad, the principal. It makes so much sense now. They weren't sleeping together. They were family. God, they were so opposite, though. I can see Louv being a biker with the way she dresses. But Thad? He dressed like a square. Bender picks his pocket free of a cigarette. He pops it between his cracked lips and lights it with a match, the smell of sulfur making my nose hurt more. He inhales and flicks the burning match at my face. It stings, causing me to wince and jerk free of the fire stick. "Is that true? Do you know where my son is?" Bender asks casually. My eyes sting with tears, my heart beating so fast I feel sick. My knees are aching from the grainy sand digging into my knees, and my wrists burn from my restraints. I shake my head no, I really don't, but I know some people who do. God, I knew this wasn't over. My gut told me Thad would be back to haunt me. "She's lying!" Louv screams, tears in her own eyes. "You know, my two kids did well for themselves, getting a job, moving forward with their life," Bender rambles as I continue to shake. I'm scared, more scared than ever, but I have to believe my club will come for me. Zane will come for me. Then again, that's exactly what these people want. Zane. What happens if he tries to come for me? They will surely kill him, and then probably me. "I have her phone. Want me to make the call?" Louv asks her dad, standing behind him. God, they look so much alike, it's scary. She has those haunted eyes. How did I not see it before? He rubs his chin and squats in front of me, his dark eyes looking right into my own. He's so vile and intimidating, the rush of lava fills my chest, urging me to look away. "I don't know. What do you think, Addie?" He sneers my name, and my nostrils flare. I don't move a muscle in response. He's trying to read me. "I gotta say, I like this whole tape your mouth shut." He chuckles before sliding a single finger over the shiny tape across my mouth. My knees wobble, and I close my eyes, tears dripping down my cheeks. "Oh, don't cry now, baby girl. My men will treat you real nice," he rasps, and big fat men laugh behind him. He stands and, lifting his boot, kicks me over, not having to use much force as I'm weak. I drop against the ground, my shoulders slamming into the sand. Louv laughs. "She's so pathetic." "Make the call," her dad orders. Louv has my phone and begins to dial. I scream and kick my legs, trying to get her to stop, to just take me and call everything even. Because without Zane in my life, it will be pointless and without direction. I've lived that life before and can't fathom the thought of it again.
Chapter 16. Zane. "Who is this bitch she went with? Find out! How could you just let her go alone?" Addie's mother is hysterical. She's yelling at everyone and crying. Bobby tries to console her, but it just earns him a handful of slaps. Doc is fucking angry as hell. My pocket buzzes, and I quickly grab my phone free of my jeans, praying it's Addie. "It's her," I say out loud. Everyone looks in my direction, their faces pale. "Answer it!" Doc screams, stepping up to me. "Hello, Addie?" Doc tries to grab the phone, and I use my elbow to force her off. "Addie who?" A female voice laughs. I pin the voice to the face. It's the teacher that she went out with. "Listen, you bitch. No, you listen. You want to see your bitch again? You come to the North Shore beach. You got 30 minutes before we start taking digits, then it's Lems." The phone clicks dead, and I want to crush it with my hand. "What did they want? Money?" Doc asks with a red, teary face.
They want us at the beach. Same place we have family nights. My voice is low, terror racing through my mind like an unsolvable puzzle. Who is this woman? Why does she want us? What does Addie have to do with this? Let's go! Bobby rounds the men up, and everyone starts running to their stash of weapons. No way in hell we won't be getting Addie. She is one of ours, and we all go down to save her. This is what our brotherhood is made of, what family means. I head to my room, grabbing my guns, bullets, and bulletproof vest. Latching the straps, I can feel my own heartbeat harder against my chest. I got some details on the teacher chick, Lip yells from the bar. Kicking my door open, I toss my .45 in my holster and head to him to see what he has to say. I feel like a robot right now. My only mission is to save Addie. She's a teacher at the high school. Her real name is Louv Maroon. Nothing is ringing a bell. Is she just some bitch on a power trip? Upon digging farther, her father is the president of the Lost Wolves. She's Bender's daughter. Everyone freezes, and the name echoes in my head like a bell. Her dad just got out of prison, Bull tells the group, his eyes landing on me. This is because of me, because I didn't kill Bender the first time I had the chance. That's enough of a history lesson. Let's go. I shove through the crowd, and they all follow. Rad and Saint right beside me. My loyal brothers. We are going to get her back, man. Rad slaps my back, and I nod. I know we will. I got your back, brother, Saint informs, rounding a bullet into the chamber of his gun. The clicking noise, a promise to the gods that there will be souls delivered tonight. Stepping outside, the wind blows, the sound of boots marching across the pavement, sounding through the night as warning to the reaper. Tonight, lives will be taken, and a war will be won.
Addie. Where are they? Louv hisses, pacing back and forth as she glares at me. Her hair is messier than earlier, and her dress is messy with blood and sand. My body is slick with sweat, and my mouth is dry as a desert. The sound of water close by making my thirst worse. They're coming. Chill, her dad growls, sitting on a picnic table nearby. Maybe we should have some fun until then, one of the fat-bellied men suggests from the crowd. His hair is shaggy and gray, his belly reminding me of Bad Santa. Louv drops to her knees, her dress riding up, and jerks at my wrists behind my back, my shoulders threatening to dislocate from the odd angle. I tense, trying to pry myself free of her grip. I think we should take a pinky. She giggles, and the fat man nods with a stained grin. Her dad rolls his eyes and crosses his arms, as if her not listening is of usual occurrence. He doesn't tell her to stop, though. The sound of a knife flicking free of its case causes me to jump and wiggle more. I try and pull my finger back into my palm, but she's too strong. The sharp sting claims the skin of my pinky, and I scream behind the tape. Searing red pain shoots up my whole palm, my stomach threatening to vomit. The sound of motorcycles roar around the bend, and she freezes, the burning sensation scratching up my knuckles, pausing. The warm, slick feeling of blood coating the rest of my hand. Using my ring finger, I can still feel my pinky, so she didn't cut it off, but she definitely cut it. Stop, her dad orders. They're here. You're lucky. She shoves me, and I fall on my face. I cry. I cry for relief that Zane is here, and I cry for the gods to protect him. Headlights dance around the faces of the lost wolves as they come closer. And it's then that I know that no matter what, they will always come for me.
Chapter 17. Zane. Riding up to the beach, the scene before me enrages me. So many men.
And that bitch standing around Addie. She's hurt and bound. The look of her in distress does something to me I can't explain. I don't even put my bike on its stand. Upon stopping, I lay it over and rush to the beach. "Zane, wait!" my dad hollers after me. I don't care if they all shoot at me. There is nothing stopping me. There is no waiting. Addie is hurt. She's bleeding and needs me. This is my fault. I should be in her place. A large man steps in front of me, the familiar dark eyes and an ugly scar on his face, taking me back to the day he tried to kill Bull, the day I shot him. Bender. "Easy there." He waves a gun in Addie's direction, making me halt. "I don't want you to make my trigger finger tense up, and you coming up here, like some cowboy, is making me a little tense." He smiles, his tongue snaking along his bottom lip. "You're a dead man." I push through gritted teeth. "Yeah, that didn't work out for you last time, did it, champ?" He chuckles. "Man, you've fucking grown up into a man, haven't you?" His knees nearly buckle with excitement as he eyes me up. A calm hand presses on my shoulder, my dad's. He's trying to encourage me to remain calm and patient. My eyes fall to Addie, her sad face looking right back at me. "I got you, sunshine," I whisper to her. Her eyes close, and tears rush down her face. "What do you want, Bender?" My grandfather, Bull, pushes his way to the front of the Devils, taking charge. "Bull!" The man waves his hands out, his face excited to see my grandfather. "How the fuck have you been?" His words are drawn out, laced with hostility. He doesn't seem fazed at all that he provoked an entire club. My grandfather doesn't answer him. "Do you know why I attacked your club that day, He waves his index finger back and forth like he's about to teach us a lesson. "Get to the point, Bender," Bull growls, growing tired of the games. "We wanted to be patched in. We wanted to be your brothers, and you shit on us." This is news to me. Then again, I was just a child back when this all went down. "We don't just patch a club over. There are rules and steps," Bull explains, which makes sense. "Yeah, well, fuck that. We don't want to be patched in anymore. I'm just going to take your fucking club." "How do you think that's going to happen?" Grandfather Bull tilts his head to the side. "No president, no club." Bender chuckles, the threat causing me to draw my gun along with my brothers standing beside me. "That's not happening." Bull lowers his head. "I don't know how you plan on stopping me, unless you got some superpowers or some shit." He belly laughs, looking over his shoulder at his greasy men. I want to kill them all now, shoot first and have the upper hand. "Not taking your club in was the best decision we made as a club," my dad states, his eye aiming down the barrel of his gun. He's ready to end this shit. "Well, be as it may." Bender begins pacing again. "I have a score to settle." He taps his face, his ugly fucking face. I did that, and it makes me proud. The only regret I have is not hitting his fucking brains with that bullet. Bender glares at me. He knows who I am. "You nearly crippled me, you little son of a bitch. You made it to where I missed my daughter growing up. And now you are going to see what it's like." Within seconds, every one of the lost wolves aims their weapon at me. I pull the trigger of my gun, a bullet racing out of the chamber. But it's not fast enough to compete with the 30 men who already pulled the trigger. Bullets zip past me, and I wait for it, the familiar feeling of being shot. But instead, the dark shadow of a body stands before me, protecting me. My grandfather's body shakes and jolts as bullets ram into his body one after another. Everything slows as tears fill my eyes, my jaw dropping as a helpless roar rips from my throat. He's taking every bullet meant for me. Our club fires back, the sound of shots echoing through the night. My dad runs to Bull, knocking him to the ground, his body getting hit with a bullet in the process. Bobby, Lip, and the prospects return fire, while Dad and I drop to Bull's side. He's bleeding, his face flushed and eyes wide. "Why did you do that?" I cry, jerking his shirt open to see if he's wearing a bulletproof vest. He's not. His chest has at least a dozen bullet holes, and blood coating his skin like syrup. My dad begins to shake, his hands pressing onto the wounds, as if he can draw the bullets out and save the man that has done so much for us, that has led us and guided us through life. Bull raises his hand, his trembling fingers grasping my dad's wrist and stopping him. "No," Bull rasps, pushing my dad's hand away. "It's your turn to take the gavel, son." My dad weeps, shaking his head. "No, you're going to be fine." I lie. He's not. But I can't let him go. He can't. He is the fucking president. Why would he jump in front of me? A prospect. "Take the gavel, Shadow. And take care of your brother Maverick and Anahi for me." Bull's voice loses strength, and so do I. I'd like to say I'm a strong man, can handle anything, but to see a dying man in your hands, one that taught you and led you into a world that accepts you, there is no such thing as being strong. "You're not dying," I shout, angry and pissed he's giving up. Grandfather Bull looks to me, his green eyes seeming duller than ever. "Your dad is going to need you by his side, son. You are the VP." "No, I'm a prospect. I don't deserve—" "You are my grandson and my legacy. You are my club, and know more about this club than anyone." His voice cracks, his face becoming pale, his breathing becoming shallow. I grip his hand, lowering my head. "Don't go crying for me, boys. I get to see my first love again, the one who took my heart many years ago." I nod, remembering the stories he told me growing up of a redhead that was mean and beautiful. He loved her, but God took her away. Lip pushes me aside, rushing to his president's side, frantically cussing and trying to wipe the blood away. I stand, comatose. Wiping my face of tears, I look at the chaos around me. People getting shot, members crying, and smoke of guns rising. Vice president. I am my club's vice president now, and I have to stand up. No more sitting in the back and watching. My eyes land on Bender and Louv jumping on one of their motorcycles, trying to make a break for it. Not today. Bobby is untying Addie, so I step up to them and take a knee. "You okay?" I rub Addie's face. She looks so helpless and hurt. The beast inside of me is practically breaking through its cage. I want to push everyone away from her and roar my anguish into the world. She looks over her shoulder at Bender and Louv before glancing at me, her blue eyes and trembling lips killing me to see. "Don't let them get away, Zane," she pleads, the desperation in her voice coaxing the darkness out of me. If that's what my sunshine wants, I will do it. I will end this war tonight. I nod. It's time to make my spot at the table worth it. I'll get them. I give her a kiss on the lips, her mouth trembling against mine. Pushing off the ground, I stomp through the sand toward the two cowards who fucked with the wrong club. Sprinting to a motorcycle parked close by, not caring if it's mine, I jump on it and rush out of the beach, chasing the motherfucker that has haunted us way too long. Louv looks behind her and stretches her arm out before firing a shot at me. It misses. Bender tries to speed up, taking a corner way too fast. I don't slow down. I gain on them and pull my other gun from my holster. I aim at the back tire and hear my dad and Grandpa Bull in my head. When firing a gun, you aim and shoot on an exhale, son. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Upon releasing my last breath, I fire. I release so much with that shot and breath, I feel my soul erupt from the chamber of the gun. The back tire pops, a spark of fire moments before they lay the bike over. Louv goes flying across the highway, the bike sliding across the asphalt as Bender rolls down a hill. Stopping my own motorcycle, the pipe's hot. I put it on its stand and march over to Louv, who is closer. My nostrils flare, anger driving through me like a toxic venom. Aiming my gun at her, it's obvious she's dead. Her eyes are open, blood coming from her ears, nose, and mouth. Her head smashing against the pavement without a helmet, killing her upon impact. Stepping over her, I go to find Bender. Come out wherever you are, I show tune, the beast in me, excited to come out and play more than ever. This is a score that will be at the top of my charts, one that will never compare with any kill before it. This one has meaning, purpose. Over the road and down the grassy hill, I find the sack of shit. He groans, holding his side and trying to get up on his knees. Stepping down the hill, I press my boot into his side and shove him over. He groans, falling on his back. I hover over him, my hand shaking as I aim at him. Glancing up at me, his face covered in blood, he smiles. Interesting. What are you smiling about? I tilt my head to the side. You can't kill me, boy, he rasps. You should know that. Pointing my gun at his head, I think about all the lives I've ever taken, the way I needed to kill to feel relief. I'd kill you 1,000 times if I could, I whisper, my eyes filling with tears as I think about Bull dying, about Addie hurting, and about how this man has taunted my life since I was a little boy. Closing my eyes, I fire the gun. It jerks in my hand, the feeling rattling through my limbs. Skull and brains spray out, and Bender's eyes remain open. The same haunting look terrorizing me. I kick him and shoot him again and again, his body jerking with every bullet and thrust of my boot. Screaming and releasing the rage and sins from my soul, I beat the fucking shit out of his corpse, willing him to come back alive so I can kill him again. He went too easy for the pain he's caused my family. Red and blue lights light up the sky from up the hill. The cops. Shit. Wiping my face, blood smearing, I turn around and head back to the bike, and drive back to where my club and my brothers await me. Everyone hovers around Bull, who is still laying on the ground. My dad stands, holding his side where he was shot, his face winced in pain, and shirt soaked. Zane! Addie screams, limping toward me, her face distraught. I rush to her, wrapping my arms around her. Her warm body against mine makes everything feel like it's going to be okay. God, it feels so good to know she's alive. Pushing her face into my chest, she cries and sobs, her nails digging into my back for relief. Shh, I try and calm her, pulling her as close as I can. Eyes above her head catch my attention. Bobby's. He's looking at me for the first time more than some prick after his daughter. He gives me a nod, conveying he accepts me to be with his daughter. I nod back, kissing her forehead. Is it done? My dad asks, limping over. I nod, still holding Addie, never wanting to let her go. Is Bull going to be okay? Addie asks, looking at Bull, covered in blood. I really don't know. Are you okay? I whisper into the top of her head, changing the subject. I am, she mutters. You? I look at my club, the sadness hanging in the air, and I don't know if I will ever be okay. I don't know. I try and hold in my emotions. A crow calls from above in the night, catching my attention. It circles and calls, as if it's crying for us, for Bull. A man we call father, a man that helped so many men find their way. How?
Chapter 18. Addie. Lying on a bed in the triage of the hospital, Zane holds my hand tightly. My fingers ache trying to hold his thick fingers in between mine, but I wouldn't dare let go. He stares at the wall, lost in his own nightmare. Bull was severely hurt and was lifted by helicopter to the hospital, as Shadow and I were by ambulance. The entire club is quiet in the hall, a dark gray cloud hanging above everyone. No! The sudden scream from Zane's mom, Danny, comes from down the hall. Zane's head snaps in that direction. Go, she needs you, I sob, knowing that sound oh so well. Zane kisses my hand and pulls his fingers from mine, my hand sweaty and pale from loss of circulation. Mom, Zane calls, entering the hall. Danny crashes into Zane, crying into his chest. Why? How? She continues to sob. Zane holds his hands out, as if he doesn't know if he should hug his mom or not. He looks into my room, and I nod, encouraging him to embrace her. He does, and I notice his whole body sag with relief. He's in ICU. They don't know if he'll... She cuts off, and Zane's face takes on a hardened look. Suddenly, my red-in-the-face mom is rushing into my room. Oh my God, she cries, flinging herself onto me. Mom, I'm fine, I tell her. Be careful, you're going to hurt the baby, I scorn her. I don't want the stress of me making her miscarry. I was so scared, She squeezes me, and my eyes fill with tears. I'm here, I'm okay, I whisper. She lifts up, wiping her eyes from tears. You need to go back to Texas. This is just not for you. Mom, I stop her. I am staying here. This is my life, and I have more support here than I ever will in Texas, I inform her. Grabbing my hand, she nods, kissing my hand. Are you sure? I smile. I'm sure. A male doctor wearing a lab coat enters my room, and Zane whispers something to his mom before following him in. So, plenty of fluids and rest, Addie. The doctor smiles at me and hands Zane my paperwork. Thanks, doctor, I rasp, trying to sit up. Please, call me Fernan. He smiles. I give a firm nod and try and sit up. My pinky is numb from the stitches. Louv cut it so deep there was a lot of damage. He helps me off the bed, and we step into the main hall. The brothers and old ladies stand around the waiting room, hard faces now sad, strong men now weak. Dad steps out of the group, his face ashen from the night's events. Where is Bull? I ask, my own heart breaking. He's on life support right now, babe, he informs. He took a lot of bullets, and his heart is not doing well. He had a heart attack on the flight over, Danny informs, nibbling on her nail. I'm so sorry, I mutter, my tone grave. Bull is the kind of man you never expect to die. He's just that person that is always there. Let's get you home, Zane whispers from behind me. I shake my head. We can stay, I tell him, knowing this is where he needs to be right now. No, you need rest, he refuses, being protective of me. You do need rest. There's nothing you can do right now. Shadow gives me a polite nod and turns back around to the club. He's scary, but loyal. How are you? Zane asks his dad, pointing to the blood spot on his side. I refuse to let them care for me. Doc got it out. I'm fine. He shrugs. Jesus, he's tough. Go, babe. I'll call if there's any update, Mom says. Zane wraps his arm around my hips and helps me out of the hospital and toward Bobby's truck. Back at the club, I stand in the bathroom looking at myself, more like leaning over the counter, reliving the whole night over again. My hair is stained with blood, my nose busted with a small strip over the bridge of it, and my face red and scuffed from sand. The look in Louv's eyes, the deathly sound in Bender's voice. Sighing, I hang my head. If only I knew who Miss Louv was, the men never would have tried to rescue me, and Bull would be okay. The club is deathly quiet, everyone in mourning and praying to gods we know nothing about. If we lose Bull, how will this club rebuild? How will we move on in his memory? You okay? Zane steps into the bathroom. He's shirtless, nothing but his jeans and a frown. As much as I can be, I guess. Zane grabs a rag and wets it, his hands wringing it out before he raises his hand and gently dabs at the blood dried on my face. Zane, are you sure Louv and Bender are dead? Yes. His voice is so confident, I don't argue. It just scares me to think they might be alive. You know, Mr. Thad was the son of Bender, I inform Zane. His eyes widen, looking at me. He rinses the blood and continues to pamper me as if I hadn't said anything. It doesn't matter. They're all gone, sunshine. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I nod. I know, I whisper. Let's get you some clean clothes, Zane insists, pushing me along my lower back. In his room, he helps me out of my stained clothes before rushing to his dresser and pulls free a devil's dust shirt. Unfolding it, he rolls it up and puts it over my arms and down my bruised torso. It's big, but so soft. Grabbing it, I inhale the smell of clean soap. The devil looks good on you, he whispers, running his hands through my hair. How can you feel so lost and found at the same time? I hurt and love, desperate and grateful. He bends down at the knees and picks me up, my hands around his neck as he brings me to his bed. He kicks off his shoes and jeans and pulls us under the blankets, a cave flashing a small amount of hope for the night. If anything would have happened to you, if I would have lost you, he begins, and I sob again. The thought of life without us together seeming without purpose. Placing my hand on his cheek, I kiss him. I kiss him like I promised myself I would kiss him if I could see him one last time when I was on the beach. I breathe him in and exhale his scent. What can I do for you? Are you comfortable? Do you want some food? He whispers, rubbing my cheeks with the pad of his finger. Looking into his vibrant green eyes, I want this, exactly this, him and I together. I want you to read to me. His eyes flash, and I can hear his heart beat a little harder. Turning on his side, he breaks free from our fort and grabs a book from the side table. Once upon a time, he begins, and I snuggle closer to him, not caring what the book is. If my prince in dark armor is reading it, I want to listen to it.
Zane. The look of Louv's eyes and the sound of Bender moaning echo in my head. Addie screaming and Bull being shot over and over again have me wake up in a sweaty panic. Love Hurts by Nazareth is playing in a room down the hall. The room is dark, and I'm covered in sweat. Trying to catch my breath, I push the covers off me. "Are you okay?" Addie's up, rubbing my back with her hand. "Nightmare," I rasp. "Want to go get some ice cream?" Her voice whispers, causing me to recall our late-night ice cream trips to the kitchen when she would have nightmares. She kisses my shoulder, and then my neck, her nails scratching down my back. The lyrics from the song make me want nothing more than to have Addie close to me. I don't want ice cream. I want her. I need her. Rolling on top of her, she smiles up at me, her hurt hand running down my chest. I grab her by the wrist and kiss her pinky. "I love you," she mouths. "I love you," I whisper, and it's true. She might be the only person I've ever loved outside my parents and sister. Bending down, I kiss her, and she takes a deep breath through her nose. Running my hand up her shirt, my shirt, I grab her tit and pinch her nipple. Kissing her neck, I lick and suck the dip of her collarbone. I stand up, jerking my boxers off, and am back on top of her in seconds. She kisses my chest, my lips on the spot behind her ear. Slowly, I run my palm down her stomach, under her panties, and onto the mound of her pussy. Her head falls back, her eyes closed. "Be my old lady, Addie," I whisper to her as I deliver her pleasure with my fingers. "Yes," she moans. Using both hands, I slide her panties off her thighs and hover over her. "Yes?" I ask. "Yes," she moans louder. Grasping my cock, I position it between her legs and push inside of her. She tenses, and I thrust into her harder. She's so wet and ready, so willing and mine. My chest hurts from the loss of my club, but Addie's love feels so good. She pushes against my chest and sits up on her knees. I jerk myself, curious what she's doing, until she's on all fours, looking over her shoulder at me. Fuck, she's amazing. I rub my palm along her ass. I press myself between her legs, and her head snaps back, hair splaying over her back. Wrapping my arms around her body, I pull her back flush with my chest, her head leaning back on my shoulder as I make love to her. Grabbing her by the chin, I kiss her, my tongue invading her mouth. I taste and nip every drop she has. My other hand playing with her nipple, I feel the walls of her pussy clench. My balls tingle with excitement as I begin to pound into her harder. Her eyes clench shut, and her mouth falls open. Kissing her open mouth, I feel my orgasm chase up my limbs and explode into my shaft. She shivers, and I moan. Pulling her close, wanting her sexy skin against mine, I take her orgasm and love her more than I ever have. She falls onto her knees, huffing, and I rub my palm along her back, the ridges of her spine running under my hand. Positioning myself next to her, I grab her hand and raise it, holding it. "Listen closely to me, Addie." She looks at me, her face flushed. "Troubles will come, and pain will dance in your hurt. But don't forget this." "I won't," she promises.
Epilogue. 2 weeks later. Addie. Lockdown has officially been lifted, and club business has slowly started to continue. I'm back at work and have been asked to be the principal. I haven't accepted yet. Things feel weird knowing Bull is in the hospital blocks away. We might get a call he is breathing on his own. We might get one we're all scared we are going to get, that our leader has passed. I'm still at the club because I'm terrified of being alone, and Zane refuses to leave the club. He's taking his role as vice president very seriously. "How is your nose?" He runs the pad of his finger down the crook of my nose, the simple touch tickling. "Good." I shrug. My pinky is having a really difficult time healing. I can't use it. That looks really bad. Piper looks at my finger like she might puke. Hey, baby girl. Saint flirts from across the bar. Piper gives him a look, and Zane's shoulders tense. If the brothers or old ladies saw Piper and Saint playing games like they are, I wonder if they would threaten them with a bullet or let it slide now that Zane and I are together. Bobby sits next to us at the bar with a bowl of cereal. Anahi must be at the hospital with Danny checking on Bull, as Bobby with cereal in the morning is not something you see often. Bobby and Zane have been cordial with each other, which is a blessing. Bull's still in the same condition from what I heard, on life support at the hospital. I've seen him a few times, and it kills me to see someone so strong, so vulnerable, fighting for his life. The sound of machines breathing for him, the smell of antiseptic overwhelming. I pray for him and kiss him on the cheek before I leave. There are flowers all over his room, but the darkness and sadness that loom over that room are no match for some roses. The doors to the club open, and everyone's head turns, hoping it's news on Bull. It's Anahi. She's wearing black again. A sharp black dress and heels with a big floppy hat. She's worn black since the night she found out about Bull. She's been sad and taken aback by it, much like we all have. Her hair is down, and she has on no makeup. Dark glasses cover her swollen eyes from crying. We've all tried to be there for her, but she's a mess. She has the right to be. She only wants her son, Maverick, who has run away last I heard. We have all gone out looking for him, but there's no word on where he is. He's a lost soul without his father. Anahi stops after taking a few steps inside the club, swiping the glasses off her face and looking amongst everyone, her throat bobbing as if she's preparing herself for what she's about to say. "Enough of this," she begins, her tone stronger than she looks. "Bull wouldn't want this," she hollers, and everyone outside and inside gathers to hear her. Zane wraps his arms around me as we listen. Bull might be down, but his queen still speaks for the club. "Bull has been having some heart problems for a while, and we have talked about what would happen if something like him having a heart attack might happen. He wants the club to go on and not wait on him. I am choosing to keep him on life support, as I have hope for him, for us. That being said, it's time for a new age, for change." Everyone starts whispering, the idea of change and moving on without him not appealing in the least. "This is what Bull wants. He said it himself," she informs the crowd, making us all quiet again. "We will thrive stronger than ever and make Bull proud by doing what he wants. This is his home, brothers, and you are his legacy." Her eyes fall to Zane, and I look at him. He's been on and off about taking the vice president's patch. He thinks he doesn't deserve it, and has been living the last few days as a prospect. Zane glances at me, and I rub his shoulders. "This is what he wants," I inform him, wanting him to see this is Bull's wish. Zane finally stands, and he looks taller than he ever has, and he's ready for the job. Zane is his legacy, the blood of the devil driving him forward. Nothing can stop him now. Saint and Rad take a step next to Zane, lifting their chin, their loyalty honorable. "Every devil is his legacy," Zane confirms, and I pull him close. I'm so proud of him. "The devil's dust goes on," Zane whispers, and then everyone cheers. This concludes The Blood That Drives Us by M.N. Forgy. Narrated by Nelson Hobbs and Gillian Macy. Copyright 2018 by M.N. Forgy. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Forgy and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.